Dance of Death, Book 3 in the Ashdale Reaper series. Written by G.K. Lund. Chapter 1. I have seen the depictions of my kind often enough. These symbolic written images with a sword, scythe, or bow and arrow. Sometimes a bony finger is apparently enough. Like I am poison. Such nonsense. If anything, I am the consequence of poison. Ridiculous. Foolishness, all of it. I don't need a weapon for my true purpose. That implies there's a fight. People might resist, but that's futile. There's no fight or war with me. I'm simply there. And yet, I did find myself walking through the darkened streets of Ashdale, my adopted home, ready to buy a gun. I had a specific purpose, of course, and in this form I was, and I was loath to admit it, relegated to the need of such tools. So, I had paid attention to my friend Olivia when she talked about her work in the police, asked innocent questions, and stored the tidbits of information in my memory until I learned how to reach out to the arms dealer that could provide me the necessary weapon to see my purpose come to fruition. It was amazing what people would let slip when they thought you took an innocent interest. The Ben Reed who had been born in the body I now steered through the silent streets of Curtin Fields had been loved by his friends. They missed him and wanted him back, but that soul was gone forever. All they were left with was me, and I had none of his memories. In fact, I was still missing several of my own. In a moment of mortal danger and pure clarity, I had merged completely with the human vessel, but it could not contain the vast knowledge I brought with me. That limitation had taken me some time to realize, but my true purpose had not escaped me. I had taken over the body for a reason, to bring an unruly and defying soul to its final transition, to the last step. I had not been able to do that in my former existence, limited as I must have been to do anything but what I was designed to do, to sever people's life connections. But now I could act as I wished and see him through to the end, prevent him from coming back. Then all would be in balance. It was late Sunday night and few people about. It was a residential neighborhood, and I suspected people were readying themselves for the work week. Such a silly thing for me to know or care about. The darkness around me was illuminated by the lights from inside the buildings and the street lights, but it was dark enough for me. This wasn't the kind of errand one wanted to draw attention to. Not that I needed to worry too much. There were, thankfully, small residue traces of my true form that had survived my taking over a human body. As I walked in the cool night, I drew a protective shade around myself, making me hard to spot for the naked eye. It had become easy to do now, and I could perform what I saw as a trick with hardly a thought. Of course, that was what was needed as well. Little thought, but a detachedness of strong feelings to appear out of focus. And that was how I lost control of the shade as well. A furry gray dog came running across the street. I lost sight of it between two parked cars before it shot toward me and then veered off like most creatures did when I was obscured like that. But it wasn't the dog that did it. A sensation came over me and made me stop dead in my tracks. A sense of something familiar. I had a distinct feeling I was in the presence of someone I knew. It was an elated feeling that created a flurry in my stomach. I drew breath and glanced around in anticipation as the protective shade fell from my control. It startled the unsuspecting dog into a loud yelp as it skidded sideways and ran as fast as it could away from me. The high-pitched bark startled me in return, making me step back into a low fence and almost toppling into a hedge with stiff and scraping leaves. For crying out loud, I blurted and stopped moving. The presence was still there. I wasn't alone, but I wasn't being paid any attention either. It's hard to explain why or how I knew, but I did. I knew I had come across something important that wasn't about me as such, though I felt a strong connection to it. I stepped away from the hedge and brushed leaves off my jacket as I took in the house next to me. 4 stories high and white. There were lights on every floor. but not in every room. I walked back to a small gate that was closed, but not hard to get past if one was over 5 feet tall. A small brass sign hung on the left gate, announcing that this was the Golden Embers nursing home. I glanced up at the building again. I could feel the presence like I had before. It was this sensation of a pressure that always began at the nape of the neck and then moved up into the head. A tingling pressure. It wasn't painful. It felt more like when a limb has been deprived of blood a little while and then it rushes back. Only it was more intense and attention-grabbing. I always had the feeling of recognition when it happened. Not déjà vu, although there might have been some of that as well. No, it was like I felt a part of myself that was shut out of this body, and that I longed to be part of again. It was an intense feeling of recognition and longing, and when I felt it, a death was always near. That was never in doubt. And as I stared at the house, I knew what would happen, and I knew someone, or something I belonged to, was in there. I didn't think much more than that. I simply climbed over the gate and went to the front door, which was locked. I sighed and realized I could not reach any floors above me, but light shone through a window on the ground floor to my left. I walked off the stone steps and onto grass as I made my way there without a sound. I had never been able to pinpoint exactly who would meet their demise when this warning came upon me. All I knew was that it would happen to someone in my immediate vicinity and within a short amount of time. So I was not overly surprised as I reached the window and saw inside a room where a dying old man lay in a bed. The window had been left ajar, a mere gap, really, with a security lock on it, but it was enough for me to hear the slow and ragged breathing coming from the man. He lay on his back, arms at his side, as if someone had placed him like that, not because it was comfortable. The room around him gave off a warm and soothing feeling, with light yellow walls, paintings of the ocean, and soft chairs for visitors. There were vases with flowers on the table, and knickknacks as well. Either he had family to care for him, or the staff had put them there for comfort. But it mattered little now, as the man saw nothing of it. His lips moved a bit, like he was trying to say something, but I doubted he was conscious. His breathing was slow but audible, though there were several seconds between each breath. It was late in the evening, and if he had anyone, they must have gone home for the night. But he wasn't alone. Not truly. I could feel someone else there. The presence. I knew it. It was someone I couldn't reach, but I wanted to so much. It felt like this was my chance, but try as I might, I saw no one, heard nothing. Nothing, except the old man. Martha. The name wheezed past his lips, barely audible. If a car had passed by, I wouldn't have heard it. "Where are you?" I whispered as I gripped the windowsill, peering inside as if I could see any trace of the presence. Perhaps it could cloak itself, like me? Of course it could. That was why I could, wasn't it? We had been the same once, but I wasn't invisible. I was here. I was a physical being now. I closed my eyes and pressed my lips together a moment. I had made a choice. I'd become human for a reason. I needed to see it through. That didn't erase the longing in me, though, or the doubt. So, cold. I opened my eyes again. The man had spoken, but there was no movement. His eyes were shut. Cold? Yes. The words stirred a weak memory in me. That would happen to the dying. When the end came in a slow manner like this, cold could spread through a body, starting with the feet and moving up. I couldn't remember why, though. Was it a fight? Or was it merely a resigned reaction from the body itself? I certainly didn't think it was the former. A last exhale of air with a creaking noise left the man. The sensation in my head escaped me. He was gone, and so was the entity. It left me with a sadness I didn't expect. It was like I had reached out a hand to someone I missed dearly and couldn't reach before they were gone. I so longed for the days before I remembered anything, when it all had confused me more than anything. At least I hadn't understood there was something to long for then. But I also knew this was my own doing. I had done this to myself, and I had done it for a reason. That reason drew me back to reality. I needed to leave before a nurse came in to check on the old man. This wasn't a place meant for companionship in the final step. It was withdrawn and secretive, and the man had, in a sense, died alone. I jumped the gate again and continued on toward my goal. A narrow street, hidden among the various residential streets of Curtin Fields. It was a nice and friendly place where no one suspected anything untoward happening. No, it seemed the big things happened behind closed doors here. I walked with renewed purpose. The sooner I could finish my task, the sooner I could leave. Truth be told, I still wasn't sure I could, even after I had merged with the body knowingly. The first time, when old Ben had jumped from Central Bridge, it had, as far as I could remember, all happened so fast. A month ago, when Alex and his companions had tried to kill Peter and kidnap me, the decision to stay in the body had been more thought through. But I hadn't attempted leaving it after that, not when I now knew my purpose, which meant that I had no idea if I could or if I was still trapped. Until Ward Winter did what he was supposed to, there was no point in me finding out. Unfortunately, Winter had given no indication he'd do the right thing. He was still breathing after all. No wonder I had seen old Ben as a chance to do something. A cold wind hit me as I walked into the alleyway we had agreed upon. I saw a car in the darkness further ahead. As I came close enough to see that there was only one person there, waiting for me, I let the shade fade. It startled the man known as Barefoot John, but at least he didn't scare easily. I didn't particularly want to get shot. As I approached him, eager to get the deal done, he simply said, "You're late." It wasn't like the old man back in the nursing home could have been rushed, but I guess people would hurry even death to save time and make money. Chapter 2. Night shifts were not something Rose reveled in, and she dreaded the next two to come. Staying up at night and sleeping in the day always left her with a distorted feeling afterward. It was like she couldn't shake the drowsiness and confusion of her tired mind. Still, it had to be done. She took the stairs leading up to Ben's apartment in easy strides, 2 steps at a time. Any physical activity before walking around on the hard linoleum-covered concrete floors while she began freezing in the wee hours would do her good. It was late, but she'd left home early to stop by, and she'd seen from the street that there were lights on in his apartment. That was something that had changed after the accident. Ben had usually gone to bed early unless something special was happening. From what Rose had gathered, he didn't follow any kind of pattern anymore. Not that that was the biggest change, of course. If only. She stopped at the door, hand already in her jacket pocket, reaching for the key. They all had one. They'd made sure to have them made after Ben's accident, to be able to be there to help. It was more polite to knock, though, when he was home, so she let the key be and did that. It didn't take long before Ben appeared at the door. He looked healthier now than he had done for weeks after waking up in the hospital. For a while, he either hadn't cared or wanted to take care of himself. And then there was the memory loss. It had struck her as both a safety measure against himself, as well as a block in his mind. Ben hadn't only not been himself, he didn't remember much. Only small glimpses here and there. But after the attempted robbery in the apartment a month ago, something had clearly changed. As he opened the door for her, she saw that the shirt and jeans were not crinkly, that he had shaved and his blonde hair had even been cut, though it was still a little less tight-cropped than it used to be. His face was more vibrant as well, a little more expression in the blue eyes and even some humor in his occasional smiles. It was like he was coming to from a deep sleep. If only that awakening could bring his memories back. Rose went inside as he opened the door for her, inviting her in with an air of hospitality she had missed those first days after the accident. He'd seemed to mind them all a little then, like he wanted to be alone. That hadn't been possible, of course. He'd been discharged from the hospital more because of his amnesia than anything else, but Rose hadn't really trusted that he was no threat to himself. There had been a change there as well, much quicker than his general health. She now felt welcome around him, as did Walter and Peter. Maybe it had been the initial estrangement due to the amnesia. She wasn't sure, but she was glad he'd come around. He might not remember their childhood, but Rose did. That was not something to discard, despite hard times. "Coffee?" Ben asked with a look on his face that suggested he really wanted the excuse. Rose was about to decline as she glanced at her wristwatch, but then thought better of it. She didn't want to mother him, they were the same age, and she also wanted the caffeine before her long night. "Sure, but I can't stay long." She was about to continue talking, but he went into the kitchen so fast she was left conversing with air. "Okay then," she mumbled, and followed him. "I actually came to ask you about Friday." She stopped in the doorless kitchen entrance. Ben was at work with the coffee maker, the only electronic equipment he could master better than anyone. It was a puzzling memory loss that left someone without their memories and identity, as well as with a lack of certain skills. In Ben's case, leaving him challenged in the technological department and with no clue regarding nutrition. What about Friday? That's what I was afraid of. Another loss was his old punctuality. Now he got distracted and forgot appointments left and right. "What?" He halfway turned, finger ready to push the button. "Oh, the party." "Yes, the party. You forgot." "No, I didn't," he said, and immediately contradicted himself as his cheeks flushed a little while he rubbed his neck. Then he touched his left cheek with a puzzled look, like he couldn't understand why they were warm. "Friday at 8, we want you there." "I didn't forget." "You're sticking with that, huh?" "Absolutely." He pressed the button on the coffee maker and looked like a man who'd managed the feat of climbing Mount Everest without extra oxygen. He'd always been addicted to caffeine, but after the accident, it was like he'd been reset to zero with no inkling of how to deal with it. And, of course, he'd overdone it. "It could have been worse, though," Rose mused as she waited for the coffee. "Is your mom coming?" he asked. Apparently, he'd picked up on that being a question over the last few weeks, but not the actual outcome. "No, she's flying from Seoul for the wedding, and she stated that would have to be enough." "I thought the engagement party would be a big thing." Rose suppressed a laugh. She loved her mother, but she could be old-fashioned at times. She said we'd been living in sin for so long now that it would be redundant. Ben blinked. "Isn't she divorced?" "Bingo! And that's the real issue. She loves Walter, and she doesn't want to see Dad." "Oh, right." "And then there's some indignation, because he lives over in Charlotte Bay and can see us more often than her. But she's the one who decided to move back to Seoul, so she has little to argue with." "Oh, I'm sorry." Rose smiled and sighed at the same time at his confusion. He knew all this, had lived it with them. He knew there was no bad blood between Rose and her mom, that things had actually been better after her parents didn't live in close proximity to each other, that Peter's mom, Barbara, had been a good addition to the family. How crushed they had all been when she died. He knew all this. He had known. Where does Peter fit into all of this? "Peter's a good boy," Rose said in her best impression of her mom. "Because as siblings we're bound through life, and frankly speaking, it isn't Peter's fault who his father is. Because then it would be mine as well. And even worse. Her judgment would have been poor at one point." Ben opened his mouth and then closed it, before finally speaking. "Can't wait to meet her." That made Rose laugh outright. "Don't worry, Dad's the only thorn in her side." At that point, the whirring of the coffee maker became loud enough for Rose to retreat back into the living room. She checked her watch again, but she had a few minutes for a fresh cup of coffee. At least it was Sunday. Not so many drunk people in the ER then. Of course, there would be a few traffic accidents in the morning. There always were on Mondays. She was about to sit down in a soft chair when she noticed Ben's dark blue jacket flung over the armrest. She stared for a moment. Surely she had to be wrong. But no, there, sticking out of one of the pockets. A handle. The handle of a gun. From what little she could see and what little she knew of them, it was a revolver. A square protrusion could be seen in the pocket as well. A box of bullets? Rose stared in stunned silence. Heard Ben walk into the living room behind her, smelled the deep scent of the coffee, and couldn't care less. "What's this?" she demanded, knowing full well the answer to that question. That wasn't what she was really asking. "What?" he said, mouth full of coffee as he'd stopped mid-walk to drink from one of the cups. "What's this, Ben?" Rose pointed to the gun. As he noticed what she meant, his whole demeanor changed. The friendly face reverted into the blank mask he'd worn after his accident, void of any interest in anything around him, except for a determination he did not share with anyone and confusion when he didn't understand something. Now there was only the determination. She saw the marked structure of his face enhanced as the muscles in his jaw set. He glanced around and then put the coffee cups on the floor as she stood between him and the nearest table. "It's a gun and nothing." He walked closer. "Nothing? Don't worry about it." Rose was at a loss for words as she opened her mouth to speak and nothing came out. She lifted her hands to cover her mouth in her desperate shock. "Rose," he said, voice tentative as he eyed her and positioned himself between her and the gun. She stepped back. "I thought you were doing better," she managed at last. "What?" "I did. I really did. After the accident—" Oh my God. Why are we even calling it that? It wasn't an accident. They discharged you because you weren't a danger to yourself. The amnesia. It made you forget. "Rose, please calm down. It's nothing." "It isn't nothing," she shouted, a well of hidden anger and fear bursting out of her. A cross between a screech and a meow sounded through the living room as the tabby cat, Mishka, sprang from the couch and raced into the kitchen. Rose hadn't even noticed the striped little thing. A moment of guilt from scaring it surged through her, but a look at the annoyingly confused face in front of her buried it. "For crying out loud, Ben, you didn't fall from that bridge. We've all been pretending everything's fine, that everything's going to be fine. It's not, is it?" "Rose, you jumped." "Listen. God damn it, Ben, you jumped." We've been fooling ourselves this whole time. I can't believe I was this stupid." Rose ran her fingers through her short bob and felt tears threatening behind her eyes. "I thought your memory loss was the lesser of two evils. Turns out I was wrong. Seems forgetting doesn't kill the compulsion." "What?" Ben uttered for the umpteenth time. Then he glanced down at the gun and realization seemed to hit. "No, you've got this all wrong." "Have I?" "Yes, well, not the jumping part. I've pieced that together as well." He actually gave a small wave with a hand, as if discarding that monumental piece of information like it was nothing. Rose had to press her lips together so as not to explode in his face. "The gun's not for that," he added. "What's it for then?" Ben frowned. Okay." Rose fished her cell out of her jacket pocket. "I'm calling work and telling them I won't be in. Then we're going to figure this—" "No, stop this." Rose glanced up at his decisive tone. "Just stop it, Rose, please. I know you mean well, but you've got it all wrong. The gun's for—" She saw him glance around the apartment before his eyes rested on the two discarded coffee cups on the floor. "I guess I feel safer with it." It took a moment for Rose to catch on. Then she took in the same part of the floor as well. She'd heard about the break-in, of course, some from Ben, but mostly from Peter. A man had been shot and killed. A woman had been hurt, and a third man had escaped the police. She had listened to that harrowing tale and been so thankful Peter and Ben hadn't been hurt, at least not physically. "That's why you have it?" she asked after a moment of silence where he had watched her, waiting for her reaction. "Sure." Rose didn't like that choice of word. It was a little too pleasing. "If you don't feel safe here, then you should move." "No." He gave her a look of puzzlement, like it was a riddle to him that she could suggest such a thing. "Seriously, Ben, this isn't like you. We can help you find a new—" "I think you know that most things aren't like me any longer. Don't worry about it. I'm fine. I promise I'll be at the party on Friday." "But I won't forget." He crossed his arms over his chest, as clear an indication as anything that he was done arguing. "Besides, aren't you late for work?" Rose checked the time on her phone and exited the call log at the same time. She was late now, but not overly so. Her eyes searched toward the gun again. She wanted to take it with her, just to be safe. Which was exactly why Ben had placed himself between it and her. She couldn't try to take it without him stopping her. Then again, she could take it, and if he was lying, which she wasn't sure of, then he'd... She shook her head. "Do you promise?" Her voice came out a little hoarse. She wasn't used to shouting. "Easily." She eyed him a moment. He wasn't the clean-cut man he'd been anymore. He was a bit more frayed around the edges now. He was still handsome, but it was clear he didn't care one whit about that. Nor did he care about his career, the work that had used to interest him, to drive him. It dawned on Rose that she didn't really know what he cared about anymore. He had cared about getting his memory back. He'd cared about that to the point of obsession, dragging Peter with him, but even that had faded. Everyone needed something to help them move through life, didn't they? "Don't you dare lie to me right now." She realized she was angry at him, but mostly she was scared. "I won't. I'm not." Rose narrowed her eyes at him, but she was done arguing too. She couldn't force him to do anything, or not do something. This was perfectly clear as he kept himself between her and the gun as she walked to the door, preventing any chance of her taking it from him. Chapter 3. Until the night my neighbor Sophie got shot in the head as she entered my apartment at the most unfortunate moment, I had stayed away from the hospital. I had woken up there after falling into the Ashdale River, and yes, I say fall, because it was old Ben who jumped. After that, I had spent some time in the hospital, confused, bruised, and weak. I understand now that I had needed to be there when that happened. But being in that building rendered me in a baffled state, as I could sense this presence that I was drawn to. Hospitals are meant to help the living, of course, but despite the good intentions and knowledge of those who work there, many endings happen in them as well, at least in this part of the world. As I walked the now familiar hallways to Sophie's room, I felt it even stronger. Not everywhere, of course, but I could sense the presence now and then. I felt the pressuring tingle in my head, and had to fight the urge to enter those rooms. I so longed to connect with these presences. But I did have the wherewithal to walk by, to not be in the way, moments later, when the staff came running to try and help and stop that which was already decided. If not, I would have been thrown out and banished from the grounds. No, I didn't want that. I was there for a reason, after all, a most normal reason. To visit a sick friend. I wasn't family, but with the help of Rose and Sophie's relatives, I had been allowed to visit her. I wasn't the only one either, as many friends of hers came by to see her. It didn't surprise me. She had struck me as odd in the beginning, especially since I hadn't been used to human interactions at that point. But Sophie was exuberant, so full of life and kindness, mixed with her over-the-top psychic persona, she was hard to dislike. Especially since it turned out there was something to her self-proclaimed gift, and she had been gravely injured walking into my apartment. She hadn't known there was a threat, and neither of us had known she'd come in. There had been chaos while the intruders, Alex and his cohorts, had tried to kill Peter. No, I knew it was an accident, and yet I felt bad about it. I hadn't wanted anything awful to happen to her, still didn't. I felt a tightening in the chest when I thought about it, and when in the hospital, it manifested all the way up into my throat. I understood the concept of guilt, but I didn't like the feel of it. I stopped mid-stride and halfway turned back toward the room I had passed moments ago. I could hear the first nurse that had arrived shouting something. Orders, was my guess. The sensation in my head subsided like there was nothing worth lingering for. Yes, that was better, wasn't it? No guilt, only detached purpose. Moments later, I was led into Sophie's room, or rather, hers and 3 others. It was surprisingly quiet. Usually, 3 of the patients had visitors on a regular basis. The only one who didn't seem to have any was an old woman lying in a bed opposite Sophie. She looked ancient, at least to my human eyes. There were fine yet deep lines marking soft and thin skin. Her shock-white hair had been braided to lie neatly next to her face. The nurses doing, obviously. She had nothing more by her bed than a small card, whereas the others had several in addition to little trinkets their loved ones had brought. Flowers were not allowed from what I understood. I wondered what had left the old woman so alone. Had it always been like that? Or had those nearest to her gradually stopped coming when it became clear she wouldn't wake up? I didn't quite like thinking about that last part as an option for Sophie, as I made my way over to her and sat down in one of two chairs by her bedside. She didn't look right in the sterile white and light gray colors of the sheets and the hospital gown. I noticed someone had put her bright red lipstick on, though, as well as blackened her lashes. She would have liked that, I supposed. The quarter-inch length of her hair on the left side of her head would not have pleased her. It hardly covered the thick and dark red scar a few inches above her ear. The bullet had not entered her brain, but it had fractured her skull, pushing fragments of it into the brain. It had also caused a major concussion, which I'd been given to understand, meant that her brain had been knocked against the inside of her skull. There had been swelling as well, all from the impact of a small bullet. She had not come out of the coma yet, and no one knew if she would. She seemed strange and out of place where she lay, pale and hooked up to monitors that displayed information that told me nothing. It was odd sitting there in the silence. I took my phone out and checked the clock, realizing it was lunchtime. No wonder the emptiness of the room then. It left me unsure of what to do. Despite the words of sympathy from her relatives and friends, empathy due to the break-in that had caused this, I found them oddly comforting when there. They bustled about, talked to Sophie and to each other, as did the visitors to the two other beds. Right now, everyone might as well have shared the same fate as the old woman in the bed behind my back. I heard the door open behind me and smiled a weak smile, as there would now be someone making some noise in there, but turned to find Rose entering. She was dressed in flowery scrubs that contrasted with her black hair. She gave me an uneasy look, pressed her lips together in a thin, lopsided grimace, but then came further inside. "Hey," she began, voice hushed out of respect for our comatose audience. "Marcia said you were here when I came back from lunch." "You work here? I thought it was the ER." "Extra shifts now and then. I like it here." I turned my eyes toward the lifeless Sophie and then nodded. It seemed it was a more peaceful atmosphere there. "You should talk to her. It said they can hear it." I shrugged and again realized how much easier it was with the lively crowd Sophie had gathered around her in life. It left little for me to do but check up on her. Or at least hold her hand so she knows. Rose sounded a little off and I turned to look at her. She was wringing her hands. Then she cleared her throat. "I'm sorry, Ben." "For what?" "For yelling at you. I'm so sorry. I was just so afraid for you. I still am." "Oh." It had been 3 days since she'd seen the gun and drawn her conclusions. I hadn't heard from her since then, but I had heard from both Walter and Peter, suspecting they were checking up on me on her behalf. In all honesty, I had never seen her upset like that. Rose was generally calm and collected, a happy but grounded woman. The only time I'd ever seen her display strong emotions was when I woke up in this same hospital after washing up from the river, after old Ben's jump from Central Bridge. She'd been crying then, though, not yelling. I felt a little bad for lying to her. It wasn't like I could tell her why I'd acquired a gun, but I hoped my lie had been believable. Didn't people get weapons to protect themselves when they felt threatened? I wouldn't know, but it had seemed a better explanation than the truth. I wasn't afraid Alex would come back to the apartment to try something. It had failed spectacularly the first time, leaving one of his men dead and the woman in prison. What did worry me somewhat was Rose going to extremes to stop me following in old Ben's footsteps. It wasn't as if I could blame her. She had cause to be worried, but I wasn't her old friend. Of course, if I told her that, she'd have doctors with a straitjacket coming in here before I could blink. I didn't have time for such things. Neither did Rose, it turned out, as another nurse opened the door and stuck her head in. "Ms. Dunning, Rose." "Oh yeah, I'll be right there. Ah, shoot," she added as the other nurse disappeared from sight. "I've got to go, but remember, Friday, I haven't forgotten." "Thanks," she managed, through a sad smile. And then she was out of the room too. I sighed. I may have inherited these people from old Ben, but I had realized early on that I needed these connections to stay grounded myself. I lifted my left hand and stared at it. Long fingers. Elegant, I supposed. connected to tight tendons and muscles underneath the skin. I could see the blue veins that helped send blood through the system, the crisscrossing pattern of the skin in the palm. This wasn't enough. I had realized that, thankfully. Flesh and bone were what contained me, but connections were what kept me, what kept people grounded. It gave a different kind of purpose, didn't it? I sighed again, rolling my eyes this time for good measure, and reached out to hold Sophie's hand. It was the least I could do. Rose was right about that. Sophie's skin was cool to the touch at first, making me wonder how poor her circulation of blood was. Was her heart not pumping it through her body as it should? She had contracted pneumonia a week ago, but the staff said infections were normal in patients like this. That worry left me with speed, though, as something on the periphery of my vision tugged at me. I blinked hard, but couldn't see anything. The sensation came again, and it reminded me vaguely of something I had not been able to control before. When the memories in the form of visions had come upon me, it had been an intrusion, something I hadn't been able to control. But after the attack in my apartment, after I had chosen to stay in this body, that hadn't happened anymore. Now I felt a mental tug when such a memory came upon me, and I had realized I could choose whether or not to see. There was a drawback to not seeing, though. I would dream it anyway. But dreams are distorted things at best, and fragments of things I had once seen were often confusing when not lucid. It was better to go with it and watch it when conscious. I suspected it happened because I couldn't remember everything I had ever seen in my previous existence. The human brain doesn't have that capacity. But, as with smell triggering a memory, sensory impressions also did it with me. Most often it was a place, but this was different. This was Sophie. And I realized her hand was burning hot in mine. I watched her passive face, no movement, nothing under the eyelids even. This had happened before, though, her unusually warm hand as she had connected me with my first memory. The mental tug persisted. "Sophie?" I asked. I then closed my eyes a moment. When I opened them again, I saw something different than Sophie in her hospital bed. And yet I saw that too. I knew, without seeing, that my eyes had gone white. It was an encompassing veil of white I had never seen myself, but that I could feel. It made me feel like my true self. "Ben," Sophie's voice came from nearby. I focused on it, and the bed vanished from my sight. Finally, someone heard me. I've been shouting for ages. I looked up to find myself standing in a field of golden barley. Bright sunshine enhanced the plant's color, and a weak wind soared through it, making it dance lazily around us. It was an oddly comforting sight. "Where?" I managed as I looked around. With one exception, there was nothing but barley for miles. "I don't know," Sophie said with no apparent worry. "In between something?" Her fake but familiar Russian accent was gone. It seemed she had little use for it wherever this was. There were no customers who wanted their fortunes read there. She was wearing her red loose-fitted garments, and the wind did them justice as they flowed around her. "Yes," she said as she saw me take notice. "I can appear the way I want here." She changed then. Her hair grew a little longer, her face lost its lines as it became a little narrower. Her body grew a little taller and retained a plump and curvy shape. She looked more than 20 years younger. "See?" she added, and arched an eyebrow, as a confident smile escaped her as well. "What's going on, Sophie?" She glanced down at our still clasped left hands. I couldn't feel much now. It dawned on me that I couldn't smell anything either. "This isn't good." She put her free hand over our joined ones, and the scene shifted around us. You'd think I would have been used to that by this point with my own visions pulling that trick on me all the time. But no. Everything blurred around us, making me momentarily nauseous, but the biting cold of winter slapped that right out of me. "Oh," Sophie uttered, as we found ourselves in a snow-covered forest in the dead of night. If it hadn't been winter, we would likely not have seen anything. We were surrounded by large, thick pines, and the snow lay heavy on the branches above us. I could feel the cold seeping through my shoes, and snow falling into them as they didn't cover my ankles. "This is bad, Ben." "No kidding. Is this me or you?" "Me, I think." "Oh, good." We were still standing face to face, left hands clasped together in a reversed handshake. Neither of us let go as we looked around, but there was nothing significant to see, nothing to hear either. Then Sophie closed her eyes and opened them in a slow motion. The sight of her eyes covered in white startled me. I jerked back, but she held on to my hand with an iron grip. "You are on the wrong path, Ben." Her voice was still that of the young woman she appeared as. "Very wrong." She swayed a little and then indicated something to her right with her head. I obligingly looked. A path through the snow. It led straight from us, and across the tiny clearing we stood by, into the darkness between the trees. "You need to walk the other path, or it will end badly." She gave a backward nod at that, and I leaned sideways to see past her. Another path. This one didn't cross the clearing, but went around it, between the trees. "Bad for who?" I asked, and saw her white eyes again. I was beginning to see why Peter found them so disturbing. It was like there was nothing, and at the same time something horrifying there. Sophie blinked, and her warm, human eyes returned to normal. "Not for you, but it will be because of you." Well, that sounds positively uplift. The dark forest swirled around us, and I drew a sigh of relief as we once again found ourselves in the warm barley field. Sophie had returned to her familiar self, her mortal age. "Pay attention, Ben," she warned, though she appeared as confused as I felt. She didn't understand it, but she knew it was important. "I will," I said, more to comfort her than anything. "Are you coming back?" I added. Sophie smiled a weak but warm smile. "I want to." She turned toward the one other nature formation we could see, a forest. It stretched for miles. Unlike the fertile field we stood in, there seemed to be no foliage there. There was a long distance between us and it, but I thought it looked like a forest in the late stages of autumn, gray, barren, and cold. I realized I could hear something other than the wind rustling the barley as well, a stronger sound, the sough of moving water, I thought. Sophie saw where I was looking and half turned. "I feel drawn there. Do you as well?" I swallowed hard and focused on her again. "No, I don't think so. And so I don't think you should go there, either." "I grow wearisome staying here." She glanced down a moment. "Is my family all right?" I nodded and told her they were there for her. "And Mishka?" "He's with me for now." She nodded. "Good. My cousin Magda will take him," she declared, and gave me hope, which she then immediately crushed. "But don't give him to her. She means well, but she forgets pets. Besides, she claims to be a true Russian and says that I'm not." The indignant grimace she made had me suppress a smile. Are you Russian?" Sophie smiled and patted my cheek. When she spoke, her accent was back again. "It's about what's in your heart, Ben. You are so young yet. In a way, at least. You will see." "Oh, Ben's here with her. How nice!" A loud voice with the same accent boomed as I was brutally pulled back into myself. I jerked up in the chair and turned to see 3 older women with each their to-go cups. A mixed smell of herbs permeated the air in the room, revealing they were drinking tea. 2 of them, Anna and Veronica, were smiling and chatting, but Magda seemed somewhat startled. She had seen my eyes. I was sure of it. Her subconscious knew it. Her conscious self was arguing against it. "She wants me to keep the cat," I said, hardly believing I was doing so. I didn't want it. It caused me no trouble, but I didn't see the point. Magda glanced over at her comatose cousin and then back at me, nodding with that startled look on her face. She didn't really want it either. But who was she to argue with the mystical powers, whether potent or not, of her cousin Sophie? One always indulged those in mortal danger, right? Chapter 4. The music was blaring downstairs, but it was just possible to talk upstairs without shouting oneself hoarse. Rose was having fun for the first time that week. She and Walter had decided on a joint bachelor party since they had too many common friends, and it had turned out to be a blast. They'd rented the upstairs floor of Harris Green and brought a decent amount of booze up there. In addition, they also used the downstairs floor for dancing, and everyone bought drinks at the bar. No matter which way you put it, the owner of Harris Green was making a nice buck on them all night. Rose was warm and could feel that her cheeks were flushed from an evening of dancing and partying with her friends. She was sure the wedding would mean more, but this was downright fun. Well, I mean, it's hard to pick one time, Elsbeth was saying to Moira's question about weird things at work. Moira, a friend of Rose for years, worked in one of the riverside hotels, the Winter Sun Hotel. Even though she had her own horror stories, she was always curious about the hospital. It had always made Rose wonder why she didn't go into nursing herself. Today, for an example, an old lady spat at me. No. Yep, right in the face. Always nice when you're going out after work. Judging by Elsbeth's perfect makeup, Rose assumed she'd had a moment between her shift and coming here to fix the problem. It was still gross, though, but Rose was hoping for a job opening in the ICU. Not like there wasn't gross stuff in the ER either. So she'd gotten her certificates, and she took extra shifts while she waited for an opportunity. Was that the 25-monther? Rose asked. She couldn't say the patient's name in front of Moira. Yeah, she get you too? No, but she sent a nice glob of saliva right past my head once. Ew! Moira took a healthy swig of her wine. Why do you let her? She's in a coma, Elsbeth said. It's reflex. Ooh, is that possible? Rose lost track of their words as she saw Walter appear at the top of the stairs. She hadn't seen too much of him since the beginning of the night, and she couldn't help but smile as he noticed her and came over. He was handsome, Walter, with his dark hair and dark eyes. His face, so familiar to her now. She could retrace the lines of his jaw and cheekbones with her eyes closed. He was the most level-headed and sensible of the two of them, but it was a trait she recognized in herself and therefore appreciated in him as well. They'd been together a few years after a long time of being friends before that, and he still made her smile when he walked into a room. God, she hoped that would always be the case. "Aw," she heard Moira and Elsbeth utter as Walter kissed her. He tasted of beer and something stronger. "Oh, I'm going to give you something to awe about." Walter glanced at them. "Rose," he added, and put his arms around her. He tipped her over for a deep kiss that actually made her foot lift from the floor like an old-timey lady to keep her balance. Moira and Elsbeth burst out laughing. Walter eased them up again. Didn't work. "Aw," Rose said, fanning herself with her hand before she couldn't hold it in and started laughing as well. "This must be the future, Mrs. Bennet," an unfamiliar voice broke in. Rose had to step to the side to see a man about 10 years older than herself. He was at least nearing 40, a little shorter than Walter, though with dark hair and bright blue eyes hiding behind glasses that framed his handsome face nicely. "Yes," Walter said. "Rose, this is Joel Hughes. He's an equity partner at Hudson & Smith. I got an offer today." Rose felt her stomach fluttering. Walter had been in contact with them a while, and he'd been in for an official interview earlier that week. "You did?" she managed with more calm than she would have thought. She couldn't help smiling, though, but that wasn't the same as screaming and jumping for joy in front of one of Walter's new colleagues. "He did," Joel said. "Accepted it as well." "Really?" Walter nodded, all smiles. "I'll give my notice to the hospital on Monday." Rose stopped caring about decorum. She threw her hands around Walter and hugged him tightly. "I'm so proud of you," she whispered in his ear. He responded by hugging her tighter, showing he'd heard her through the continuous buzz of the crowd in the room. As they separated and turned to Joel again, they found him gone. A moment of confused searching revealed he'd ended up in the maelstrom of Angie and Danny who'd been coming past. It made Rose laugh. Neither Angie nor Danny were easy to shut up. "Sure your new colleague won't be scared off by our friends?" "Nah." Walter waved it off. "I invited a few of my new colleagues, and they all seem down to earth to me." "Seriously, Walter, I'm so happy for you." His new firm was one of the most respected in the city, and a tax attorney would never go without work in a place like that. And it made them better prepared for starting a family. I'm happy too. He put an arm around her waist. But tonight, we're celebrating something else. We've all our friends here for this. We can go out to dinner and celebrate just the two of us later. Rose nodded and felt her smile fade away. Do we, though? What? Have all our friends here? Walter blinked and then smiled. Rose had told him about her fight with Ben, how she'd yelled at someone who'd jumped off a bridge. That was not how one handled such situations, and she damn well knew it. She hadn't been thinking. Walter, of course, was the one who'd seen this from the beginning. Unlike Peter and herself, Walter had been willing to realize the truth, that their friend had been in such a devastating and bad place that he had attempted not to be with them anymore. Rose felt a lump in her throat merely from thinking about it. Hey. Walter lifted her chin so she could see him smiling at her. None of that tonight. He's here. What? I just talked to him. He's here. He didn't forget. He's downstairs. He is? Let me show you. Walter led her to the large glass wall that separated the upstairs mezzanine from downstairs. It gave an open and spacious feel to the place. Where? Rose asked as she scanned the floor below them. The bar. Look. Rose's gaze followed Walter's pointing finger, and yes, there at the bar, mainly because of George's golden curls, she spotted her, Ben, and her brother fully engaged in something. Ben made a grimace of pure disgust, tongue sticking out a moment as the other two urged him on with something, their hands spinning for him to get a move on. Ben gave them a doubtful look and then raised a shot glass and drank way too slowly, making the other two laugh as he almost spat the liquid back in the glass. What's going on? Rose asked as Peter actually pushed the glass up, forcing Ben to drink faster. Tequila trials. Oh, Lord, Rose shook her head. Didn't Peter learn anything last time? That made Walter laugh. Peter's having too much fun. Ben was making a grimace of disgust again, the corners of his mouth going down as he shook his head at the slice of lime George was offering him. Rose smiled weakly as she saw him finally accept the citrus fruit and the new grimace that followed shortly after. I know things have been a little awkward between you this week, Walter said, his arm still around her. Rose leaned her head against his upper arm, the feel of him close by comforting. But he's here like he said he would be. Yeah, I shouldn't have been so hard on him, though. He's not an idiot. He gets that. Yeah. She looked down as George got the bartender's attention. Soon after, 2 tequilas were placed in front of Ben and Peter. Then Peter, swift from experience, licked his hand, poured the salt, licked it, took the shot of tequila, and then bit into the lime. The show was finished with a look of, that's how it's done. That brother of yours is going to get Ben so wasted. Rose scoffed, but saw Ben mimic the actions, downing the drink a lot faster than the first time and with fewer grimaces of disgust. Hey, what do you know? He's learning. Yeah, Rose mumbled, wondering for the first time how much she wanted him to learn old tricks. It might not be as important as keeping him here with the rest of them. Chapter 5. A rustling sound, like clothes pulled over skin, was the first noise I was conscious for, then a sort of bounce on the mattress where I lay. I tried opening my eyes and groaned in pain as the bright light of day seemed to burn my retinas. I immediately shut them again. The pain didn't go away. Oh, you're awake, an unfamiliar female voice said. No, I think I'm unconscious. A small chuckle followed, and the sound of soft rustling continued. My eyes sprang open. Who was I talking to? Where was I? I was lying in a bed, my own it turned out as I recognized my surroundings, the sheets, the window opposite me, letting all that bright and pain-inducing light in. Why hadn't I remembered to close the curtains last night to prevent this? Tequila's always fun in the moment, not so much the next day. Between me and the window, framed by the light and, unfortunately not blocking it, sat a woman dressed in a skirt and bra, pulling on her pantyhose. Long black hair fell to her waist. "What?" I managed, both to her comment and to her presence. "Anyway," she stood up, hoisting up the hose and grabbing her shirt from the floor. "I have to get to work." "Angie?" I recognized her now that I could see her face, Rose's friend. "Wow, you really are hungover, aren't you?" She got her shirt on. "I am?" That made her laugh. She walked around the bed to the side I lay on and bent down to kiss me on the cheek. "This was fun, Ben. You have my number." And then she went out the door. I blinked, and then I turned over on my back, wincing at the pain in my head. I felt hungry and nauseous at the same time, and so thirsty. Maybe some water would help. I managed to get into a seated position on the side of the bed and found that I was completely naked. It didn't take a genius to figure this one out, although I suspected geniuses weren't at the top of their game when hungover either. I heard Angie close the front door behind her and scanned the floor for some clothes. Then I decided to go for the closet. Less of a chance of having to bend down to pick up something in there. I wasn't sure I could keep the contents of my stomach down if I did. A pair of boxers and a t-shirt later, a lot later than normal by the way, I managed to exit the bedroom to find something to drink. A knock at the door sounded at the same time. "Damn it," I whispered and changed directions. If Angie had forgotten something, she could have walked back in. This wasn't quite the morning to stand on decorum, was it? The knock came again before I managed to reach the door and open it. It wasn't Angie. Of course it wasn't. The lovely smile on Evie's face melded into an expression of puzzlement at the sight of me. "Bad time?" I closed my eyes in resignation a moment and shook my head. "I have no idea." I couldn't put a finger on it, but knew somehow that I didn't want her seeing me like this. I could come back. "No, come in. Just give me a sec." I didn't really want her to leave either. I think I indicated the living room with a gesture before I found my way back to the bedroom to find some pants. At least there was a clear thought in my pounding head that normal people wore pants when they had company. I found myself leaning against the bedroom wall, positioning my foot under the black pair of pants on the floor before kicking them up and grabbing them before they fell down again. If not for the headache, I would have yelled in triumph at that feat. I staggered over to the bed and sat down, much like Angie had, to get the piece of clothing onto each leg. As I did, I smelled the scent of her perfume as it wafted up around me from the sheets, a blend of honey and lavender. I remembered then. The pure physical pleasure. Kisses, both soft and greedy, bodies entwined, exploring touches. It had been fun with the inebriated clumsiness and daring, the rewarding sensations and the knowledge that it was nothing more than that. It had felt exciting and so good. No wonder people's drive for it was so strong when it felt like that. It had happened once before as well, though that had been with Rose's friend Abigail after Walter's birthday party 2 weeks ago. Which made me realize, as I sat there, pants halfway on, that something else had changed after I chose to stay in the body. The one thing I had loved from the day I woke up in this vessel of flesh and bone was food. But everyone needed food. One could, technically, live without sex. I was starting to see why people didn't want to, though, and old Ben's body was no different, it seemed. Obviously, the body and I were reacting to each other in a symbiotic manner. A clink from outside the bedroom drew me back to the present. I stood up and managed to get the pants on, stuffing my hands in the pockets to straighten them, and then pulled a piece of paper out. Angie's name and phone number. She was right, then. On my way into the bathroom, I saw on an electric radio that hadn't been in use since old Ben lived here, that it was almost 11 a.m. That was late for me, and of course, this was the time and day that Evie had to show up. I almost startled as I looked into the mirror. My eyes were bloodshot, and I was sure they had a gray shadow underneath. Excellent. My mouth felt dry and tasted horrible. Yes, of course, she had to come by today. I splashed some water on my face and brushed my teeth. It made me feel a little better, and I still looked like crap. Yep, perfect timing. As I walked out of there, though, I was met with the wonderful smell of freshly brewed coffee and... bread? I veered off my path and walked into the kitchen. "Hey, Evie said as she was paying attention to a piece of electrical equipment on the counter. "I thought you might need some coffee and food. Looks like you had a rough night." "Huh? Hungover much?" "Oh, yeah." I walked over to the counter to have something to lean against. "Engagement party. My friends are engaged to get..." I drifted off, fighting down a wave of nausea. "To get married, maybe?" The humorous smile on her face would have been infectious if not for the contents of last night's dinner threatening to make an appearance. I wasn't overly familiar with humiliation, but knew instinctively that that was what I would feel in this case, and I didn't want it. I squeezed my eyes and lips shut as I breathed to control the sensation. "Here," Evie said as I opened my eyes again and managed not to throw up in front of her. "Sit down." She led me to the kitchen table, and I did as told. She then placed a large glass of water in front of me, and moments later, a cup of coffee. "I was so drunk once, I had to get my mom to come get me." She went back to the electrical device on the counter. She didn't know I'd been drinking, but she found out soon enough when I puked in her purse to spare the car. Although the worst was when I threw up on my prom date's shoes. I wasn't drunk then. I probably had a stomach bug, but I was so glad I was graduating because the shame of seeing him again... She laughed softly at the memory, which had changed from humiliating to humorous for her with time. For once, I didn't go for the coffee first, but drank some water so as not to awaken the feeling of nausea again. "So what was the cause?" she asked. "Tequila, I'm told." "Huh, makes sense." "Yeah, seems Peter has taken up introducing me to alcohol I've forgotten as a sport." Truth be told, these were things I had never tried before, but the outcome was the same either way. Walter's birthday party had been the night of scotch topped off with some nastiness called aquavit. Needless to say, I had been surprised to wake up in Abigail's bed the next morning. "Ooh, I bet he's getting a lot of easy entertainment from that." She unplugged the device and came over with 2 pieces of toast on a plate. "How'd you do that?" "With the toast iron?" "I have a toast iron?" "It was standing right there, on the counter." "Huh." I obligingly looked where Evie pointed, but didn't recognize the thing. I hardly used the equipment in here much, especially after Peter had introduced me to the easy and lazy world of ordering food. Honestly, Rose and Walter used the kitchen more than I did, and they didn't even live there. "Okay," she sighed in exasperation and sat down opposite me. "Anyway, I made it without anything on. The dry bread will help with the nausea." Surprisingly, the bread didn't feel dry when I ate it, and it went down well with the coffee. "I guess this was not what you expected, or came here for," I said as I chewed down on the toast. The soft crunch, a pleasant sound. "I've learned to expect surprises around you, Ben." There was something in her voice that I didn't catch until later, after she'd gone. "Besides, I've been through worse than making toast." That was an understatement. I glanced at her left hand, which she rested on the table. The cast had come off now, and the skin was paler than on her right hand. She also had a healing wound between her thumb and wrist. We chatted a little about it as I ate the toast and managed to drink all the water and coffee. She was right. The bread helped with the nausea, as did the liquids. No doubt dehydration didn't do an upset stomach any good. Still, I had been in this body a while now, and as Evie had put it, I had also been through worse. A nasty burn scar on my calf was one example of that. I didn't want to think about that, though. No, I wanted to talk to Evie and listen to how her life had turned out so far from her childhood home. She had, after all, ended up in Ashdale searching for winter like I had, though for much different reasons. Her ability to manipulate the sense of guilt in people had made her a target of a threatening organization, a legitimate, global business company called Yorov. The only one who could provide any semblance of protection for her was the man it was my purpose to see disappear from this earthly existence. That didn't cause any issues at all. Suffice to say, I focused through the pounding headache to listen to her, but didn't ask a single question about her new job, nor did she mention anything about it. It saddened me that this was also the reason I had stayed away from her for the last few weeks. The few times we had met had been with Peter and or George, as those two seemed to come as a package these days. and that had been a nice safety net. There was no point in mentioning Winter, especially in front of George. For all she knew, she and Evie worked for the same company, and George wasn't into speaking about work on her free time. Yes, a nice safety net indeed. But that was not how things turned out this Saturday morning with the sunshine outside in a seemingly peaceful city. A city that had come a long way in healing from the horrendous attacks that had taken place there not long ago. Of course not. We moved from the kitchen to the living room as I finished my meager breakfast. I sighed in relief as I sank back on the couch, the soft piece of furniture supporting and comfortable. Evie made a quick scan of old Ben's books as she passed the bookshelves. You don't quite strike me as the mind behind those upbeat, life advice giving books. I raised an eyebrow for show, but shrugged. She was not wrong. The amnesia, remember? Yeah. She sat down in the soft chair opposite me and leaned forward, resting her forearms on her thighs and folding her hands. It's hard sometimes. I didn't know you before that, so in a sense, to me at least, you don't have amnesia. Never thought about it that way. It sounds weird, I know. No, I know that, Ben, as little as you do. Surely you remember something? I pressed my lips sideways a moment. They all wanted me to remember, expected it, even those who hadn't known old Ben. Did you notice that squeaky step on the stairs on the second floor? Evie tilted her head to the side as she eyed me in confusion. Yes? It took me several weeks to realize why I always skipped that step. Oh, like muscle memory? I think so. Interesting. That comment made me more alert than my head actually allowed. Why? I asked. Evie seemed uncomfortable, her pink lips pressing together, the only indication, really. Otherwise, she sat relaxed in the same forward-leaning position she had been since she sat down. I didn't come here on my own business today, Ben. Those words made me sit up, despite my head protesting and demanding the soft neck support of the couch. No, we didn't discuss her job. It had become a silent but understood deal. What little I knew from her few revelations, mostly addressed to Peter, was that she worked for Winter much in the same capacity as Sophia Bishop had before attempting to kill Olivia and myself, and then being killed herself. Evie didn't dress like a typical corporate employee, though. She was wearing jeans and a purple blouse under a simple jacket now, her long and thick chestnut hair fastened in a low ponytail. No pantsuits and tight buns for her. Evie's job consisted of helping others like herself. She was the new connection between those with otherworldly abilities and Winter, except she did not have the same corporate job that Sophia had. Evie was, as a college dropout who had studied to be a social worker, not qualified for that. Nor did she seem interested. After her own ordeals being hunted by Yorov operatives, she had taken this new job with a new sense of purpose. I knew that feeling. However, her coming to me in the capacity of her job meant only one thing. It had to do with my business with Winter. It's about your boss, then. I didn't bother to hide the angered annoyance from my voice. Yes, you're taking this too far, Ben. Am I? We have eyes on you. Really? I could feel my eyes narrowing at her words, and I wasn't even angry at her. No, I was furious at her boss, who was now using her to deliver his message. Of course he did. He knew she'd get in the door, didn't he? We know about the gun, Ben. She was dead serious now, not a hint of any emotion, only a bland mask, her large eyes assessing any reaction I might have. But I wasn't all that surprised, was I? I knew Winter had people that watched out for him, that he had security that watched him in case someone, especially me, tried something. I represented something he had been fleeing a long time, and I wanted it to stop. And, did you seriously buy a gun to shoot him with? Not necessarily. I didn't add that not shooting him required him to step up and set things right himself. Damn it, Ben. She straightened up and rested her hands on the armrests. What the hell is this feud going on between you? You don't know? No. Ward said you want him dead. He wouldn't say anything else. Why are you smiling? I startled and wiped the smile off my face. No reason, only he sends you to do his dirty work and doesn't tell you why. I don't know what you think he did to you, but he didn't do anything to me. Evie frowned. Then someone you know? I shrugged. No, I don't remember anything or anyone, remember? Evie made a deep inhale and exhale as she stared at me. This doesn't make sense to me, Ben. With everything else, it doesn't add up with who you are. That made me wince. I felt the facial muscles move and couldn't stop it from happening. I was a fool, wasn't I? Trying to maintain a semblance of connections to other people in this existence. Was it foolish? Or was it only foolish with Evie, since she was too close to my reason for even being in this situation? Who was I really in this human form? I had my own personality, I knew that. I was not old Ben, he was dead and gone. There were no memories of him in the body for me to tap into. No, nothing of that sort. But I was constantly affected by the body, its needs and wants, likes and dislikes. These were things I assumed had affected old Ben as well, so in a sense, I guess I remembered some things about him. The people I surrounded myself with affected me as well, some more than others. No, Evie was probably right, I thought as I watched her across the coffee table. I had a knack for detachment that she didn't know about. A patience and understanding of things that were inevitable and needed to happen, like the man who was refusing to die in a timely manner. But this wasn't like me. She had struck a chord there, and I didn't like it. See? She indicated me with a hand as if I could see myself from outside. You know I'm right. Can't you just give me the gun? Then we can put this behind us. No. Ben, please see reason. I am, more than you know. Evie remained silent a moment as she drummed her fingers on the armrest. It gave a soft pattering sound. I can't force you, she said, finally. I can only try to reason with you. She got up then. Apparently, I was not to be reasoned with. You should get your boss to tell you the whole truth before he involves you in this again, I said as she walked toward the front door. I already hated how this had turned out. Hangover aside, I had enjoyed her company until her damn boss had become part of the conversation. Evie stopped and halfway turned back toward me. It doesn't really matter, does it? Your intent with that weapon is clear enough. Actually, it does. You should know who he is. Wouldn't such an explanation reveal what you're about as well? I didn't have an answer to that because I realized I wasn't sure I wanted her to know that part. Before I could gather a thought and form a coherent sentence, she was already walking out the door, telling me goodbye, without leaving me time to say anything in response even to that. I groaned in pain as I sank sideways on the couch, feeling the thudding pain in my head. I had bungled that, hadn't I? But for the life of me, I didn't know how else that conversation could have gone. And to make matters worse, I also realized I had to get up and walk all the way to the bathroom to find some painkillers to deal with the alcohol-induced pain. Maybe it would be best never to drink again. Somehow, that thought sounded hollow, even to me. Chapter 6. Hey, Rose, come in, George said as she opened the door, looking more alert and put together than anyone had a right to after a night like the one before. Her bright smile was infectious, though, and Rose couldn't help but reciprocate as she stepped past her and into Peter's apartment. Her brother halfway lay on the couch, his feet planted on the coffee table, as he clearly wasn't watching the muted news on the TV. Instead, he was reading something on the laptop placed on his lap. His eyes were at half-mast, making it unclear how focused he really was. I'm making paella. Want some? George asked. Rose felt water in her mouth at the mere mention of the food, and accepted without caring if Walter had anything else planned that day. Don't do anything stupid to make her leave you, Rose said as George walked into the kitchen. Won over by paella, Peter said, chuckled, and then yawned so hard Rose wondered if his jaw would pop. Rose sat down on the couch and leaned back as well. Though she wasn't hungover, she was dead tired after last night's events, especially since she and Walter had been up early to get their stuff and settle things at Harris Green. Migraine? She asked Peter. No, only a good old hangover, thankfully. Well, when you look at it like that. Rose gave in and placed her feet on the table as well as she grabbed Peter's phone from her purse. Here, the bartender found it under the stairs for some reason. Don't remember that, he said, brows creased as he took it. No, and you could go a little easier on Ben, you know. Peter snorted and grinned. But it's hilarious. He's like a baby trying things for the first time. Rose sighed and glanced at the TV, seeing why it was muted. There was nothing but segments about the upcoming mayoral election, how she was looking forward to it being over. No matter the outcome, they'd all be spared the faces of the candidates and their advisors criticizing each other and trying to gain credit for anything positive regarding the aftermath of the Curie Square grenade attacks. Peter put his laptop down between them as he went through the unanswered messages on his phone. Rose couldn't help but glance down. He had a lot of tabs up and seemed to be researching. Rose squinted and turned the laptop a little to see better. Psychics? Levitation? Ghosts? You're snooping, Peter said without prying his eyes away from his phone. Big sister's privilege. What are you into, though? Not into, only looking. Why? Peter lowered the phone and then took his laptop and put it on the table, on the left side of his feet, out of Rose's view. No reason. Come on, you had like 20 tabs up with these things. Peter scratched his beard and gave her a side eye that wouldn't have discouraged her when they were 10, let alone now. Nothing. I was thinking about, a game. Did you just make that up? Nope. So you're designing and building games now? Not yet. Thought you only wanted to test them. Maybe I need some more money. Judging by his tone, he sounded like he had a small epiphany. Yeah, and I know people. That doesn't sound ominous at all. Not mobsters, gamers, programmers. Oh dear. No, but seriously. See, you totally thought of that just now. Peter scoffed and said no more of it, but Rose could almost see the wheels turning. Whatever, he was free to have what hobbies he wanted, but he'd never been interested in supernatural stuff outside games before. Not to the point of reading about it. At least it seemed better for him than running after Ben on his crazy schemes, which reminded her what she couldn't ask her brother the night before. Is Ben still searching for these people that can help with his memory? Peter's brows creased again, but not in confusion this time. Why? Rose didn't answer, merely looked sideways at him. No, I don't think so, Peter added, when the silence went on long enough. Why not? He was pretty set on that, wasn't he? Well, yeah, but something changed. Rose didn't ask. She simply waited. You know, after the break-in? Oh. That break-in had almost cost Rose her brother and Ben. She was fairly certain they hadn't told her everything that had happened that night, but she knew they had almost been shot. Ben's neighbor had been shot in the head, and there had been violence as well. Peter didn't like talking about it, and she knew from a few words with Ben that they had held a gun to his head and almost pulled the trigger. She didn't want to push it. But she knew less about what had happened to Ben. What changed, if you don't mind my asking? Peter scratched his beard again and then rested his hand on the back of his neck. Afterward, he seemed more, well, more what? It's like he lost the drive to learn more about the past. I'm not sure, but he gave up pursuing what little he could remember. Oh. And honestly, I didn't want to push it. You and Walter said I was enabling him, so I figured it was best to let it go. Do you think that, though? I don't know. Maybe the accident is too traumatic to remember anyway. Peter raised his phone again and flipped aimlessly through several photos on Instagram, not tapping any of them. It had been so important for him to get Ben to remember, and now he saw it differently. Yes, something had changed during that break-in, but it was not only Ben. Yeah, maybe it is, Rose agreed, but she wasn't so sure. So Peter still thought it was an accident. Perhaps that was for the best. It made for fewer worries. She could feel herself being torn between wanting Ben to remember and protecting him with the loss of certain memories. Maybe if he had something that tethered him? As the idea popped into her head, it took root. "Hey guys!" George's voice came from the opening to the kitchen. "Hungry?" They nodded with eagerness and got to their feet. How can she be so perky after last night? Everyone I've heard from today are sleeping in or living on various hangover cures. Not only did George look like she'd slept the whole night through, but her golden curls also matched that of a movie star. Yeah, she didn't drink because of the pregnancy. Peter closed the laptop and put his cell on the table. The what now? Yeah, that's what we were celebrating by the bar last night. George suggested champagne, but with Ben, I had to order something stronger. I mean, the look on his face when he drank. Like my face? Right now? Peter stopped his walk past the table and glanced at her. Oh yeah, we didn't want to impose on your celebration, so... A baby? Peter grinned. Yeah, we just found out. It's super early. And you let me sit here this long without saying anything? Talking about video games and reading about ghosts instead? Well... Rose smiled and closed her eyes a moment. I'm so happy for you, Peter, for both of you. Cool then. Angry too, you idiot. Not saying anything. She shook her head in disbelief. What's the matter with you? She added, and headed for the kitchen to congratulate the only reasonable person there. Chapter 7. The thick glass in the balcony door felt cool against my back as I sat on the floor, legs crossed, and stared at the gun displayed before me. Yes, typical Sunday afternoon, right? I couldn't deny it. Evie's visit the day before had shaken my resolve. Her being sent by Winter had actually strengthened it, but her own words, not his message, had gotten to me. I hated being human so much that day, much more than usual. At least my head didn't hurt anymore. That was something. A knock on the door made me sit up and grab the gun. I managed to stash it behind some books on the shelf near the window, as I yelled for the knocker to come in before the door opened. I turned, expecting Peter or Rose, but found Olivia entering instead. She was a striking woman with an alert, beautiful face, long dark hair, and bronzed skin. Her amber eyes sought me out at once, and I was glad I'd hid the gun in time. She would kill me if she knew I'd bought one from one of her suspected arms dealers. Hey Ben, sorry to do this during the weekend, but you don't work anyway. So? You insult him the moment you say hello? An unfamiliar voice coming from behind Olivia said. As she stepped to the side, a shorter woman came into view. She looked to be 20 years older than Olivia, which would put her at about 50. Red, voluminous hair framed a round face with sharp angles nonetheless. Unlike Olivia, in her dark jeans and short brown leather jacket, this woman wore gray slacks and a navy blue trench coat. Her eyes peered at me with interest from behind a big pair of red-rimmed glasses. Yes, that was definitely staring. It's not insulting when it's true, Patty, Olivia pointed out. It's not like we're disturbing him on his only day off. All right, dearie, but still. The woman had half turned toward Olivia, but I had the distinct feeling of being watched from the corner of her eye. Olivia sighed. Fine. Hello, Ben. How are you? Well, that's just weird coming from you, I pointed out. It was. Not her being polite. She could be. No, it was her caring about this woman's opinion about something as trivial as her manners. One thing I had learned about Olivia after she stopped suspecting me of murder was that she was also blunt when she felt at ease around someone. Just in a friendlier way. See, she told the woman. Anyway, Ben, this is Dr. Patty Ogden. She works as a pathologist in the morgue in the building across the street from us. Dr. Ogden took that as a cue to walk over to me, hand extended in greeting. So nice to meet you. She stared at me with no hint of unease at doing it so openly. Likewise, I managed. Dr. Ogden has been curious about you for a long time, Olivia said, as she came in as well and closed the door. You were supposed to end up on her slab, remember? I was, oh. Realization hit as a smile formed on the older woman's lips. I had been mistaken for dead the day I washed up on the riverbank and became a part of Olivia's crime scene. I had apparently been terribly injured and had no life signs indicating any hope, and so the paramedic had seen me as a lost cause. Sorry to disappoint, I said. Not at all, Dr. Ogden said, but I am curious to know what happened. It's rare for one of our own to be so wrong, and... We're not here for that, Patty, Olivia said. She had crossed her arms in her impatience, suggesting to me she'd heard all this before. Besides, she'd been there herself and seen it. But the description was so interesting, Dr. Ogden went on regardless. Broken bones, pallid skin, no breathing, no pulse. I said, because I hadn't really become any more eloquent since deciding to stay in the body. More important matter, remember? Olivia pressed. All right, dearie. Dr. Ogden looked at me with something akin to regret as she pressed her lips together and the corners of her mouth made a decided U-shape. I realized then that she still held on to my hand, and I felt like a science specimen waiting to happen. I cleared my throat. Please, sit down. I indicated the couch and chairs with my free hand and was freed a moment later as the women sat down on the couch. I sank down on one of the chairs, immediately removing non-existent lint from my jeans, as I didn't know what to do under the doctor's scrutiny. Her eyes gave me a feeling of someone who was way too versed in picking up on details. I guess she had to be detail-oriented if her job was to figure out how people died by way of their physical remains. I raised an eyebrow, as neither woman said anything. That led to Dr. Ogden nudging Olivia with her elbow. All right, so we need your help with something. Wow, that sounded like it was difficult to get out. I couldn't help but smile. Olivia was a notorious loner, to the point of it being unhealthy, and I should know, I wasn't even truly human, and I had a better handle on my social life than she did hers. I hadn't only gotten on her good side after our ordeal in Winter Fortress, the WGI headquarters, fighting for our lives against Sophia. Somehow, after that, I'd managed to get inside her tiny circle of trust. From what I gathered now of their interaction, I suspected the good doctor belonged there as well. If the older woman would only lay off with the staring. I had a ludicrous thought that she was searching for vital signs from across the table. Just tell him, Dr. Ogden said. Yes, all right. There's something going on with my partner. My head jerked back in surprise. You have a partner? Of course. His name is Chris Spiteri. We've been partners ever since I moved to Ashdale. Are you sure? I pressed. She had never mentioned the man, not once. Our detective here and her partner have a, shall we say, pragmatic working relationship, Dr. Ogden chimed in. We divide our cases among us, share information, and check in now and then. Oh, I said, realization dawning. He's as people-angry as you are. Spot on, Dr. Ogden said as Olivia scoffed at me. She didn't deny it, though. What's going on with him, then? I haven't heard from him for a couple of days now. That's not usual. Not his pattern at all. Okay, what's that got to do with me? Nothing as such, but... Olivia crossed her arms again. Something's wrong, okay? And I believe he's mixed up in some business you understand, at least better than I do. I blinked and felt my mouth open. What exactly? I asked carefully. Olivia knew almost everything about me, except my true purpose. I had realized after the attack in this very apartment over a month ago that I needed to tell her what I'd remembered that night, but I kept putting it off. Still, had she gone and told everything to this doctor I had never met before? Something not natural, Something not easily explained. There's a video, the doctor added. The content is strange, to say the least. I didn't take my eyes off Olivia. Had she gone and told about me? We're at a loss, she said, her eyes averting me a moment. What with you waking up like that on the riverbank and knowing stuff? She added the last part with a tone suggesting that was all Dr. Ogden had heard. I didn't like it, but I suppose that was reasonable for a person to think if they were inclined to believe such things. And the doctor clearly was. I relaxed a little. Olivia had after all helped me out when in difficult situations. I could at least hear her out. What is it? I asked. Olivia sat up a little, eyes darting to the other woman, before she glanced back at me, a smile almost on her lips. 2 weeks ago, Chris and another detective, Carl Sanders from the 4th Precinct, were out having a drink after work. There was some sort of altercation outside the bar afterward, and they ended up following a suspect. They chased him to an alley and went in after him. He pulled a gun, and they shot him. And? Nothing. The guy pulled a weapon on them. So far, it looks like they'll get cleared. I waited in silence and was rewarded. There was something weird about that alley, though. You're kind of weird. "Show him the video," Dr. Ogden said. Olivia got her cell out and tapped on the screen a few times before handing it over to me. I, of course, managed to flip it and watched the screen jump back and forth until I could hold it steady. It was a surveillance video, a little gray and grainy, but easy enough to see details on. I shouldn't have been surprised. What other kind of videos had Olivia ever made me watch? At least I wasn't in this one. The camera was actually pointed at a small convenience store, but the alley right next to it showed clearly on the left-hand side of the store entrance. A man came running from under the camera and straight for the alley. I couldn't make out everything, but he appeared to be a white guy in his 50s with light-colored or gray hair and beard, fairly slim and a fast runner. Shortly after, only a few seconds according to the clock on the video, 2 men came chasing him. Both were armed. Both seemed to be younger, mid-30s I thought, as well as dark-haired. They ran straight into the alley. And then came the strange thing, as Olivia had put it. The 2 cops had just disappeared from view in the dark alley when something began moving in there. To me, it looked like a wind blew up from nowhere. The reason I could see it was all the dust, gravel, and garbage that floated in it, like a strong concentrated storm, and only in that closed-off space. It lasted several seconds before it vanished. It didn't die down like a normal wind. It disappeared. 1 second, it was there, and the next, it wasn't. Not long after, the video cut off. I handed the phone back to Olivia. "What just happened?" I asked. "They shot him in there. After that, there's only a lot of cops, and what comes after a shooting. That's not what has me concerned, though." "No," I said, voice calm. "I can see why." She nodded. She didn't need much of a confirmation. She'd already drawn the conclusion. Maybe she needed someone else to agree so she would know she wasn't insane. "There's more, though." "Yes," Dr. Ogden continued. "The deceased man was brought to me, as they usually are. She gave me a pointed look as if I'd done something wrong by not dying. No wonder Olivia got along with her. And then, later that night, his body was stolen." "Really? That can happen?" The doctor pursed her lips. "Apparently so." "And," Olivia continued, "today that man's son was arrested. Chris has been missing a couple of days now. I mean, he's on leave officially, but he always answers my texts, and he hasn't this time. And then the dead man's son is arrested. There was some sort of altercation by his house. Then there was a report of strong winds, people got hurt, and nearby cops brought him to the station." "Wait. They arrested him because of the weather?" "I understand what you're getting at, but no. People saw whatever happened first. The fight." Olivia sighed. "I think this guy is like his dad, and that he's done something to Chris, or knows where he is, at least, but it's not like I can go to my boss and explain this, is it?" "Hasn't he seen the video?" "Oh yeah, they've had experts look at it as well, meteorologists. It seems that small whirlwinds can appear in isolated places. I've seen videos of that, though, and they aren't that big, and this wasn't a whirlwind. This was chaos gathered in a secluded space. That's not natural, is it? Especially the way it vanished?" She gave me a pointed look. Her companion gave me an attentive one with an added smile. "Best thing to do? Leave it be. I had enough on my plate already." But I was curious. There were many things I didn't remember from my previous existence, and one thing was knowledge of people with gifted abilities. People like, well, not me, not really, but people like Evie, and the people that had been hunting her. Who were they? I was genuinely curious, but I had an egotistical motivation too. Could some of them be of use to me in finally getting Winter to stop his infernal meddling with the natural way of things? The man had been alive for too long. Actually, I wouldn't have minded if that had been all it was. If he'd found a way to live one long life, Then his time would come when he was due. But he had returned time and again after his allotted time had run out. It wasn't right. It was cheating the system. And he did it like it was nothing. I could feel my resolve returning. Evie might not like it, but she didn't understand it, did she? She didn't know how her boss manipulated me. No matter what I did, he always found a way around the end. So I needed to find new ways around him. Maybe going about it alone had been wrong. Maybe I needed help from those whose abilities extended beyond anything normal. Right now, I had one lead. And yes, I could help Olivia at the same time. I owed her that. 2 birds, 1 stone, isn't that it? It was better than staring at a gun, at least. I think you're right, I told them. But what do you think I can do? The 2 women glanced at each other before eyeing me. I want to find Chris, Olivia said. And I want that too, of course. But I'd also like to find out where my missing body is. Well, obviously, I said. The dead man was named Jeff Hill, Olivia said. His son, Curtis, who was arrested today, refuses to talk to us. And I think he knows something. And, I prompted, I didn't work in law enforcement. As Olivia had pointed out earlier, I didn't work at all. So I had 0 qualifications, whether useful or otherwise. When I say Curtis refuses to talk, I mean it. It's like he doesn't trust the police at all, and that's weird considering he works as a paramedic. Not like he can avoid us in his job, is it? And then I remembered a certain someone who also didn't trust cops. She was talking about Evie, of course. She had refused to go with Olivia to the station after the escape from the Yorov operatives several weeks ago. She'd barely agreed to let Olivia help, and that had only been because Winter had sent her. I was hoping that maybe, if Curtis could talk to someone who knew something about this, then there's a chance he'd tell me where Chris is. Won't he know I'm with you? That made her chuckle. Oh, Ben, no one in their right mind would ever believe you're a cop. You know, I had a perfectly nice day before you came barging in asking me for favors. It had been an antisocial and weird day, sure, but at least I had been the only one taking part in it. Will you, though? Olivia asked, as the smile vanished from her lips. Help with this? My mind flashed to the memory of a vision I'd had weeks ago. Winter dead on the floor of his office. Blood everywhere. So much blood. No human could survive without it. And he'd woken up, weak but healed. It wasn't right. Yes, I told Olivia, making sure to keep any emotion from my voice. I'll try talking to him. Chapter 8. People pushed into me and Dr. Ogden from all sides, but it was the temperature more than anything that made me want to escape to the outside. Is this normal? We were waiting for Olivia while getting bumped by angry, confused, and shouting people. They all appeared to be wearing or holding sports paraphernalia. Those who didn't argue with the uniformed cops were arguing with each other. Maybe not to this degree. Dr. Ogden leaned back to avoid a tall man's backpack crashing into her face as he pressed himself past us. I believe there's been some trouble because of the game. Game? Sunday? Football? I shrugged as I felt my shirt clinging to my back. How did anyone stand this heat? He's not here, Olivia's elevated voice came as she pushed her way through the crowd to reach us. What do you mean? The doctor said. Seems Hill was let go a couple of hours ago. With all the new arrests, he was deemed less violent? And that's saying something, I guess. Olivia glanced around at the angry crowd. Several men were shouting at the sergeant behind the counter, as well as other cops placed around the lobby to keep them calm. They certainly were not verbally calm, considering the volume. There was a massive brawl at Finn's, and that... Olivia must have seen my blank look because she backtracked and added an explanation for my uninformed self. I didn't care about the sports and hobbies of people. They did nothing to further my cause. So why invest time? Finn's is the biggest bar in the city, and they show games on these huge flat screens. Today, one side of the supporters decided to agree with the referee on his ruling. The other side, not so much. I'm sure you can imagine. Then I guess that's what he's ranting about. Dr. Ogden pointed to a muted TV behind the desk sergeant. Strand, the mayoral candidate, was shown speaking to a reporter, while clips from what had to be the bar in question were interspersed into the broadcast. People were shown being arrested, likely the friends of the crowd surrounding us now. "Seems those two have an opinion about everything that goes on in the city these days," Dr. Ogden added. I nodded as Olivia was bumped toward me and the doctor and then immediately pulled back by her waist. "Ho there, pretty," an older man said as he kept his arms around her. "Maybe you and I should—" And that was as far as he got. Olivia turned in one fluid motion as she drew her badge and stepped right up to his face. "You're old enough to be my dad, and I'm sure there's too much sagging going on anyway." The man's eyes widened as they shifted back and forth between her face and her badge. His arms let go of her in a jerk as he stepped back and was subsequently jostled by a couple of arguing men and women. Olivia gave him no more attention than that as she turned back to us. "They let Hill go because they needed the space for these—" She indicated the crowd around us with a short wave. "People. Their more aggressive friends are occupying the holding cells." Dr. Ogden and I stared, and then stumbled to the side in an almost synchronized motion as a young woman pushed into us from the other side. "What?" Olivia said as we got our bearings. "Nothing, dear," Dr. Ogden said as I shook my head. "What do we do then?" I managed to ask while looking for the door. The second precinct was nothing but a concrete sauna, and the best thing would be to escape. "We'll have to search," Olivia said as she gave a sideways nod toward the door I'd been eyeing. "He's the only one who knows anything." "Yes, he is," I agreed, my voice too low for them to hear, as we began pushing through the crowd. I might not get near enough to Winter for a gun to be of use now that he knew I had it, but there were other ways. I felt a stab at something in the pit of my stomach as I followed Olivia outside. I'd felt it before, and I didn't like it. Guilt. A debilitating sensation that could even manifest physically. I didn't want to be bothered by it, nor did I understand why I was. I was helping Olivia, wasn't I? Chapter 9. "You really are a bossy kind of person," I said as the busy streets of Harrow went past us. As it turned out, Olivia had not had any viable leads until the day after the great football brawl, and she'd called me 10 minutes before arriving at my place to get my ass down to the curb. "I prefer efficient," she said, not batting an eyelid at my description. "Besides, we don't have much time." "Where are we going then?" I asked, as I held on so as not to slam into the door. Olivia drove aggressively through the streets, eliciting honks from a few cars, but she didn't use the emergency lights. "The hospital. I just heard that someone we want to talk to is there." "Where did you hear that?" She indicated the crackling radio on the console. The sound was turned down, but now that I paid attention to it, I could hear muffled voices in between the crackling as well. "Who?" I asked instead. "Tyler. He's an EMT, works with Curtis Hill now and then. I've never seen them together, though, but now that I know he doesn't like cops, I think he might have stayed out of our way and never tried to say hello unless he had to." The towering buildings of Harrow began to give way and allow us to see the sky as we drove east and passed into Fairview. The verdant, green, and busy Fairview Park lay to our left as we neared the hospital, the place I had mixed feelings about entering. There wasn't all that much to do about it, though. I followed Olivia after she parked the car and soon saw that she headed straight for the ER. I knew Rose worked there, and that I had been brought there after old Ben had jumped off the bridge. Other than that, I had not returned there, and subsequently knew little of it. Ambulances came driving up to the entrance, welcomed, in a sense, by emergency personnel ready to help those that needed it that day. Olivia steered off from the main entrance, though, and headed a little way off to a couple of other ambulances that were parked by the curb. "What are we doing?" I asked. I needed to drag information out of her, and I realized I wholeheartedly believed she worked alone. She didn't have to share information then. "They usually take a few minutes after a call to clean up, take a break, eat something." Olivia stalked ahead of me and didn't look back as she talked. Turned out she was right. We passed the first ambulance and then found a dark-haired man, younger than old Ben's body, maybe 25. He gave a surprised smile as he saw Olivia approach, and then he saw me. The half-smoked cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground as he stared in what could only be described as shock. Eyes wide, tan skin, going pale. It may be that some people like this much staring and attention in such a short time, but I didn't. "Oh, yeah," Olivia said, as she stopped next to him and noticed his reaction. "Tyler, this is Ben. I see you remember him." Yeah." Tyler kept staring. "He's alive, as you can see." Tyler blinked and then stepped on the cigarette, smothering the smoking end. "You were so—" he said, as he looked up again. "I didn't think you were alive. I'm so sorry." "Never mind that, Tyler," Olivia said. "What?" "She's right," I added, tired of the attention, and relieved he wasn't curious like Dr. Ogden. I must have had a very, very low pulse. "Uh-huh," he uttered, mouth gaping a little before he pulled himself together. "Okay, so what's up?" "I need to ask you about Curtis Hill. You guys work together, right?" Tyler's brows creased. "Yeah, now and then. Why, I heard he got arrested, but that can't be right." "Why not?" "Nice guy, always calm. I've seen him talk down some serious users when we mess up their high. Doesn't matter, it's to save their life. Some can get pretty aggressive, but Curtis is always steady. I mean, seriously, is it true?" "Yeah," Olivia nodded. "He's out, though, but not at home." We had checked that after the station last night, had waited by his apartment until it was clear he wasn't going there. After that, I had been freed from the silent scrutiny of Dr. Ogden, and I was a little relieved she had a job to go to herself today. "We just need to know where we can find him," Olivia went on. "He's not in any trouble with me," she added, when Tyler hesitated. "I think he might know where Spiteri is. He's been missing a few days." Tyler glanced between the two ambulances and then indicated we should walk away. The other EMTs were busy with their own things, but close enough to listen if they wanted to. "You have some state secrets to share?" I asked, when we'd put some yards between us and the others. We stood closer to the main entrance to the ER now, and I could see the busy work that began as people were loaded off the ambulances. There were orders and information shouted before they even passed through the doors with their patients. "No," Tyler said. "It's only that I want Curtis to be able to come back without too many rumors going around." Olivia nodded, all sympathy and kindness now. "That's fine, but if you know something, please tell me." It wasn't fake, I saw that. Had seen it before as well. No, she was more than capable of this soft-spoken kindness, but her default setting was that of serious professionalism mixed with outward calm. "Okay, so there's his girlfriend," Tyler began as my attention drifted off. A familiar face blended into a group of doctors and nurses over by the ER entrance. All of them uniform and severe as an ambulance drove up. Rose appeared as at ease and focused as the rest of them. She must have sensed someone watching, because she glanced my way before a surprised look that couldn't be hidden by the distance between us turned to determined focus again as they all moved in tandem to do their assigned jobs. A familiar sensation manifested in the back of my neck, and I sighed, knowing their work would not help their patient. The prickling pressure intensified, and a bright flash struck the insides of my eyelids. It jolted me and left me paralyzed as my surroundings began to change. There were subtle changes at first, like the foliage changing colors, falling off, growing again. Hairstyles changed, uniforms. Even the large part of the hospital building shrank, all while various people died as they were loaded off ambulances, inside the large vehicles, or right inside the entrance of the ER. I snapped my eyes shut. This had stopped. I had managed to obtain control over old Ben's body, hadn't I? I had stayed by choice. I didn't want this lack of control. I didn't need to see it to know this was a place where the healing didn't always help. This was the past, after all, and I needed to focus on the future. My purpose. I opened my eyes and inhaled sharply. The world around me was back to normal. Rose and a few of her colleagues remained outside as only a couple of the others went inside with the patient. There really was no help they could give to this person. I saw her glance my way again as she nodded with a heavy head as a nurse said something to her. "Ben, are you with us?" Hmm? I turned back toward Olivia and Tyler. Yes, of course. Olivia arched an eyebrow but didn't push it. Are you sure it's across the street? She asked Tyler. Yeah, well, that's what he told me, but, you know, it was a while ago. Okay, thanks, Tyler, Olivia said, as she put her notepad back into her jacket pocket. I hadn't even noticed her take it out. How long had I been seeing things? What was that about? Olivia asked me as Tyler headed back to his ambulance with a last confused glance back at me. Olivia stared past me toward Rose and the others. She looks sad, she remarked. I suppose so. What did you do? Not me. I ignored Olivia's side eye. Old Ben, I clarified. Olivia visibly bit the inside of her lower lip as she exhaled. She knows then? Of course she does. She's not an idiot. She's known he jumped all along. It was just that no one talked about it, and now things are difficult, I'd say. Olivia nodded and began walking back toward her car. Give her time, leech man. She'll come around. I'm not a leech, I protested as I took longer steps to catch up. They attach on the outside of a body. Olivia laughed. But they do attach themselves. Come on, we've got a lead. We do? So you weren't paying attention. I sighed and was glad we were leaving to go anywhere but the hospital. Those flashes of memories had been disconcerting, to say the least. No, I admitted. Olivia fished her car keys out of her pocket as we caught sight of the sedan. We're going to see if Curtis Hill is stupid enough to hide out at his girlfriend's place. Chapter 10. Whatever Olivia and Tyler had been discussing, it now sent us to Curtain Fields, a large district on the north side of the river. Olivia drove us across Cathedral Bridge, the quickest route to what was essentially the newest part of the main city. If one discounted Winterland, the north side of the city where Winter had established his headquarters. Curtain Fields had been a rural area with fields for pasture and cultivation for a long time, but in the end, the growing population had spread over this fairly flat landscape. As the latticework of the bridge soared past outside the car window, I stared lazily at the buildings on the other side of the river, which now gave way for nothing more than willful weeds pressing their way through crevices in the streets. Olivia followed the instructions of the mechanical voice of a GPS that led us farther east than I had ever been in this part of the city. It was a residential area, though everything was in that direction. About 25 minutes after we left the hospital, she pulled up in a quiet street lined with medium-sized and yellow ochre-colored houses on each side as far as the eye could see. The one she stopped in front of was no different from the rest. It consisted of 2 stories with large windows set symmetrically on each side of a welcoming door that was placed under a little balcony. There was a small front lawn with withered flowers near the walls of the house. Looks dark, I said, my voice dubious as I got out of the car and followed Olivia to the front door. This is Jeff Hill's house, Olivia said. Curtis's dad. Maybe he's hiding out here. That's not strange, is it? Apparently he's no more fond of cops than Evie is. Yes, Olivia rang the doorbell. That seems to be a thing with these folks. I mean, they let him out? He's not wanted or anything? Olivia shook her head and leaned sideways, peering into the narrow window next to the door. No lights that I can see. At least she was sharing information, I thought, as we waited. Granted, I could have seen that for myself, but it was a step forward, I figured. Let's find the girlfriend instead, Olivia said after we'd waited long enough. No one was going to answer that door, whether Curtis was in there or not. And where exactly is she? I asked as I trundled along after her. Olivia had told me her name in the car, but not much more. I had a feeling she didn't know all that much, having known about her for half an hour herself. Tyler said she lived across the street. They're like childhood sweethearts or something, which is good for us. It is? He's more likely to trust her with information, isn't he? Or stay with her. Oh. I had no idea. Then again, I had inherited old Ben's childhood friends. Maybe such bonds grew strong, if not broken, by time and distance. As it turned out, the house right across the street was the wrong one, So was the one next to it on the right-hand side seen from Jeff Hill's house. But unlike the couple in the first house who'd recently moved in, the old lady in the second one was full of information and opinions. "A lady detective," she said, with a broad smile as Olivia introduced us. "You know, that wasn't a thing when I was young. I'm glad those stiff and sour old coots changed their minds with the times." I don't quite know what happened, but the knowledge that Olivia could, in fact, outsour and outstare any old man without burning a calorie made me snort in an attempt not to laugh, and boy was that the wrong reaction. The old lady, Mrs. Mackenzie, looked me over with a disapproval that was tangible. I could see Olivia trying to suppress a smile with pressing her lips together. In my day, no self-respecting gentleman would step outside with an uncombed mop of hair, either. For some inexplicable reason, I put my hand on my head at her comment, and then remembered that I had in fact combed it, but that I didn't care at all how it fell down again after that. "At least your partner knows how to appear respectable," Mrs. Mackenzie added, to make sure the final nail was hammered in properly. At this, Olivia was the one who snorted, still pressing her lips together. This seemed acceptable to the old woman since it came from her. I noticed Mrs. Mackenzie herself was dressed as if she was going outside or expecting company. Her face was made up, the makeup seamlessly added on her lined face. She wore a floral-patterned dress, and her shock-white hair was neatly curled. She had made an effort, no matter how uneventful the day might turn out to be. "The policemen who were here the other day looked smart. Maybe the uniform makes them care more," she added, as an afterthought. "Ben's not a cop," Olivia said, waving that notion off. The old woman nodded, as if this was no surprise. "You saw what happened?" Olivia asked her, instead of her actual questions about Jennifer Wellens, Curtis's girlfriend. "Oh, yes," Mrs. Mackenzie said, clasping her thin hands in front of her. "Hard not to. I heard shouting first, and then saw young Curtis arguing with two policemen in his father's driveway. Such a sad thing that. Jeff wouldn't hurt a fly, and then he attacks the police. I don't understand it." She shook her head, trying to make sense of the confusion. "You've known them long, then?" Olivia asked. "Yes. Bertie and I, we moved into this house, 53 years ago, raised our children here." She sighed and smiled in a dreamy way that made me realize her Bertie was no longer with us. Jeff and his wife, Lucinda, moved in about 25 years ago. Curtis was only a baby then, the only child they ever had. Such a shame. They were a nice family. Lucinda died of ovarian cancer when Curtis was a boy. 10, I think, and— "You have an impressive memory, Mrs. Mackenzie," Olivia broke in during a thinking pause. "Seems we knocked on the right door. What happened when they arrested Curtis?" "I didn't hear what was said. I heard the noise and went over to the window." Mrs. Mackenzie half turned and pointed to said window 3 feet from the front door. "Curtis was resisting them. I don't know that they wanted to arrest him. They seemed more interested in entering the house. I believe he might have been trying to stop them." "Really? You're sure about that?" "No, but at first it seemed like Curtis was pushing them away from the door. When they talked to me afterward, they said I must have been mistaken, because of the wind that blew up at the same time. It was sudden. Garden furniture and anything not bolted down flew everywhere. It was odd, yes, but my eyesight is as good as when I was 20. I might have misunderstood the situation between them, of course, but I know what I saw." I had a distinct feeling Olivia didn't doubt her, nor did I for that matter, especially about the freak weather incident. The old woman looked frail, her body now giving in to time, leaving physical traces of a life long lived. But inside that frailty was a strength and clarity that was not to be argued with. I didn't even want to try. "All right," Olivia went on, "I'm trying to figure out what happened to both Curtis and his dad, and to do that, I need to find Curtis. I haven't seen him since they arrested him. They let him out again. He's not in any trouble. He was lucky we needed the cells for more violent people. But I think he knows something that might help. Do you know a Jennifer Wellens?" "Jenny? Of course I do. She's Deirdre's granddaughter." Olivia smiled. "And Deirdre is?" "My friend. She died last year. lived next door. Olivia indicated the house on our right with a sideways nod. That's right. Jenny inherited it. Such a nice girl. Helps me with my shopping when I need it. Some groceries are a little on the heavy side, you know. They make everything so big now, and I'm not getting any stronger. So she lives there now? Yes. Well, on and off. She's moving her things from her apartment over in Harrow, and with her full-time job, that's best done gradually. The old woman stopped talking a moment and peered at Olivia with narrowed eyes. She's not in any trouble, I hope. Of course not. I'm only hoping she can help me locate Curtis. Well, she should be home if she's not in Harrow. She works as a chef, mostly nights. Olivia thanked her and said goodbye. Mrs. Mackenzie's parting gesture to me was a pointed look at my general lack of trying, and then we walked to the house next door. It was as ochre-colored as the rest of them, an old Fiat parked outside. Despite the daylight, we could see lights turned on through the windows. As we waited for Jennifer Wellens to open the door, Olivia leaned to see past me and gave a short wave to Mrs. Mackenzie. I turned to see her walk inside her own home. Bright one, Olivia said. She'd have made a great cop if she'd been able. A mean one, I commented as the door opened. Olivia snort-laughed and then gathered herself in time to introduce us to a young woman whose eyes instantly narrowed at that information. Police, she said, confusion in her voice. She was in her mid-20s, long brown hair, and dressed in wide sweats and a t-shirt with winged hearts on it. She stood in a hallway crowded with shoes and a horde of brown boxes, some opened and some closed. It's about Curtis Hill, Olivia explained. Your boyfriend? Ms. Wellens sighed. He hasn't done anything wrong. I didn't say he has, but we need to talk to him. Ms. Wellens frowned and stared at us as she pressed her lips together. Then she huffed and stepped back, opening the door in an invitation. Maybe not the warmest, but an invitation nonetheless. Sorry about the mess, she said, voice flat, as she led us past more boxes into a living room, crowded with ever more boxes. I had no problem seeing her filling a large house with her belongings. At the moment, it was still showing the traces of its previous owner. The furniture was different than most people had. More colors, more wood, a lot of brown and orange, knickknacks everywhere, small figurines, vases, and candlesticks. And photos. So many photos. I looked around as Olivia explained our presence. The previous owner, Deirdre, had photos of what appeared to be children and grandchildren. Maybe they weren't all hers, but she had loved and been loved in her life. I could see an old woman, white hair pulled into a bun, in many of them. The older the photos, the younger the woman. Always smiling. As I stepped past a piano, placed by the wall, next to the windows, I got a funny feeling. It felt almost like a tickle at the back of my head. An echo of something. I hadn't attempted this many times, but I stopped and stared down at the floor, focused on the weak sensation and shut out the voices of the two women seated on the couch behind me. The smell of fresh-baked bread came first, such a soothing and tempting smell that. I looked to the side and saw Deirdre come into the living room from the kitchen, which I could see a little of through the opening. She was shaky and walked unsteadily. She wore light blue slacks and a dark red blouse. Her hair looked the same as in the photos, fastened tightly, high on her head in a bun. But she didn't look as sharp as she was dressed. Her eyes darted sideways, her hands flailed. She grabbed her head at times as she waddled slowly toward me. Her mouth contorted in pain and then opened in an unspoken confusion before she fell down right in front of me. I noticed her dazed eyes seeking out the framed photos on top of the piano. I blinked. The sensation in my head evaporated, as did the smell of the bread Deirdre had baked that day. Did your grandmother die of a stroke? I asked Ms. Wellens before I could think. Both she and Olivia stopped talking and turned toward me. Yes, she said, an audible vulnerability in her voice now. Mrs. Mackenzie found her right where you're standing now. I'm sorry. I walked a few steps away. Olivia managed to pull off a puzzled stare through narrowed eyes before she focused on the other woman. I know she was old, Ms. Wellens went on, but I miss her. I spent so much time here when I was a kid. My mom and dad had to work a lot, and Nana lived close to my school anyway. So you've known Curtis your whole life then, Olivia said. Yeah, which is why I know he hasn't done anything wrong. Those cops that arrested him? They accused him of stealing his dad's body? Can you even imagine? They wanted to search the house. They did too, after the arrest. Of course, they didn't find anything. Ugh, the mere thought. Listen, Ms. Wellens, I only want to talk to him about... It's Jenny, she scoffed and leaned back on the couch a moment as her eyes scanned the living room, which was now hers. He's not here. I'm not even sure why you'd think he'd be, considering his dad's murder, the accusations, and the arrest. She has a point, I mumbled, and was rewarded with a quick and annoyed grimace from Olivia. Jenny was right, though, and she knew it. I understand Curtis and his dad both have issues with the police, Olivia began, and then paused to gauge Jenny's reaction. The woman didn't even blink. What she knew about father and son's ability was a secret. But something has happened to a friend of mine, and I think Curtis might know something. Not naming her friend as one of the cops that shot Jeff Hill was a good choice, I thought. You think Curtis has done something to your friend? Do you simply go around accusing people of anything? Jenny's arms crossed and formed a protective shield between the women. I lost track of what they were saying as Olivia attempted to gain some information. I had glanced toward the kitchen, still remembering the pleasant smell of freshly baked bread, when I noticed something by the door leading in there. A small telephone table stood there, a seat built into it. This was such an outdated piece of furniture now, but I had no doubt of what it was due to the phone placed on the small table section of it. Next to it, half covered by bubble wrap from some of Jenny's endless boxes, stood a rectangular little machine with a red blinking light. I'd seen this before, I knew that much. Not in my present state, no. There was no need with the smartphones everyone carried around with them. I racked my brain, trying to remember. I have seen people die everywhere, and in all manner of ways, but I couldn't remember every situation and everyone. But as images of many people's demise flashed before my eyes, echoes fainter than the death of Deirdre, it was inevitable that some had perished using, listening to, or leaving messages on these small machines. No, you don't believe me. I'm sorry, Jenny. I find it hard to believe that your boyfriend wouldn't contact you, especially when he's not even wanted. You know what? Yes, you can check my phone. Here. I tilted my head to the side as I eyed the answering machine. I assumed the fact that I had been drawn to it was because the women on the couch had been talking about Jenny's phone, but also if it was known that Deirdre was dead, who was calling her? A triangle pointing right with the word play above it was a technical code even I could decipher. A mechanical and tone-deaf voice informed me there was one new message. Jenny, it's me. I know it looks bad, but they let me go, not like they... What the hell are you doing? Jenny shouted and got up. Seems he did call, I answered. You're not allowed to do that. Out to get him. I invited you in to try and help, but I didn't allow this. I found that to be a bit of a stretch. She had no plan of helping when she let us inside. She only wanted to give that impression. Calm down, Jenny, Olivia said, as she got up as well. Ben's not a cop. He's a confused amnesiac. Everything that's happened, that... Jenny's eyes widened as they darted back and forth between us. What? Please sit down, Olivia said. You. Love you. Jenny stared at the answering machine as it gave a beep. The same mechanical voice informed us there were no more messages now. Jenny's anger had been whisked away by confusion and the sound of Curtis's voice. She sat down and sank into the soft couch as she exhaled. Seems Curtis is a little paranoid, Olivia said. She remained standing, watching Jenny. Why else would he call your grandmother's landline? I don't know anything. Whatever's happening, it's about Mr. Hill's death. That sounds suspiciously like you know something. Jenny glared up at Olivia a moment, but said nothing to that. She hadn't known about the message. That was certain by her surprise and frustration. Is it true? She asked, and peered around Olivia at me. You don't have any memories? I knew Olivia had said that to confuse her enough to lose track of her anger, but people had a way of getting hung up on it, like it couldn't be real. Maybe no one thought they themselves could be real without the memories of what they had done and who they had shared experiences with throughout their lives. I remembered a lot more now, though, but I doubted much of it made me a real human. Fairly true, yes, I told her, and watched her brow furrow at the thought. Mr. Hill's body was stolen from the morgue, Olivia went on, forcing the conversation back on track. Jenny nodded. It was in the papers. She didn't seem surprised or horrified. Her face was a blank mask now. Oh yes, she knew something. An awful crime. Why aren't you doing more to solve it? Olivia smirked. We are. I'm sure the detectives on the case will knock on your door shortly. She sighed and turned toward the answering machine. Meanwhile, I think we should listen to that message again, don't you? She added over her shoulder to Jenny. Whatever. I interpreted that as a yes and stepped closer to replay the message. No. Olivia stopped me before I had taken 2 steps. With your tech skills, the message will be deleted just by you looking at the machine. I opened my mouth to protest and then shrugged as I thought better of it. I'd already had one screen replaced on my phone. Due to pressing so hard on it, I sent the whole thing flying to the street. It had resulted in a fantastic display of jagged cracks covering everything underneath. Olivia pressed a few buttons to replay the message, and we remained silent and motionless in the room like attentive statues as Curtis's strained voice spoke in a rush. Jenny, it's me. I know it looks bad, but they let me go. Not like they had a case, you know. It's the same with Dad, only I can't prove it. Dad thought someone was out to get him, and I think he's right. It wasn't an accident. You have to believe that. I won't be home for a while after everything that's happened, that is happening. It's not safe. I'll call you. Love you. The following mechanical voice of the answering machine woke us up. Olivia turned to Jenny again. What is happening? She asked. I don't know. I really don't, Jenny said. She was sitting up now, back straight as she fidgeted with her cell phone. He wouldn't tell me anyway. He's protective. Does he need to be? Is it stormy around him often? That got a look all right. Jenny eyed Olivia a moment before she remembered herself. She knew. She knew about Curtis's ability, and likely his father's as well. Did she have one herself? We can help, Olivia began. I swear, we're not here to cause trouble for Curtis. Jenny considered a moment. She stopped fidgeting with her phone as her eyes sought me out. She suspected why I was there, suspected I knew something. In the end, though, me not being a cop didn't help. She went into lockdown mode and gave no help in answering any more questions. It wasn't a complete waste of time, Olivia said a few minutes later as we exited Jenny's house and headed for the car. How so? Well, we know Curtis is invested in Jenny to a degree of contacting her. Do you honestly think he did something to your partner? I asked as we stopped by the car and Olivia got her key out of a pocket. I leaned my elbows on the car roof while looking back at the houses we'd visited. He didn't sound like a dangerous man. They never do. Desperate, maybe. Olivia nodded as the lock in the car clicked open. Desperate people do dangerous things sometimes. But isn't your partner an experienced cop? He's a hell of a cop, capable and able to take care of himself. And stay out of your way? I couldn't help but smile and was rewarded with one over the roof of the car as she opened the door. Yes, and that, come on, even non-self-respecting gentlemen don't leave people waiting. I sighed and opened the door as I glanced toward Mrs. Mackenzie's house. At least it was a step up from Leach. Chapter 11. As one of the boxes toppled off the one it was perched on, spilling the contents of some 20 books, a cloud of dust whirled up and made Rose sneeze. Damn it! She sighed and then sneezed again before she crouched down and began shoving the books back into the box. How had they gotten so dusty anyway? They were Walter's books from law school. Had they become that old? They were both 28. Hardly an age for having gathered this much dust. But as she continued searching through the boxes left untouched from their move into the new house in the suburbs of Northwater, she realized dust gathered with impressive speed. It hadn't been that long since their move, but the brown cardboard boxes attracted the annoying particles as if they were magnetically drawn. She realized they should have cleared them out sooner, but both she and Walter were busy with work, and they'd ended up letting them fill the garage while only getting whatever they needed when they remembered. Like now. She searched through them, looking for one or two specific ones if she remembered correctly. A new box fell down from the top of another one as she tried nudging it enough to see what was written on the one below. It had been put there sideways. To her annoyance, the one that fell spilled out multiple pairs of shoes and revealed that the one below was marked Goodwill. Why on earth was it still standing here? The answer was obvious, and she moved all the shoes back into their box, feeling guilty as she did so. They hadn't had any use for them and might as well give them away as well. She sneezed again, sighed in exasperation, and continued her search. This time, she found a box marked Photos and Stuff. She opened it and moved a few old videotapes and framed pictures out of the way. Underneath lay 4 albums, and she took the top one out, a dark green and thick one. No one made these anymore. Rose had put them together with her dad, and he'd done it only because it had been something they could do together. He had always been the kind of parent to take the pictures, but not one to remember to do something with them afterward. It made her smile to think of as she opened it, and the old memories reached out to her, clear as day in this form. One day, when she and Walter had their own family, she knew she'd make them herself, but she supposed she'd make them digitally, online, and have them printed. It was the least time-consuming way now. She leafed through page after page with her own younger image, cringing and smiling at her straight bangs and loose ponytail, the colorful clothes that didn't necessarily match, the clunky shoes, the constant headphones whether she was listening to music or not, and the cell phone Barbara had given her. It had been huge and clunky too, a perfect murder weapon. They'd all joked she should use the phone to defend herself instead of calling the police. Rose smiled and looked at a photo of Barbara, all smiles and wild blonde hair, as she had her arms around a gangly Rose and an annoyed Peter, as they all, at least, looked into the camera. Most things had been documented: birthdays, vacations, trips here and there on the weekends, the treehouse their dad had built in the backyard. Peter had lost interest the day he got a computer. Rose continued turning the stiff pages, reading the comments she had written and the horribly bad dad jokes that he had added. She chuckled at them now. She appreciated the pictures from the everydays as well, normal things they'd been doing in the house, eating outside, playing soccer in the backyard, or volleyball when her dad would get the net up in spring. And through it all, in most pictures, Ben was there too. It had become a given. She couldn't think of her childhood, her life, really, and not remember him there. They were the same age, had gone to school together for years. They'd actually gone together their first day at school. It had made it less daunting. Both Rose's mom and Barbara, as well as her dad, had never made a big deal of it. She understood that now. They had welcomed this little boy who needed somewhere safe. And so, Rose now looked at this fair-haired kid who smiled and participated in whatever was happening in the pictures. He always had. She'd known from about the age of 10 that this was not always the case, but in the pictures it was. "Rose," she heard Walter's voice from inside the house. "In the garage," she shouted back as she checked her watch. She didn't realize what time it was. Walter and Peter had gotten back already. She heard footsteps coming down the hall that led to the garage. It was a practical thing not to have to bring stuff in from the car in bad weather. Of course, for that to be a thing, they needed to actually get the car inside the garage. "Hey," Walter said as he opened the door and popped his head in. "What are you doing?" "Looking through some stuff. How'd it go?" "No problems?" "None at all, actually. We got the 10 extra seats and it won't cost us anything but snacks." "Snacks? What kind of wedding venue was paid for in snacks?" Walter smiled from ear to ear. It was infectious, despite her confusion. "Yeah, Peter's going to revamp their website for them. It does look old, and we can get the extra space. Peter demanded snacks for the job." "That's wonderful. I should send you two to barter more often." "We brought food as well. Indian." "Oh my, this is too much on a weekday." She laughed. "I'll be right there." As Walter disappeared back into the house, Rose pulled another album out of the box. This one was thinner, square-shaped, and red. Her mother had made this one. It was Rose's baby album. It covered her first 5 years. She'd looked through it numerous times. About halfway through, her parents stopped being in the same photos. Her own short, wild, straight, and black hair made her look like she was always startled. She couldn't help but smile at the sight. And next to the small girl she had been, from around the age of 4, maybe even 3, was a small boy, pudgy like her, but with flaxen hair that was always messy on top. She could remember it always being like that until the age of 14, when he'd started caring what girls thought about his appearance. After that, it had always been short and tidy, neatly trimmed, until now. He didn't seem to care much about such things anymore, not that it mattered. She knew a couple of her friends had started fawning over him, and they seemed to like the new him well enough. Ugh. Rose? She glanced up and saw Peter in the doorway. She hadn't even heard him coming. Hey, Peter, thanks for volunteering for the website work. No worries, food's ready. Yeah, I'll be right there. Are those the family albums? She glanced down at the one in her lap. Yeah, I only felt like looking through them. Peter nodded and turned to leave. Peter? Yeah? Are you concerned about Ben? His eyes squinted a moment. Concerned? Do you think he's okay? Yeah, he said, as he leaned against the doorframe and crossed his arms. Besides not remembering much, sure. Why do you ask? I'm beginning to think you were right, that the best thing is for him to get his memory back, and then we can help him deal with the issues that arise. Peter was silent, which was unlike him. What issues would that be? He finally said. Do you honestly think his fall from Central Bridge was an accident? Peter pressed his lips together and looked away. Then he scratched his dark beard absent-mindedly as he shook his head. No, I don't. No, she echoed, voice barely audible. But I don't think there's anything to be done either, Peter continued. He changed after the fall. I tried helping him to remember, but now I don't think he can remember. There's too much else that's happened to him. Like what? Like... Peter stopped himself. You'll have to ask him about that. I don't think he changed as much as you think. Rose shuddered as she thought of the gun she'd found, the gun she and Ben had argued over. How so? Right now he doesn't remember what it is that's troubling him. That's worse, isn't it? Peter shook his head. That has not been my impression. He really is changed. Rose could see nothing but an earnest belief in her brother's face. She wished she could believe him. She wished she hadn't seen what she saw. But that would be a cop-out. If she didn't know, she couldn't help. What is he even doing these days? She went on. I saw him yesterday, at the hospital. He was there with the detective who wanted to arrest him for murder. What's that about anyway? She had been ready with the rest of the team to receive an overdosing patient, a young man who'd called 911 himself. They all knew what that meant. But he'd been too late asking for help. The paramedics had not been able to resuscitate him. And then she'd turned around and seen him. Ben, alive and well. What he'd been doing there with Detective Jones was beyond Rose, but the sight of him had made her feel both relief and fear. Fear she'd one day see him wheeled into the hospital again. That had been a horrendous day. Oh, Olivia? Peter said. I don't know, somehow they became friends. From what I remember, she didn't like him much. Peter smiled a little at that. She's not the most people-friendly person, but she's developed a tolerance for Ben. I think they recognize something in each other. Are they... She didn't even get the words out properly before Peter began laughing. God, no. He'd annoy her to death unless she killed him first. Sorry I asked. Rose turned a page in the album on her lap. I'm sorry, Rose. Peter choked back the rest of his laughter. All I'm saying is that Ben seems to have come to terms with it. Maybe we should too. Rose looked at Peter again. Although his hair was dark brown, they shared similar colors, and a few features from their father. Most people wouldn't immediately peg them as brother and sister. But they were. and she knew him well enough to realize that he was well on his way to accepting what he was preaching. That left only her. A muffled shout sounded through the house. Peter turned toward it. "Be right there," he yelled back at Walter. "Are you coming?" "Yeah, just give me a moment. There's butter chicken. Then I'll only be a second." Peter nodded and left. Rose sighed and stared down at the album again. A rare picture stuck out at her. A birthday party. That much was obvious as a 5-year-old Ben was sitting with a chocolate cake in front of him. The candles were blown out. The heads of a few kids popped up in front like a thumb usually would in photos, and the smile on Ben's face was as true and happy as only the smile of a child can be. But what struck Rose the most was the woman standing next to him. Dressed in jeans and a white blouse, her fair hair gathered in a messy bun, she was slightly bent as she was about to cut the cake. The knife was already slicing through it. Mrs. Reed had a rare smile on her face, too. She appeared to be laughing. That was not something Rose really remembered. At all. She stared at the photograph a while. Then she grabbed her phone and took a picture of it before closing the album and putting it back in the box with the others. As she stood, she huffed as her legs were stiff from sitting on the floor for so long. Then she sneezed again and swore under her breath. She headed toward the still open door, glad to be out of the dust, to follow Peter as thoughts of their childhood churned through her head. Unlike her brother, she wasn't ready to let it be. Chapter 12. As Olivia came walking back from the food truck, a cheer went up from the crowd gathered on the other side of the street. She half turned and then rolled her eyes in annoyance as she swung back and handed me one of the sandwiches she was carrying. It was warm and stuffed with meatballs, melted cheese, and vegetables. An unfamiliar spicy scent wafted up at me, but I didn't need to recognize it to enjoy it. My stomach rumbled. "Seems we were unlucky with our choice of day and street," Olivia said, as she walked to the front of her parked car. She inspected it for a moment, and then concluded it was clean enough to half sit on and lean against. "At least he doesn't have a microphone," she added. I glanced over at the crowd surrounding the city's mayoral candidate, Strand. I could hardly see the man himself, but I knew what he looked like from TV. Right now, his followers had gathered around him in the tiny La Loya Square, situated in Orville La Loya Street, whoever that was. I never did seem to get the hang of the long and confusing history of the city I now lived in. The mayoral candidate kept shouting over at the small square, attempting to be heard by a sizable crowd he and his staff clearly hadn't expected. A shrill voice, that was not Strand's, sounded before the crowd cheered in response. I winced and raised my free hand to cover my ears before I became aware of the automatic and useless movement. I stared at my hand in surprise. "How does it feel?" Olivia asked. I noticed her watching me, her sandwich forgotten. "How does what feel? Being in a body that's not yours?" She hesitated a little in getting the words out. I supposed it was still hard for her despite her believing it and joking about it. She was serious now, though, as she leaned back on her car, the uneaten sandwich in her hands, her watchful eyes on me. It was a bit of an unexpected question, though, as no one had asked me that before. Of course, she was the only who knew. Well, excepting Winter, that was, but I felt he didn't count. I sighed and leaned against the hood next to her. "It varies. Sometimes I don't think about it. Other times I'm very aware of it, and I feel trapped. Sometimes I do things without thinking, or it's the body reacting to subconscious thoughts, I suppose." She nodded knowingly at that. "Sleeping throws me off every time if I fall asleep without realizing. The confusion when I wake up is not comforting at all." "Don't you dream? I'd find that to be a relief," she volunteered and bit into her sandwich. "If I do, I can't remember it. Sometimes I relive memories from before this, but for the most part, it's just dark. All I ever remembered was a black nothingness between falling asleep and waking up. I had wondered what that was and why it unsettled me so much. Was it because I had never needed to sleep before?" I cleared my throat. "Anyway, some things are very intense, like pain, maybe because I haven't gotten used to it gradually, like the rest of you." And food. It is honestly so good sometimes, especially food containing fat and salt, like this. I held up the sandwich to emphasize. Sex is very enjoyable too, but like food, it has little to do with being inside a body, more what one does with it. Olivia half choked on a piece of her sandwich and coughed as Strand's crowd began cheering again. It made all the people walking in the street stare in startled curiosity and then move along on their errands. Are you all right? I asked Olivia. Did you say sex? Oh, yes. Peter has been scheming, getting me to drink too much. You slept with Peter? No, a couple of Rose's girlfriends. Why, is this important? No, no. She shook her head and spoke quickly before taking a new bite. None of my business. I could feel the frown of confusion on my face. I don't understand. It seems important judging by your weird reaction. Olivia chewed as she thought. I was just wondering what your thing is. Thing? Guys or gals? Feet? Fussy critter costumes? She shrugged, cleared her throat, and bit into the sandwich again. I was about to ask what the latter suggestion was, and then thought better of it. It did make me wonder for a second whether humans were complex creatures or basic ones. I settled on a probable combination of both. How do you... You have no idea of all the different kinds of people I meet in my line of work. She smirked at whatever story she wasn't telling. I ate more of the tasty food in my hands. I suppose that whatever old Ben's thing was is my thing. Will you please stop with that? Olivia said. Sorry, it's not like I can give him another name. I know, it's only that I feel a little sad for him, and it's weird when you say it like that. I shrugged and continued eating. The sandwich had held every promise the smell had been teasing since we got out of the car. This is so good, I said, between chewing. Taco meatball sub. When I saw Sven's food truck earlier, I knew we'd at least get something tasty to eat while we wait for Curtis to show. Do you really think he will? Olivia scanned the street and square as she used her free hand to pull her loose, long hair back and out of the way. Don't know, but he was seen here, and we've got nothing else. That was true. She'd spread the word among cops she knew and trusted, and waited for someone to notice Curtis in the city. Meanwhile, she'd been running around doing her job and then picking me up when she got a tip. This was the second time we were waiting in this area where he'd been seen. The question was whether he was living here with someone, or if he'd simply happened to be here when seen. According to the cop who'd told Olivia about it, he'd been sitting in the little cafe across the street and to the right of the square, nose in his phone the whole time. That made Olivia assume he had been using the Wi-Fi in there. As much as I looked around, though, I didn't see him. I'd seen his photo enough times by now to recognize him, but the physical and animated version didn't show. Strand's crowd began cheering his name and talking became pointless. I looked over there to see him with his arms raised, clapping the rhythm now and then as he smiled and walked around on the low makeshift stage. He'd chosen an excellent day. The sun shone and warmed us all. There was a little traffic, but not much. Most people went on foot in this street, and at the moment, most of them headed toward the food truck behind us, drawn in by the spicy smell that wafted out from the mobile kitchen. It was a better advertisement than any of the signs they had. What's your thing? I asked as the cheers died down and Strand resumed his speech. That's not a polite thing to ask. You asked, I pointed out. Yes, but I'm not polite. True. That made her laugh a little, but it vanished quick enough. I don't have a thing. As Peter would so eloquently say, bull crap. She laughed again, more heartfelt this time. Is this a show me yours and I'll show you mine kind of thing? A what? Oh, Ben, you're so enjoyably innocent sometimes. She took what turned out to be her last bite as she curled the green wrapping paper around the last half of her sandwich. Has it even occurred to you that you sleeping with Rose's friends might not make her more amenable to you? She asked as she chewed around the last piece. Why would that matter? And besides, how would she know? Olivia stifled a laugh and managed to swallow the food as she shook her head. That's adorable. She had me baffled and curious as I didn't understand all the intricacies of human relationships yet, but I did understand one thing. I'm sure I'm exceptionally adorable, but you are definitely steering the attention away from yourself. She pursed her lips sideways a moment and then nodded. Fine, since you're so perceptive all of a sudden. I'm almost not kidding. I haven't been seeing anyone since I lived in New York, and dating in Ashdale has proved disappointing. Why? Too much hassle. What happened there? Why do you shun people? I don't shun people. Oh, yes, you do. I've seen it numerous times. You answer any call or text relating to work, and with everyone else, you put the phone down again without replying. She opened her mouth to protest and then thought better of it. I had seen this, and she knew it. I don't, she mumbled, her brows creased. Then she brightened as she looked back up at me. I don't shun you, do I? No, I agreed, but I only technically count as people, don't I? Okay, she huffed. Her eyes scanned the street as she'd been doing the whole time. There was a shooting. That was bad enough. Then it got worse and worse. I guess you learn who your friends are in such situations. I had a feeling she wouldn't elaborate, so I didn't push it. But something didn't add up. What? Your family broke off all contact with you? She smiled then and glanced down a moment. There was no mirth in that smile, only resignation. I don't have any, Ben. My adopted parents died when I was 8. There was no one else after that. I have no clue who my birth parents were. And that's that. For me, anyway. I looked at her. She didn't know where any of her features came from. Who had passed on her eyes, her hair, maybe some mannerisms? She was mixed race, part Native American. And she didn't know how that had come to be. Who had fallen in love with whom? Or at least been attracted enough to produce a child? Why had she been given up for adoption? But answers to such questions didn't seem like the most important thing to her. She had belonged somewhere at one point before her parents died. Even I had belonged somewhere. Now we were both rootless and trying to hang on. For her, at least, there would be a chance of something more. She was staring back at me, amber eyes open, eyebrows slightly raised. Do you remember who you are? Olivia, look, I interrupted as I noticed a familiar face on the other side of the street. She turned quickly, her head moving from side to side as she scanned the street for any sign of Curtis Hill. It's not Curtis, I said. I had lowered my voice for some reason, which made no sense. The general noise from Strand's crowd drowned out everything I said at a small distance. What am I looking at? She said. There, by the lady in the very green dress. See him? Her silence told me she did. It was a familiar face indeed. A young, serious face with a dented nose and blue eyes. We weren't close enough to see the blue, but I'd met that cold gaze that stared out from the curtains of long dark hair before. Alex had broken into my apartment and tried to kidnap me and kill Peter after all. He was pushing past people in the cheering crowd as he emerged from behind a woman wearing a bright green and knee-length dress. He was talking into a phone and peering down the street. That guy? Olivia said. Elliot something? Elliot Robbins? Maybe. Or Alex. Elliot's the one you arrested. Alex broke into my place. Right. Twins. We both looked down the street and saw the other brother exit a cafe on our side of the street. He was also on the phone. One of them is Alex, and there's a warrant out for his arrest after the attack on you and Peter. Olivia moved around the car, probably to call it in with the radio. I lost track of what she said, though. The twins were preoccupied with something, and it certainly wasn't us. They would have recognized us had they noticed us, but their attention was directed down the street, and as I stood up and strained my neck, I saw the man we'd been looking for. Young, light brown hair, medium height, an alert yet tired face as he glanced back and noticed the twin bearing down on him as he left the crowd. Curtis Hill had just crossed to the side opposite of Olivia and me. He must have come walking toward us or been in one of the eateries on our side. Olivia, look! I crossed the street myself, lucky with the timing of a car that was a few seconds away. What? Wait, Ben! Oh, crap! I heard somewhere behind me as I jogged down the sidewalk on the other side, following the twin I'd seen first. As the two brothers neared each other, when the second one also crossed the street, he hung up and walked on with a purposeful and quick pace. I could see Curtis further up ahead as he glanced back at them. He knew who they were, who they worked for. That much was clear. Their employer seemed to collect people with special abilities to coerce into doing their dirty work. To me, it looked like Curtis Hill had shown up on their radar, which reminded me I had been there. I had felt no threat from the brothers after the botched attempt at kidnapping me, but I didn't need to remind them. Without thinking much of it, which was also the way it worked best, I decided to conceal myself. All I needed was a focused detachment, and I felt the shaded cloak enclose me while I followed them. It didn't make me invisible, but it made it hard to notice me. It didn't take long before Curtis made a run for it. He sprinted down the sidewalk before he turned left in an abrupt motion, arms flailing to keep his balance, and then he disappeared down what had to be an alleyway. The twins didn't hesitate. They ran after him, pushing a hand-holding couple out of their way as they made a beeline for the alley. I followed suit, a little slower, so as not to be noticed by the brothers should they glance back. The angry couple paid me no heed as I went by. I reached the alley a few seconds after the twins and was met with a wall of darkness, the black fog. I stopped abruptly, and an old man veered around me without thinking why he was doing so. I clenched my jaw as I stared at the swirling fog. I knew what it was, an all-consuming darkness controlled by the twins that camouflaged them and rendered anyone else blind. I heard the sound of running behind me and knew Olivia was on her way. We needed to make contact with Curtis, and that wouldn't happen if the twins got a hold of him. I knew what they were capable of, given the chance. The darkness swirled in front of me, but I also heard a soar from within the alley, like a strong wind blowing. Curtis was defending himself. I stepped forward and was immediately blinded. I knew I would be. There was little I could do for Curtis, despite being obscured by my own device. "What the hell?" I heard Olivia say as her steps came to a halt outside the alley. Then the darkness faded, and the narrow alleyway became visible again, first in a gray, waning mist. I saw garbage lying everywhere. Scattered around a green dumpster it had likely been placed in moments ago. Pieces of paper still floated down toward the ground. Something hit me then, and I stumbled forward, startled enough to lose control of my obscuring cover. "What the hell?" Olivia repeated, both angry and surprised, until she saw it was me she had walked into. "Oh," she added, at the realization. "They've gone," I said. There was no point in following them. I knew the fog had given them all a proper head start, and they wouldn't risk being seen using their abilities out in the open. That made them hard to find. I glanced back and saw a middle-aged woman with sunglasses stare into the alley before she shook her head in disbelief and walked on. It was probably easier if she didn't think about what she thought she'd seen. "Yeah," Olivia agreed. Then she furrowed her brows and looked at me. "Smells like tacos in here." I realized I was still holding my sandwich while she had drawn her gun. Guess we have different priorities. I took a bite simply to emphasize it. Olivia scoffed and holstered her weapon. "Come on." She turned on her heel and walked back to the street. "I think this might actually help us." Chapter 13. And pulling that trick. "Do you know how hard you're to keep track of when you're invisible?" Olivia whispered the last word, despite no one being able to hear her in the constant drum of voices around us. "Not invisible, only hard to notice." She ignored my correction. "What the hell were you thinking running after them like that anyway?" she continued as I followed her into the Harrow police station. She led me past the busy and humid reception area and into the bullpen. Desk upon desk revealed busy cops failing to work in silence in the echoing concrete hall. And armed with a sandwich, too. Seriously, The thought of the sandwich reminded me I was thirsty, and I spotted a vending machine near the closest wall. I headed straight for it as I got my wallet out of my jacket pocket. I chose a bottle with still water that tempted my dry throat, and I was promptly given a bottle with fizzy water and lime instead. "What the?" I mumbled as I picked it up and stared in anger at the machine. Then I realized I was too thirsty to care and simply drank from the bottle I had been given. It tasted a little sour or citrusy, but it did the trick at least. "Hey, seriously?" Olivia's voice came behind me. "Just leave me walking and talking," she said, and then eyed the vending machine. "Yeah, good idea." She found some coins in her jean pocket, pressed the same code as me, and was given a damn bottle of still water. "How—" I began, but she didn't notice my indignant bewilderment. "So, I'll pull Elliot's file. I'm sure he'll be easier to find than Curtis, at least when there are two guys that look like him." She trailed off and stopped walking. "What?" I asked, after swallowing a mouthful of water. Did it taste salty? How strange. "You have got to be kidding me." Olivia walked away. I hurried to follow as she stalked through the sea of uniformed and plainclothes cops. I spotted one office with an actual door that I guessed was their boss's, and if there was a system of who sat where in the open space, it was incomprehensible to me. Olivia led me toward two desks that, like many in there, were pushed against each other. A man stood by one of them, bent over it as he looked at something on the desktop screen in front of him. I recognized him, though, had seen his photo a few times during the last days. "Chris," Olivia said. "Chris Spiteri." The man was in his late 30s, dark-haired and with an angular face that looked tired with slightly reddened eyes and unshaved stubble. His dark pants and gray jacket were a little rumpled, and I noted some scrapes on his right knuckles. "Oh, hey, Olivia," he said, as he glanced over his shoulder at her confused greeting. "Oh, hey?" she echoed, though her tone was quite different from his. Spiteri exited the tab he was looking at, a map over Harrow, I thought, before he turned around. "Well, yes. I've been looking all over for you. You haven't answered any of my messages, and, oh yeah, sorry, I've been busy." "No kidding. If you'd adhered to our system, I wouldn't have thought something was wrong." "I'm sorry." He rubbed a hand over his face. "It really has been a lot lately with the shooting, and—" "Yeah, we know. We've been looking for Curtis Hill, trying to find you." His eyes landed on me for the first time at that. His brows creased. "We?" he asked, then added, "Have we met before?" "No," Olivia said. "You've seen his picture. This is Ben." It took a moment longer, and then his eyebrows returned to normal. "Oh, Ben Reed, your murder suspect." "Not anymore," I pointed out. "Okay, well, as you see, I'm fine." Spiteri logged off his computer and turned to leave. "And I need to go." "The hell you do," Olivia said. "We saw the tape, Chris. Curtis Hill might be more dangerous than you think." That made him stop one step on his way away. "What did you say?" "We don't think you know what you're up against." "We?" He looked at me again. "Are you working with people now all of a sudden?" he asked Olivia. "On this? Yes. You have no idea what Curtis Hill can do." "He's after you, isn't he? That's why you haven't been responding. I talked to Dr. Ogden and—" "You did?" Spiteri glanced between us a moment. It seemed the doctor's name carried some weight with this guy. He glanced around then, as if only now realizing where he was. "All right." He nodded, more to himself than us. "Come with me. It's better to talk in the morgue." For some reason, the Ashdale City morgue was a place that made people lower their voices when speaking. I have no idea why. It's not like the dead will complain about noise, is it? But it's the respect, I suppose. The ones who ended up on Dr. Ogden's table usually died in mysterious ways that needed to be demystified. I sauntered over to the door, leading into the morgue itself. Olivia and Spiteri were talking with two detectives that had been leaving the company of Dr. Ogden as we came in. Apparently, they were the ones investigating the theft of Jeff Hill's body. Dr. Ogden was covering up what had to be a body on a slab as I peeked inside through the narrow window in the door. As if she smelled me like a bloodhound, the doctor looked up and right at me. She was covered from head to toe in protective garments, but her large red-rimmed glasses left no mistake. She nodded and gestured for me to come inside. Olivia and Spiteri still kept talking to the others down the hall, so I shrugged and pushed the door open. "Mr. Reed?" Dr. Ogden stepped away from the slab and over to a workstation where she began taking off the outer layers of her gear to put into designated containers. "What can I help you with today?" she said as she took her surgical cap off, leaving her hair plastered flat to her head. She must have known this from experience, though, as she automatically removed her gloves and ran her fingers through it, ruffling it back to life. "We found Detective Spiteri," I said. "They're right outside." She nodded, and didn't strike me as particularly surprised. "What about the young man? Hill?" I shrugged. "We saw him, but he got away before we could talk to him." "Pity." Down to plain light blue scrubs, she headed for the nearest sink to wash her hands. There had been no blood on her discarded sanitary clothes, but it was likely best to pay heed to the presence of bacteria in her line of work. I looked over at the slabs in the large room. 2 of them had someone lying on them, though both were covered. There was a distinct smell in the room. Something chemical, disinfectant probably, and something that was sweetly nauseating. "Do you find them disturbing?" Dr. Ogden asked as she came to stand beside me. "Most people do." I shook my head. "No, they're not there anymore, are they?" "No," she agreed, nodding. "I don't like the smell, though." "Well, we're constructed that way, Mr. Reed. Bad smells kept our ancestors away from spoiled things, which could make them sick." That made sense. I had noticed the grimace on my face when I came near spoiled food, and there had been quite some amounts of food gone bad in the fridge those first couple of weeks after I took over old Ben's body. I'd had no idea what to do with it, and so most of it had turned bad. Walter had not been pleased with such a waste. "Do you get used to it?" I asked Dr. Ogden. She stepped over to the nearest bin and threw the paper she'd been drying her hands with. "Yes, in my profession you do, but that doesn't mean I ever forget it." She glanced around me as the door opened again. "Oh," she added, as Olivia, Spiteri, and 2 other staff from the morgue came inside. "Let's go to my office." Dr. Ogden's office was across the hall from the morgue. It was a spacious room with 2 out of 3 walls covered with bookcases. There were books, binders, and papers from floor to ceiling. In the middle of this stood a large desk also with piles of papers. Other than that, the office, including the small couch area, was fairly tidy. I sat there on the armrest of her little gray couch as the 2 detectives stood before her desk and caught her up to speed. All right, she said as Olivia and Spiteri got to the point of talking over each other. "Let me get this straight. You," she looked at Olivia, "saw Mr. Hill being hunted by 2 men." "Twins," Olivia clarified. "Twins," Dr. Ogden echoed. "They are after him for other reasons than you." "Well, yeah, he's after Chris, so—" Dr. Ogden looked up at the eldest detective. "You should fill her in, both of them," she added, and turned her eyes my way, a look that still lingered a little too long for comfort. Maybe that was why she had asked if I felt at ease around the dead, because my waking up from the dead at Olivia's crime scene that first day sure did intrigue her. Spiteri gave me a half glance over his shoulder before he turned back to the doctor. "Why? Is he one of them?" "One of who?" I asked, and was promptly ignored. "Chris, listen," Olivia said. "Ben and I have had dealings with these kinds of things, that's all." "Explain." She huffed in her annoyed manner, but did as told. "People with, abilities that shouldn't be possible, like Curtis Hill. They can be quite damaging." For the briefest of moments, I saw her wince, likely at the memory of Sophia Bishop and how she'd tried to kill us with her deadly lightning bolts. Spiteri stood still for a moment as he digested her words. Then he looked at Dr. Ogden, who nodded. The 2 of them certainly knew something. A lot more than she had let on the day she and Olivia came to my apartment. Spiteri turned back to me again. "You're the one who everyone thought was dead." I sighed. "Extremely low pulse." I didn't want to elaborate. Didn't see the point either. Olivia kept her face blank. Spiteri scoffed. "Who have you had dealings with?" "Those twins for one," Olivia said. "And someone who's gone now." He didn't ask any follow-up questions to that, merely nodded slowly for a while. "Okay," he began. It wasn't a coincidence that Sanders and I came upon Jeff Hill that night. We were warned about him, what he could do. You said you saw the tape, right? Olivia nodded at this. Well, those meteorologists can kiss my ass. That was Hill through and through. He tried to kill us in that alley. We were lucky one of the bullets hit him. If not, we'd be dead. Why were you warned about him? I asked. And by who? Thought you were a reporter. Spiteri gave a short bark of a laugh. I'm not telling you the name of my informant. You should know that. But what were you warned about? Olivia said, repeating my question. I don't know how, but Jeff Hill could control the air around him, cause winds of destructive strengths. We were told what he was planning to do. And? You saw the damage the grenade man did. We both nodded, the doctor as well. She had likely seen most of the decedents after, what was left of them, at least. Well, think of what can happen if a person doesn't need grenades, or bombs of any kind. They only need to be there. And who's going to pinpoint the source anyway? No one believes things like this is possible. How do you know he'd do something like that? I asked. It was rather extreme. Gil Barber, the grenade man who decided to kill a lot of people, had done it for some twisted reason. The whole city was still trying to bounce back from it. It was constantly in the news. At least it had also come out that the grenade man had begun showing regret, to the point that he had become a danger to himself. These were mostly unconfirmed rumors from the correctional facility he was in, but the mere thought made me smile, because I knew Evie's treatment of him had robbed him of a life lived by feeling any sense of accomplishment. Instead, he now felt and understood the pain he had caused. No, the city did not need anyone else with the capability of the same hurtful actions. We kept him under surveillance a while, Spiteri explained. Costa signed off on this? Olivia asked. She looked shocked, eyes wide. Of course not. Sanders and I did it on our own time. The point is, he was not right in the head. Some of these people can live their whole lives before they snap. Jeff Hill lasted 5 decades. And then there's his son, Dr. Ogden chimed in. Yeah, seems he has the same ability. Must have inherited it. And now that his father's dead, he seems to have decided to follow in his footsteps. Olivia crossed her arms over her chest. So he's out to get you and Sanders? I don't know what he's capable of, Spiteri said. We think he might have had something to do with his father's body disappearing, Dr. Ogden said. She sat still as she paid attention to the detectives, hands folded in front of her on the desk. That was what the police officers that had arrested Curtis had suspected as well. Had they been tipped off by Spiteri? Or Dr. Ogden? How did that body get stolen anyway? I asked. We had to go through several locked doors, sign in, and be escorted down by one of your staff. I was wearing a visitor's badge fastened to the lapel of a gray jacket I'd found in old Ben's closet. We're not sure. Dr. Ogden turned her eyes on me again. The doors up top were forcibly opened. It looked like a battering ram had been used on them. A key card was used here in the basement, but there were some technical glitches, it seems. The orderly who owns the card was caught on camera working upstairs, and he's been ruled out. There are no cameras down here. Why not? Can you imagine the uproar if a video of someone's deceased and loved ones was leaked online? There's a market for such things. I see. The phone in my pocket started vibrating, and I began extracting it. You think Curtis Hill, or someone with an ability of some kind, broke down the doors? I saw both Spiteri and Dr. Ogden nod before I glanced at the screen. It was Rose calling. I was about to hit dismiss when I noticed she'd also sent a few texts before this. Determined not to break the damn screen again, I tried to swipe accept as lightly as I could. That resulted in an online news site appearing before I finally managed to accept the call. So I say we focus on the twins. They want him because of his ability, I heard Olivia argue. Hello? I said into the phone, tuning the voices of the other 3 out. Ben, you need to come to the hospital. What? At first they didn't think it was too bad, but your neighbor, Sophie, she got worse real fast. She's dying, Ben. Chapter 14. Rose could feel the weariness in her feet as she neared the break room. She could wear the orthopedic shoes until the roosters came home, but after hours walking on concrete floors, her feet hurt nonetheless. "Hey guys," she said as she stopped in the doorway. Marcia and Jocelyn looked up from their talk and coffee cups. There was a half-eaten chocolate cake on the table between them. It was Elsbeth's birthday today. It was funny, Rose thought, how they went from one frame of mind to another in this ward, with only moments between. "Mind if I take a break? Elsbeth's manning the desk, and Joe and Nell are seeing to Miss Dunning." "Yeah, sure. Your friend's still in with the others in 423? Rose nodded. No one had left that room since Sophie's condition began deteriorating. They'd actually thought her heart had given out earlier in the day, but somehow she'd kept breathing, her heart pumping erratically. "I'll sit with him a while. You know where to find me." "Sure." Rose walked through the silent corridors and went quietly into the room so as not to disturb anyone. Every chair they'd been able to scrounge up had been brought in there to accommodate those who were there to say goodbye. At least Sophie was a loved person. Rose noted her relatives, but also friends, both men and women of various ages. Her chosen family, Rose figured, but it seemed Sophie had cared for all of them. Rose looked at Ben. He sat on one chair a little outside the general circle surrounding the bed, his back to Mrs. Rutherford, who never seemed to get visitors anymore. Rose grabbed a wobbly three-legged stool by the old woman's bed and put it down next to Ben before she sat down on it, finding her balance and giving a quick nod to Anne-Marie, who was checking the patient's vitals. "You okay?" Rose asked Ben as she felt relief at the eased pressure on the soles of her feet. She could feel her own pulse beating in them. Ben nodded. "Yes, it's been the same a while now." There was a general low murmur of voices in the room, and Rose couldn't hear the patient's shallow breathing, but she'd heard it before. They all knew where this was going. There had been some discussions at the beginning regarding the DNR Sophie had signed a few years back, but in the end her family had decided to honor her wishes. She'd suffered a traumatic brain injury, and it made it unlikely she would ever wake up as well. She'd been in the coma for weeks now, and even if her waking up had happened, she would have struggled with severe brain damage and the after effects of that. She had been shot in the head, after all. The swelling and bleeding had been bad. It always was on a brain. "It sometimes is," she told Ben. "Seems the spirit gives up long before the body does. We're designed to try and survive at all costs." "Makes sense." Ben quieted a moment as he thought about it. "I think Sophie's been struggling with staying or leaving. She certainly had held on for a long time, but it wasn't the injury to her head that would end her life. Even though it was the reason, the cause would be the infection in her body. I'm sorry this happened to her, Ben. It was a horrible misfortune that she walked in the door at that moment." He nodded again, but said nothing. Rose had been horrified when she'd heard about it the next day. Not only had Ben and Peter been in the midst of the chaos in Curie Square, they'd also almost been killed by robbers that broke into Ben's place. And here she and he sat, watching as Sophie now, officially, would be one of their victims. Rose knew one woman had been arrested for it. It had even been her gun. One of the men was dead, and the other one on the run. Rose eyed Ben out of the corner of her eye. He didn't seem all that worried about the last man. She couldn't quite believe he'd bought a gun, probably illegally as well, to protect himself against him. It didn't sit right in her mind. The group of people around Sophie went quiet, leaving the room in a noiseless void a moment. Then they all heard a rasping breath from the bed, followed by a collective sigh. Rose had met Sophie many times when she went to see Ben over the years. She was hard to miss in the stairs and hallways of the apartment building. Bright red clothes and a wide, genuine smile. She had always struck Rose as a little too much, but her friendliness was genuine. "How did you become friends?" she asked Ben. "You weren't before—" She stopped herself from saying accident or something else. If Ben paid attention, he didn't let on. "She sort of invited herself into my life," he began, and Rose thought she saw a flicker of a smile there. Yes, she could well believe Sophie was the kind of person who did that and then stayed afterward. She was, after all, surrounded by more than blood relatives. She helped me trigger a memory. It got me on the track to figure out more. How did she do that? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. But you don't remember anything, Ben. Not much, at least. Rose knew he remembered their nickname for Peter and that her brother hated it. Being called Peter Pan had always been an inside joke among them, due to Peter being younger than them. Other than that, Ben seemed to remember names of people who might help, but neither he nor Peter said much about it anymore. And he remembered places around the city. That was about it. Rose sometimes had the feeling there was much she wasn't being told about this, but she had decided to pick her battles. As long as Ben was alive, she had time to find out. No, but before Sophie helped me, I remembered nothing. I suppose something is better than nothing. I don't know about that, he said, again with this hint of a smile, but I do know that... He stopped talking then and looked up like he expected to see someone, and then toward the bed. Rose heard him take a deep breath as he rubbed the back of his neck in a subconscious motion. What is it? She asked. Is something wrong? He shook his head and looked, not confused exactly, more resigned. She's gone, he said. What? Rose mumbled as the collective quiet fell over the group again. This time it was followed by sobs, as the onlookers realized there were no more breaths to come from Sophie. Ben was still scanning the room with his eyes, but soon sat back, a touch of disappointment as he looked down and his shoulders sagged. I'm so sorry, Ben, Rose said again, and then added, Are you okay? She knew she was repeating herself, but what else was there to say? I suppose it's sad that I'll never see her again. Serious and sobbing faces surrounded the bed now. There was no more talking, only the sounds of shuffling feet and crying. As sad as it was, Rose was again reminded of how lucky she thought Sophie truly was. She had not been alone in life nor in death. Not everyone had that. Rose half turned and glanced at Mrs. Rutherford. She lay still, as if nothing of interest had occurred in the room. Rose had been close to losing Ben 3 times and Peter 2 times over the last few months. She did not want to give up on them, like Mrs. Rutherford's family had her. Maybe it was youth that made her think so straightforward about it. But she didn't care. Some lessons had to survive to old age, like sticking with family. She entwined her arm around his left one and leaned her head against his shoulder. I'm sorry you won't see her again, but I'm glad you knew each other for the time you did. She felt him move slightly and assumed he was nodding. Yes, so am I. Chapter 15. For once, when the cell phone rang, I managed to answer it on the first try, my finger swiping across the screen like I had at least this under control. Yes, I said. I'm sorry to disturb you right now, Olivia said, and by the sound of her voice, she meant it. It's all right. I was standing in the corridor, outside Sophie's room. The lights were brighter there, and the smell of disinfectants stronger as well. A few nurses walked back and forth, but other than that, it was quiet. How is she? Dead. Obviously, it was my imagination, but I thought I could hear the cogwheels whirring in Olivia's head. She would have Esme, the woman who had brought the gun and shot Sophie, for murder now. I'm sorry, Ben, she said instead. Yeah. How are you holding up? The door to Sophie's room opened as Ryan, one of Sophie's nephews, walked out, head bent and shoulders sagging. He noticed his mother further down the hall and headed toward her. I glanced inside the room as the door started closing. There, Sophie still lay on the bed, so pale and still. It wasn't like her at all. That thought struck me as ridiculous. I knew from experience now how much a body influenced what one thought and did, but it wasn't the personality in itself. The lifeless form on the bed was not the same as the vibrant and, frankly speaking, strange woman who'd lived next door to me. That woman had enjoyed life and loved the people she had in it. Maybe that was why she'd been loved in return, because she cared so wholeheartedly and didn't bother with what others thought about her choices. Who wouldn't want to be like that? I sighed and turned away as the door closed with a click. I'm fine. There was a pause. Okay, only checking. What is it? Nothing you need to concern yourself with now. What is it? I repeated. She wouldn't have called if there wasn't something of note. Not on a night like this. Ben, just tell me. I heard her sigh through the phone. It's Chris. I didn't think he'd actually call. Not like he was super happy to have us involved, but... Hang on, I interrupted her as Magda came out through the door. She was the last one to leave. Her puffy red eyes turned to me as the door closed behind her, and I saw the nurses bustling about the bed now. Ben, thank you for being with us. Magda drew my attention away from what was happening inside the room. I'm so sorry this happened to you. Sophie talked about you. She said you're one of the few who actually believed her, who didn't just placate her. I said, ever so eloquent. Magda didn't seem to notice. Thank you. She stepped closer and embraced me. It actually shocked me a moment. I wouldn't have been surprised had she blamed me for it all. The shooting had happened in my home, after all. I looked down at the top of Magda's head, this little woman who, unlike her cousin, had let her gray show. Her long hair was gathered in a bun on the top of her head, which was now currently pressing into my chest. I remembered myself and placed my free hand on her shoulder. Well, I said, after a moment had passed, she was unexpectedly convincing. Magda made a noise that sounded like something between a sob and laughter. She was, wasn't she? She agreed as she extracted herself from me, wiping her eyes. Then she smiled up at me. I'll let you know about the funeral. I nodded and watched her go down the hall to her nephew and sister. Then I remembered the phone in my hand. Still there? I asked. Yeah, Olivia confirmed, but it might be best for you to... What is it? I knew what she was on about. But what awaited me at home was staring into a wall in the company of Mishka. That was not tempting, and I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep either. Chris called. One of the twins has been spotted. He and Sanders went to check it out. They think Curtis Hill is there? Oh, yeah. All right. I needed a distraction from the night's events so far. It didn't matter how inevitable I knew it had been. I had known the moment I had sensed the presence come to take her, and yet I still felt a heaviness inside that wouldn't listen to reason. Come and pick me up. You know where I am. Park Street? I asked, and looked around as I shut the car door. We were in Harrow, but barely. Olivia had picked me up at the hospital and driven us westward toward Harrow. Though I was fairly familiar with the area around my apartment, this was too far away from my boredom-induced nightly wanderings. Yep, Olivia said as she slammed her own door shut and locked the car. The lights on it flashed a moment, signaling her success. It leads down to Fairview Park, or away from it. She shrugged. Either way. LaLawyer Street is that way, right? I asked as I glanced down an empty side street. Yeah, 2 streets over, runs parallel to this one. Seems Curtis really is staying here somewhere. I nodded, and then a massive yawn overtook me. Well, I don't see your colleagues anywhere, I said when I managed to press my jaw back together. So I'm going in there. I pointed at a small deli across the street and started walking. Really? Coffee? Now? I shrugged. Why not? It was late in the evening, sure, but the day had been awful and I suspected the night would not be short. It was already dark outside and fewer people about. We would likely be stuck in this area waiting to see if Detectives Spiteri and Sanders decided to share any information. Olivia followed me inside. There wasn't much to choose from. The main counter with all the fresh food was closed down for the night, leaving mostly hot dogs, candy, and soft drinks. Behind the kid working the register, though, stood a coffee maker with a full pot of coffee. Hey, you haven't seen 2 Cops about, have you? Olivia asked the lanky kid as he poured me a cup. No, I don't think so. They're both late 30s, dark hair, yee-high. She indicated the men's heights with both hands, but the kid was already shaking his head. A long-haired man? I chimed in, as I paid, and enjoyed the roasted scent coming from the cup in my hand. It might not have been fancy, but at least it didn't come from one of those machines that made everything taste like cardboard. The kid pursed his lips at my question. Maybe even 2 of them? Olivia said. Sure, during the last few days. Haven't seen him. I mean, them today, though. We thanked him and made our way outside again. Okay, so Curtis is staying somewhere in this area of the city, and the twins are on to him. I drank from the steaming cup. I knew I had inherited his taste for coffee and the accompanying caffeine addiction, but I wondered vaguely if old Ben had liked temperatures like this in his beverages, or if it was just me. Yeah, but somehow they haven't figured out where he's hiding. Olivia stopped walking. Well, look over there. That's Chris's car. I obligingly did so and saw two cars parked further down the street. One dinged up and bright yellow car, and a sedan behind it that was either light blue or gray. It was hard to tell with only the streetlights illuminating the area. I would have been surprised if Spiteri owned the canary car. They told you they were here, right? Yeah, but Chris stopped answering my texts again, right after I called you. I'm beginning to see why you two work alone. Olivia scoffed, but didn't have much to produce in way of arguing against my point. We walked in silence a while as we made our way toward Laloya Street, figuring that if Spiteri wasn't answering, he either wouldn't or couldn't. There wasn't much to do but keep an eye out for him and Detective Sanders. Or one of the twins, as it turned out, about half an hour after we'd arrived. We were standing under a worn and faded awning of a closed cafe when one of them crossed the street nearer Laloya Square. Hey! Olivia nudged me in the ribs as I stood contemplating buying another coffee. There's Elliot. Or Alex, I said, wincing. Makes my head hurt, Olivia mumbled as she stepped out from under the awning. At least both of them are evil. That makes it easier. What? She stopped for a second and smiled back at me. Evil twin? Really? Nothing? She shook her head and walked on. I guess you'll have to enlighten me, I told her, and noticed that Elliot or Alex crossed through the main thoroughfares back toward Park Street. What's he up to anyway? Depending on which brother we're dealing with, I should arrest him, but I realized I really wanted that. If we were following Alex, well, he hadn't shot Sophie, but he had been a part of her death. I hadn't known her for long, but what I knew about her was that she wouldn't have wanted to risk anyone's life. At the moment, it seemed the only thing hindering Curtis from attacking Spiteri and Sanders, and even more people than that, was that he was being hunted by the twins and their employers. Yeah, well, arresting him won't help in finding Curtis, I believe. Olivia bit her lower lip as she struggled with her indecision, but she nodded quick enough. True, I know your neighbor just passed, but Curtis is still among the living. I think. One thing that I am sure of, I said as we waited a moment to walk through a side street leading back into Park Street, is that if Curtis is out to hurt people like his father planned, then him ending up in the hands of the Yorov organization is not a good thing. I hear you, Olivia said. We saw the twin vanish into the street and walked on ourselves with less of a chance of being spotted. Yorov, the employer of the twins, was known among people with abilities as an organization that exploited them. Evie had been on the run from them when we first met, and they were the reason Alex and his cohorts had broken into my place to try and bring me to their employers as well. That organization made its wealth and power by using any means to further themselves, and that meant using people like Evie, or the twins. I wondered how they'd ended up in their service. According to Evie, the company got their operatives when they were young, but sometimes, if their abilities were special enough, they would settle for grown-ups as well. From what Evie had told me, my impression was that it was harder to alter and indoctrinate adults. There, Olivia said as we entered Park Street again. I looked in the same direction as her and saw the twin begin to cross the street, not far from Olivia's car. Where's he going? We lingered on the other side of the street. Depending on which twin it was, one or both of us would be recognized. Olivia had arrested one, both of them had kept me under surveillance a while, and one had tried to murder Peter in my home. I felt my brows crease as I watched the man approach the little deli. For the first time since waking up on that riverbank in this strange and prison-like vessel of flesh, I felt a wave of deep-seethed anger directed at someone that wasn't Winter. No, Winter was a whole different matter, and it angered me to even think his name. But what I felt as I saw the long-haired man walking on the other side of the street was anger at someone who was a threat to the people around me. Great. Flock mentality. Would these bothersome emotions and instincts ever stop? "Oh no," Olivia whispered. It made me glance at her before I looked back at the twin. A dark-haired woman walked into the narrow alley next to the deli, and the twin strode purposefully after her. "Crap," Olivia added. "Stay behind me." I couldn't have stayed in front of her if I tried considering the speed she set off with. I ran after her and saw her draw her gun as she headed straight for the alley, obviously thinking the young woman in danger from the twin. Was she another gifted person? I barely had time to think the thought before the walls of the alley and the ripe smells of it clamped down around us. Our visibility was weakened immediately as the only light in there came from the streets at either entrance. There was a smell of urine mixed with the smell of rotten food that came from a couple of dumpsters placed up against the walls. We came to a halt as the bleak and limited space became apparent. This place was not to our advantage. "What is it with these people and alleys?" Olivia whispered. "They seem excellent for not being noticed," I said. This, I assumed, upon reflection, was why they always smelled of urine. "There." Olivia nodded ahead, toward two figures that were hard to distinguish. We walked on in silence. There really was no way to stay unseen, for Olivia anyway, but I didn't particularly feel inclined to show that particular skill off to the twin if I didn't have to. They already knew of it, but why let them study it up close? We heard soft murmurs as we approached them. They were speaking in hushed voices, not attentive to us. "Ma'am," Olivia said as we neared them. The two figures looked up at us, clearly not expecting us. We were about midway through the alley at this point, and the weak light from both streets outside made it possible to see them this close. The woman didn't seem distressed. That was my first thought. "Ma'am, step over here, please." She glanced at the twin, and there was something familiar to me in that face. "Ma'am, do as I say. That man is wanted by the police." "Am I?" the twin said. "Which twin are you?" Olivia asked. That made him laugh. Neither he nor the woman seemed the least bit worried, which was worrying in itself. They had a gun pointed at them, after all. "Twin?" the woman said. "Seriously? We're reduced to twins now? Where does that leave me, Elliot?" "Hey!" A shout sounded behind us. Olivia didn't flinch. Instead, she gave me a sideways and half-backward nod, indicating I should check it out. Which I did. And it was confusing as hell. A man came running into the alley. Young, brown hair, medium height, about 25. All these descriptives ran through my head. I'd read them and seen his picture numerous times. Curtis Hill. He didn't look like he was on a killing spree. From what I could see in the gloom of the alley, there was none of the callous, selfish condescension I'd seen in the face of the Grenade Man. No, there was pure fear in that face as he came closer, the soles of his shoes slapping against the cobblestones in there. And behind him, dark hair flowing around an all too familiar face of the man that was chasing Curtis, Alex, and two figures behind him as well, moving a little slower, a little more attentive. This was a trap. Not for us, no, but Olivia and I had managed to end up smack in the middle of it. I turned back and opened my mouth to say something, and noticed the dark-haired woman next to Elliot raise her hand somewhat. It clicked into my head then, her familiar face, her comment about them being twins. "Triplets," I wheezed, because there was no time for anything else. Olivia lowered her gun a fraction as she turned due to the noise behind her. She barely had time to see Curtis skid to a halt, arms waving as he noticed the welcoming party in the alley. By that time, the tendrils of black smoke were already whirling around us, darkening the alley as if an eclipse had suddenly befallen this cramped and smelly space. The last thing I saw before being blinded was the man's mouth form into a no, though no sound escaped him. Instead, a surge of air went past us, and I felt Olivia push into me as she attempted to get both of us out of the way. There wasn't any escape in such close quarters, though. I followed Olivia's lead as we pressed ourselves against the nearest wall, the ragged surface of the concrete rasping at our clothes as things we couldn't see were thrown around us with the intense wind. There was shouting that was barely audible through it all, cries of pain, and what might have been a gunshot. "God damn it!" Olivia shouted, as we stood huddled together, arms raised to protect our heads. Something large smacked into us, but it startled us more than hurt us. "There, get him!" "Alex!" The shouting of the others reached us as fragmented words. See? Shoot he..." I couldn't even discern who said what to get an inkling of what was happening. I heard a scream as someone was thrown against the wall and then fell to the ground. I could feel the small tremors of the impact. "Shoot!" someone yelled again, but no gun was fired. Likely, weapons were thrown around with the storm that soared around our blinded eyes. Something wet hit me, and likely Olivia as well, judging by her loud, "Oh, gross," near me. We both knew the flying debris came from the dumpsters. The wind suddenly felt a little weaker. There was no more tearing at our clothes and hair. "He's getting away!" one of the men shouted. "Indira!" another yelled, and then it stopped completely. We heard heavy footfalls running away from the alley. I felt Olivia move, but held her back. "The fog. At least one of them is maintaining it," I whispered. She didn't say anything, but remained by the wall. I couldn't hear anything but our heightened breathing and felt the heart beat faster in my chest due to the adrenaline rise. Nobody in the alley moved, not even the one keeping the fog active. I knew they could see in the fog themselves, which meant that somehow we were hidden from them at the moment. "Gray," Olivia whispered. I nodded, and then realized she couldn't see me. She was right, though. The fog was thinning, the rolling tendrils becoming more visible as whichever triplet had conjured it now released their hold on it. We saw then that one of the dumpsters shielded us from view from our right. It stood upside down and askew. To our left was the other one, turned sideways and empty. Trash lay strewn on the ground as paper still floated down from above. Behind the other dumpster, we saw Spiteri crouching, trying to see past us, gun ready in his hand. A cracked water bottle lay next to me and Olivia, the fluid at least not being as disgusting as we had thought, though my left and her right arm were soaked. Olivia raised an eyebrow in my direction and then shrugged. She moved forward and peered around the dumpster. Apparently, she didn't see anything, because she got to her feet. The fog was almost gone now, only a light gray mist remaining, almost like the smoke from a fire. But even that can be deceiving and disorienting. I felt it then, as sure as I had numerous times before. The uncanny pressure at the nape of my neck. The tingling sensation, like blood returning to a deprived limb. Someone was going to die. And the only one in harm's way, the only one still blinded and out in the open, was Olivia. I had never been able to pinpoint exactly who, among others, would die when the sensation overtook my senses. But both Spiteri and I were safe. It could only be her, and I knew it before any weapon was drawn or an attack was instigated. There are no close calls that require such a presence. There is only the end. It is inevitable. And yet, I reacted, out of desperation and fear. I couldn't breathe as my heart thundered in my chest. I didn't think. I merely acted. Without the warning, I never would have managed it. But I was moving before the weapon was even raised. I shot out from behind the dumpster and grabbed Olivia by the arms, pulled her down with me, saw her widened eyes as we both fell onto the hard and unforgiving cobblestones while the shot rang out, reverberating between the walls. I have a memory of seeing a spray of broken concrete where the bullet hit the wall behind her. I vaguely remember the pain from hitting the cobblestones with my side. I barely remember Olivia keeping it together, raising her gun and aiming it at whatever triplet I couldn't see, despite the pain she had to feel from landing on her back. What I remember the most is the excruciating pain in my head. I screamed a silent cry of pain that never escaped me. Bolts of pain ran up and down from my neck into my head. It paralyzed me in its raw, inhuman intensity. This agony was not meant to be signaled by such crude nerves as now had the task of communicating it to the feeble human brain that controlled and weakened me. If I'd been able, my cry of pain would have been inhuman as well. "Ben?" I heard running steps nearby. The pain subsided and left an agonizing echo of itself. "I'll get him!" Spiteri shouted our way as he ran past. "Ben!" Olivia persisted as she pushed me off. "Are you all right? Are you hit?" I slapped a hand on the cold ground and began getting up as I shook my head, eyes almost squinted shut. A scream pierced the relative calm of the alley then, high-pitched and shrill. It came from Park Street. Olivia scrambled to get to her feet, and in a haze, I did the same. I didn't know why. I wanted to stay put, but felt the need to go with her and see. The smell of rotten food was even more overwhelming as we made our way through scattered pieces of it strewn everywhere. I found, in my pained confusion, that I could keep up with Olivia, and I followed her without thinking. As we entered Park Street again, she turned left and headed straight for the little deli where a few people had gathered outside the entrance. We could hear desperate shouting from inside. Olivia pushed through the little crowd. You'd think it was magic, the way her badge made them move to let her pass. "I don't know!" a woman screamed into a cell phone as we entered. "He just collapsed." There was a pause as she looked over the counter. 18, 19? "Ma'am?" Olivia asked, still using the badge as a quick identifier. The relief in the woman was obvious, her heavy exhale audible even by the door. She pointed behind the counter and Olivia went over there, as I trailed behind. "No, it wasn't a robbery," the woman said into her phone, less agitated now that Olivia was there. "I told you, he just collapsed." Her words made me halt my steps a moment. The echo of the pain still remained, a dull ache that threatened to rear its head. I could feel my heart beating faster again as I stepped closer. Olivia was already behind the counter, trying to help. I knew who it was before I rounded the corner of the long counter, didn't peek over it before I could see it all. The young and lanky kid who now had his chest repeatedly pushed down as Olivia performed heart compressions on him. Her face was a mask of concentration as she counted under her breath. I heard the woman on the phone as background noise. Everything blurred a moment. Then I blinked hard and looked again. There wasn't a mark on him. Nothing. "Ben!" Olivia's voice reached me through the cacophony of my pulse in my ears, the woman on the phone, and the people gathered by the door. 2930, I need your help." Olivia didn't look up as she spoke. Too deep in concentration now, she pinched the kid's nose with 2 fingers and blew air into his mouth twice, his chest rising each time, but only with her help. I knelt down next to them then, an ache in my stomach and chest. My damn heart refused to calm down, unlike the kid's heart. I put a hand on Olivia's hands as she positioned them to continue with the compressions and shook my head. Her brows barely creased in the unspoken and confused question. "He's gone," I said, my voice not audible to anyone else. I looked down at the already pale young man and shook my head in despair before I met Olivia's eyes again. "I caused this. He wasn't supposed to die." Chapter 16. "Are you sure you need that much?" the woman next to Rose asked, as the barista handed her the bag of pastries and the coffees she'd ordered. "Yep." Ben got a new affinity for food after his memory loss. "Here, let me help you with that." Rose nodded and handed the paper bag over. "Thanks, Mrs. Reed." "You can call me Sheila, you know," Mrs. Reed said, as she hoisted the bag and settled her arm around it. Rose thought for a moment that she might have overdone it. 10 pastries, croissants, donuts, and danishes. Maybe they would have a collective heart attack after all that? "Yes, Mrs. Reed. Oh, sorry. Old habits." "So the amnesia is real?" Mrs. Reed asked. Rose sighed. She had already told her that, and like everyone else, Mrs. Reed didn't quite believe it. Well, she would. "Yes, it's real." "I thought that only happened in soap operas." Rose shrugged. "Yeah, well, so did I." Mrs. Reed grabbed the strap of her purse with her free hand. "But you're a nurse. Surely you've seen—" "Not something like this, no." A surge of people coming in through the door to get their morning coffees forced them to step aside so as not to be trampled by the caffeine-hungry little crowd. They were in the coffee shop near Ben's apartment. Rose hoped he was home. He hadn't responded to her texts, but Mrs. Reed had come in from Charlotte Bay, and Rose didn't want her to waste her time. And she did want to surprise Ben. "Listen," Rose said, "forgetting everything about yourself and your life is not how memory loss works. For Ben to have no sense of the last 28 years is—" "Yes?" "It's unusual." "Unusual?" "According to the doctors, severe trauma caused it. The memory loss is like a defense mechanism to protect him against something that's too difficult." Mrs. Reed nodded and looked down. Her blonde hair fell forward, framing her face. "Jumping off the bridge?" "I think so, yes, and probably what drove him there." Mrs. Reed didn't look up. "I know I didn't say that to blame you for it, Mrs. Reed. I mean, Sheila. You were sick." "Yes, but I should have been there for him." "Yes," Rose agreed, "and my parents were. Sometimes you were as well, and some things are caused by nature. There's always more than one factor in these things." "But I am his mother." Mrs. Reed looked up again and exhaled. She wasn't trying to discuss or defend. She was only stating a fact. "Let's see if that triggers something," Rose said. "I'm sorry we didn't call you when it happened, by the way. But after the way you two left it—" "Don't worry about that," Mrs. Reed interrupted her. "I understand why he did it." Her train of thought trailed off as she noticed something outside on the street. Rose looked the same way and saw Ben walking past the window. That was odd, she thought. He loved the coffee in this place. From what she'd gathered after his fall from the bridge, he never walked past the place without buying some. There were always empty cups from the coffee shop in his apartment. "Let's go," she urged Mrs. Reed. They scrambled to get past the morning rush without dropping their food and coffee. Ben was already ahead of them, but he seemed to be walking aimlessly, despite being so close to home that they had no trouble catching up. It took a few shouts to catch his attention, though. He stopped by the curb, ready to cross to his own building when he turned toward them. Rose's smile died on her lips. He looked like he'd been on an all-night bender, but somehow she didn't think that was the case. Ruffled clothes, scuff marks on the knees of his jeans, and the little she could see of his palms. His face was pale, and he looked gray under the eyes, while his hair looked more untidy than usual. "Wow," she said. "Were you in a tornado or something?" He gave her a puzzled look a moment, before he noticed the stranger next to her. Mrs. Reed smiled nervously, fiddling with her purse strap. Rose could see the look of confusion as Ben peered at her, brows slightly creased. Did he look like he recognized her? "Do I know you?" he asked. The question was curt, unusual for him. He might have been perpetually confused the last few months, but he wasn't rude. "Ben, this is Sheila," Rose said as she smiled with encouragement at her. "Sheila Reed?" Ben shrugged like it meant nothing. Then he looked closer at Sheila. "Reed?" he repeated. "I'm your mother, Ben." Sheila looked at Rose. "It's true then." Rose swallowed down an "I told you so." This really wasn't the time. "Huh." He narrowed his eyes a bit. "That explains why you look familiar, I guess." Rose felt a weight in her stomach at that. So he hadn't recognized her. He'd recognized facial features he saw every day in the mirror. The same blue eyes, slightly slanted, the same cheekbones, and the same coloring. Light blonde hair that was not natural in Sheila anymore, and a shade darker eyebrows. All of it blended with traits from a man Rose and Ben barely had ever met. His father had never been in his life. Sheila glanced at Rose, unsure of what to do. "I know you didn't believe me when I said it," she told her, "but he really doesn't remember." Rose had barely believed it herself those first few days after the accident. No, not an accident. Why did she need to keep reminding herself of that? "Is that what this is about, Rose?" Ben asked. "Because I really don't have the—" "I'm sorry, Ben," Sheila interrupted him. "When Rose called and told me, I wanted to come and see you." "Why?" That took her aback. It startled Rose as well. She knew Ben had eased down on his goal of remembering, but this was more than stepping back a little. Sheila's lined face revealed her feelings, almost forging patterns of emotion in the wrinkles left around her eyes, mouth, and forehead. She uttered, fisting her purse strap so hard Her knuckles turned white and looking to Rose for support. Rose said, "I need to come straight out with you." Ben turned his tired and annoyed eyes on Rose, and she realized then that this was not having the desired effect, nor was it going to. "Ben," Rose said, trying to broker some peace, "you stopped all contact with your mom a few years back." "How many?" he asked as he glanced down both sides of the street. Too many cars for him to cross yet. This was not going well. "What?" He turned back. "How many years ago?" 7, Sheila said. She looked down a moment before meeting her son's eyes again. "So, in college?" he asked. Rose nodded her answer. Ben had gotten a job next to his studies and taken care of himself, not depending on Sheila's unreliable support any longer. "That's a long time." "Yes," Sheila agreed. Her voice was almost a whisper. "Too long." "Why is that?" he asked. "She's been in the program for 5 years now." Rose tried to intervene, but Sheila did say it straight. "I'm an alcoholic, Ben. I have been for all of my adult life. For all of your life, too." Ben scoffed softly. "Why don't we sit down and talk about this?" Rose said, indicating the food and coffee they carried. It seemed so out of place in their hands now. "How about we don't?" Ben said. Something was off with him. Rose couldn't pinpoint it, but he wouldn't normally be this cold. Her breath hitched a moment as she realized. Not even his own mother, no matter how distant she was to him, could trigger any memories in him. It seemed like neither good nor bad memories would ever come to the surface again. And he had bought a gun. He was unprepared for the torments of his own mind, and he wouldn't see the warning signs. "I don't know what your plan was here, Rose, but I really don't want to play." "This isn't a game." "No, it isn't. Just leave it alone." "But Ben—" He interrupted her by raising his hands, palms out toward her. "I'm too tired. Let it be, will you?" He shook his head and pressed his lips together a brief moment. He wasn't finished. "Ben, that Ben is gone forever." Rose was standing with her mouth open, and she never gathered herself enough to speak before he saw the road was clear. Without even a goodbye, he crossed the street before a row of 5 cars soared past them. The smell of the coffees on the little tray she was carrying mixed with the general exhaust in the street. She took deep breaths of it as she watched him walk away on the other side and into the building. Mrs. Reed shifted her feet in uncertainty as she also stared after her son. "He really doesn't remember." "Mrs. Reed," Rose said, trying to get her thoughts in order. "It's not personal. No, dear. You're right about that. It's not personal. I'm used to being met with apprehension, disappointment, and anger from Ben, often in that order. But that was indifference, which is almost worse." Rose heard the older woman's voice break. She barely managed not to cry out there in the busy street. "I'm so sorry, Sheila. I didn't think this would happen. He's not usually like that." "It's all right." "No, it isn't." Granted, Sophie had died last night, but that was no way to treat other people. But still, Rose had ambushed him. She'd wanted to see if the surprise would trigger something. That was stupidity, she realized now as she stood frozen to the street together with a woman she'd had minimal contact with over the last years. Rose had respected that Ben had set boundaries, and she had thought she could overstep now that he didn't remember. "Oh God," she whispered, "he won't remember." "He might not remember me, but he is entitled to being angry with me," Mrs. Reed said. "I have some steps to go through, remember?" Rose's brain clicked back into functioning mode. "Are you going to be okay? I mean, with, triggers and all?" Mrs. Reed smiled weakly and nodded before she patted Rose's arm. "Don't worry about that, dear. I know the schedule of every meeting in Charlotte Bay and a few places in Ashdale and Ashport as well. When I decided to do this, I went all in. That means being able to travel." Rose nodded as she swallowed hard. "Okay." Mrs. Reed went on, "I kept postponing contacting my son. I'm supposed to make amends, but it seemed so overwhelming in this case. That was cowardly of me, I know." "No, don't argue." She held up a hand. It was. I kept postponing it because it's what means most to me. He's what's left. They stood in silence a moment as the city moved around them. Cars went by and people walked past them, talking to each other, on the phone, drinking their coffees. The sun hadn't quite managed to heat the streets yet, but they weren't freezing. "I'm sorry," Rose said. "Don't be. At least I got to see him." "Yeah, but he looked like he'd been at a rave or something." It was a cry or laugh moment, and Mrs. Reed chose the latter in her sadness. "Yes, but at least he's alive." Chapter 17. Guilt. I'd felt it before, and I hadn't liked it then. As I forced my feet to walk up the stairs to my apartment, they felt like lead. That nasty, uncomfortable feeling in the pit of my stomach didn't relent, and I only wanted to forget. But the human brain doesn't work that way. It kept churning it all over in my head. The sight of the dead kid. No one had hit him or shot him. No one had given him any dangerous drugs. His heart hadn't given out due to a heart attack. He hadn't suffered a stroke. Of course he hadn't. He was so young. He had turned out to be a 19-year-old student named Dan who worked part-time in his mother's deli. I didn't know him, had never met him, except to buy coffee that night. That didn't matter, though. I had caused this. I had chosen someone I did know without thinking about consequences, and now a kid I didn't know was dead. It made me feel like crap. For the first time since taking over old Ben's body, I wanted nothing more than sleep. A dark, dreamless sleep that would take this awful experience away for a little while. I took a quick shower, put on a t-shirt and some sweats that were untouched by dumpster contents, and then found the living room too sunny. Moments later, I crept on top of the covers on my bed and was quickly disappointed, learning that wanting to go to sleep and actually doing it was not the same thing. The brain didn't want to shut down. The kid was dead. His mother had screamed as she'd seen him. They'd called her, of course, and she'd come at once. She lived upstairs from the deli. That scream had been nothing like that of the woman who was there when it happened. The mother's scream had come from deep within, raw and agonizing, like she had been killed herself, and I had been the cause of it. I knew that, without a doubt. I forced my eyes shut, refusing to stay awake a moment longer, reveling in the darkness and cool air in the room. If it would only calm my subconscious as well. Rose's face flashed before me, her eyes wide, mouth agape, as I'd rebuffed her attempt to help. I had been so tired of it all. She didn't know any better, did she? I knew that. I knew it if thinking rationally about it. Of course she wanted to help. She didn't know old Ben was dead. That what she saw was a mirror image of the man she'd known her whole life. I wasn't even a proper fetch. What echo that was left of him resided in the body, not the mind. Damn guilt. I could feel it manifesting physically as a tightening in my chest and stomach. It made me clench and unclench muscles, twist in the bed and hold my breath at the worst memories. What kind of evolutionary misstep was this? Sure, I understood the basic need for it, but this was awful. I really didn't like it. "You're on the wrong path, Ben." I heard the memory of Sophie's warning as if she was standing right next to me. "No kidding," I answered, and turned over on my side. But what was I supposed to have done? Let Olivia die? I knew the answer, and I didn't like that either. No matter my choice in that stinking alley, I would have done the wrong thing. And it hadn't been right that the kid's mother had had to experience that she would have to live with it. And it would never be explained either. 19-year-olds didn't drop dead for no reason. But this one had. The face of Sheila Reed intruded on me. She had lost a son, too. Or had he lost her first? Regardless, she didn't know how lost he actually was to her. Maybe that was a blessing? The thoughts confused me, angered me, and mostly left me exhausted with the memories of what I had caused. A weak, artificial light lit up the room now and then. I had put my cell on the nightstand behind me, refusing to look at it. The world could go on its own for a while, since it seemed better equipped at figuring things out than I was. Somehow, though, in this chaotic mindset, I did finally manage to sleep. As usual, it crept up on me and left me utterly confused and creeped out when I awoke sometime later. Confusion and the sense that I shouldn't be bogged down by gravity like this struck me all at once. Then I realized I was in my bedroom, in semi-darkness, lying on the bed. I blinked hard as I closed a hand around the cover under me. Cool and familiar. That was odd. How could something so basic and physical be familiar to me? Ben? I yawned and turned a little. Had I heard something? Hello, Ben? In here, I managed when the fierce yawn relinquished control of my jaw. The door opened moments later, and Olivia appeared in the opening, surrounded by light from outside. She had changed from her dumpster-soiled jeans and leather jacket to clean jeans and leather jacket. She was holding Mishka, absent-mindedly petting his head. I could hear the purring. He didn't mind strangers if they spoiled him. What time is it? I mumbled. 4 in the afternoon. Sorry to wake you. Can I come in? I nodded and then realized she probably couldn't see it clearly. Sure, I added. If I was going to be awake, I appreciated being distracted. Olivia came in and switched the lights on before she closed the door. I winced at the sudden and intense light from overhead, but managed to sit up and lean my back against the headboard as Olivia sat down at the foot of the bed. Mishka shifted his position a little, now that her lap was available, and continued his satisfied purring. We need to talk about the deli, she said. Great. So much for talking about anything else. I'm sorry, she hurried to add, and must have seen the reaction on my face. What happened was a shock. How did you get in here? I asked instead. I know I locked the door. I always did now. After Alex and his friends had attacked Peter and me, it had become a habit. Chris opened it. Her little pause told me what I needed to know about that method. You weren't answering your phone or the door, so... She shrugged and left it at that. I glanced over at the nightstand. A tiny blue light kept blinking, so I grabbed it. Sure enough, there were messages from Rose and missed calls from Olivia. I put it away. You're avoiding the topic, she said. I'm not. I'm a cop, remember? I'm used to interrogations. Is that what this is? She gave a weak scoff at that. Ben, it's been a hell of a day. All that craziness in the alley. The death in the deli. His mom. The report. Chris lost track of that triplet. We haven't heard from Sanders. I mean, at least I can find you, so yeah. I figure it's best to start here, but it's not an interrogation. No. I inhaled and exhaled slowly while I crossed my arms over my chest. I only want to understand, she went on as I said nothing. You said you caused it. Yeah, I admitted. How? What do you mean? You were with me. Yes. No one did anything to him. He just died. Crazy as that sounds. There are even security cameras showing it. Unless they find some toxins in his system, I have no idea what could have caused it. They won't find anything. See, statements like that do not clarify things. They sound like they do, but they don't. I faltered in whatever I was trying to say, probably didn't even know what that was. I rubbed a hand over my face in frustration. Ben, she said, voice serious, claiming my attention, do you remember who you are? I supposed I should be grateful she said you instead of what. For all her jokes about viruses and parasites, she did at least see me as an actual being with a personality. I nodded for a while. Yes. She took over the nodding part as if we were in some weird relay race for the truth. Okay, she added after a while. She set Mishka gently down on the floor, where he proceeded to rub his back and side against her shin, disappointed to be without the attention. Olivia turned toward me and put her hands on the mattress for support. Please tell me you're not... I am not an alien. I can't believe we're still having that conversation. She raised her hands in a placating manner. Okay, no need to get upset. She was trying hard to hide a hint of a smile, though, somehow did make me less agitated. Let's try this from a different angle, she said. Can you tell me what you think happened in the deli? Which I was not inside of at the time? Come on, Ben, I'm here trying, aren't I? Yes, I conceded. You are. Considering how much of a tunnel vision she'd had when we first met, she was remarkably open-minded. Of course, she'd seen too much weirdness to suppress it all now. Step by step, then. She adjusted her position so she didn't have to twist her upper body to see me. What happened in the deli? The kid died. That we agree on. Why did he die? Because of me. How? You were nowhere near him. It's not about that. I could still visualize the sight of Olivia as I'd known what was going to happen in that alley. She had seen nothing, heard nothing. There had been no warning. Okay. How did it happen then? I saved you. Yes, thank you for that. You don't understand. Nope, I don't. I sighed. You were supposed to die. But I didn't. She indicated her own breathing self and added a smile. You don't understand, Olivia. You are supposed to be dead. She opened her mouth to say something and then shut it a moment as she thought about this. Wait. Does this have something to do with those death warnings of yours? Yes, I said, relief apparent in my voice. But they're not warnings as such. If anything, they are statements of facts. They might as well be chiseled in stone. Olivia merely arched an eyebrow at that. It can't be changed. I'm getting a little tired of the hows and whys, but here goes. How so? When someone is set to die, that's what happens. You were supposed to die. You didn't. The kid died instead. He wasn't supposed to, but my meddling caused it. Olivia straightened up a bit and withdrew her hands to her lap as she considered this. Mishka gave up on getting her attention. Instead, he jumped up on the bed, which he was not allowed to, and settled next to her, right within reach, in case she should deign to notice him again. How is that even possible? I shrugged. I know when it's about to happen. I can feel it. I knew before the gun was even aimed at you. So I suppose the question here really is how you know these things. I nodded and then realized from her glare that an answer was required. What I sense when someone's life is at an end is... I pressed my lips together as I thought about how to explain. Yes, she urged. It's a... presence. I suppose that's the best word. A presence? Yes. She stared at me in silence a moment, her large eyes unwavering. Then she dipped her chin. Go on? It's like... Again, I had to pause to think of how to explain. The sensation I felt when it happened was not something I'd had to rationalize to anyone before. I glanced sideways and noticed the phone on the nightstand again. Like tapping into a frequency that can't be heard by the human ear. Olivia opened her mouth as she narrowed her eyes. Huh. It's muddled in this form, like I've lost my hearing. But I recognize it. I'm drawn to it. Olivia ran a hand through her dark hair as she stared down a moment. It's your own kind, isn't it? That's why you recognize these presences as you call them? Reapers. You're one of them? I felt all tension leave me at her words, and I leaned forward, a smile forming on my lips. Yes. She was about to speak again when a pounding fist on the bedroom door sounded, startling us both. Mishka jumped and sprang to the floor where he took cover under the bed. Are you two done screwing or whatever in there? We've got things to deal with. Olivia gasped as she caught her breath. I had forgotten to breathe. It was Spiteri. He was the reason she'd gotten inside the apartment, after all. No, Olivia shouted back as she realized it was only her partner. And if we were doing it, we would not be done already. No! Spiteri chuckled, a rumbling noise that diminished as he moved away from the door. Sorry, Olivia said. I'm sure my whole face looked like a question mark. I work mostly with men. Most of the time you rise above them, other times you stoop to their level. Sometimes both. She pursed her lips sideways as she stared at the wall, considering everything. I felt my pulse slow down from the jump it had made at the noisy interruption. Olivia's eyes swiveled back toward me. So what you're saying is that when you sense this, someone will die? No doubt? Yes, I can't do anything about it. I only know. Well, that's not quite right, is it? Obviously, you can stop it. Not completely. No. I could see her shoulders slump somewhat. It dawned on me then that this didn't affect only the kid and his loved ones. So I'm not supposed to be alive right now? No. I didn't want to lie to her. Damn it, Ben. You can't do anything about it now. I know that. She rubbed the palms of her hands back and forth on her thighs in frustration. He was just a kid, 19. I know. She looked at me again. Didn't say anything as she took it all in. For a long time. At least it felt that way. It came to the point where I wanted to look away before she finally said something. It seems to me that you weren't aware of what you were doing. I understand it now, though. Not everything. Well, I can't quite remember everything. Not enough room. I knocked on the side of my head with my knuckles. There came a huff of a desperate laugh from her. Geez, Ben, I'm supposed to be dead? This is so messed up. Yes. What am I even supposed to do with that? I could only shake my head. I had no answer. Sophie was gone forever. Olivia was still here. And part of me, a part that didn't agree with the guilt-ridden part, was glad they were not both gone. I remained silent as Olivia ran her hands through her hair again. Okay. She shook her head like she was subconsciously contradicting herself. Right now, I think we need to deal with something more substantial. Chris heard from Sanders an hour ago or so. Let's start there. You what? You've been lucky enough to sleep all day. Do you need time to wallow as well? No, distractions are welcome. She nodded and stood. Good. Find some different clothes, will you? Sweats are not suitable. She gave a full smile at that. You need to learn these things now that you're breathing like the rest of us. Mishka came out from under the bed at her movements toward the door. And Ben? Yes? If you ever sense my death again, please don't interfere. She opened the door and left the room with Mishka in tow before I could respond. Chapter 18. There was a sour, almost acid-like smell in the car. It was faint, but it gave me an annoyed feeling as we drove through the city, heading east from Harrow. Maybe it was just the back seat? Olivia and Spiteri didn't seem to notice. I scrutinized my surroundings. Dull brown upholstering, as dull as all their issued cars seemed to be. Something stuck out, though. A stain the size of a fist on the floor behind the driver's seat, washed away and nothing but a shadow now. It raised my suspicions. Did someone throw up in here? I asked, and was rewarded with snorts of laughter by the other two. Lovely. Spiteri took a different route toward Fairview than Olivia would have. I watched in silence as the wide Ashdale River flowed alongside us on our drive, cold, murky, and uncaring. Besides being trapped in the middle of this city, nothing controlled that body of water. Spiteri had chosen a longer, yet less trafficked street, which amounted to the same amount of time. I glimpsed Cathedral Bridge further ahead as Spiteri took a right and drove us into the thick of the Fairview district. Maple Street? Olivia asked as Spiteri navigated the streets in there, finally slowing down in an area we'd visited 2 times before. Maple Street lay between Laloya Street and Park Street. They all ran parallel to each other, and Curtis Hill seemed to be spotted there all the time. I watched as we passed tall buildings. There were steel and stone as far as the eye could see. That's what Sanders said. Spiteri found a parking spot and maneuvered the car into it. He needs backup, so I assume he's found Hill. He's stationary then? What's that got to do with it? I asked. Olivia unfastened her seatbelt and half-turned in the passenger seat. If Curtis Hill was on the move, Sanders' call would have been more urgent. So yes, he's stationary. But he's not someone to approach alone, you know? I nodded. I did know that, having spent about a minute in his man-made storm, the guy could cause significant damage with his ability. I love bringing ride-alongs, don't you? Spiteri said to Olivia with a sigh. You're the one with the weird case, she countered. We know weird. And you're surprisingly like a leech when you want in on something, partner. That made me laugh, a laugh that was strangled in my throat under Olivia's backward glare. A ping from Spiteri's cell saved me from any acidic retort. Sanders, he said. He sees us. Says to come to the bus stop. Spiteri leaned to his left and stared. Yeah, I see it. He hung up and killed the engine. And you, he added to me, his eyes seeking me out in the rearview mirror, you do as we tell you. Understand? Sure, I said, and meant it. Part of this whole thing was their world, after all, but Spiteri's eyes lingered in scrutiny, a scrutiny that reminded me of a curiosity I'd seen before. Like Dr. Ogden, he was probably not buying me knowing about these otherworldly matters because I'd stumbled over them as a reporter. I did not feel inclined to enlighten him. I had been lucky with Olivia. I had known since waking up in the hospital after taking over this body that blabbering about death warnings and the likes could get you in trouble. Okay, let's go, Olivia said as she opened the car door and got out. It drew Spiteri's attention and we both followed suit. The bus stop was not far, and under the shelter we found Detective Sanders, a big guy, about Spiteri's age, dark hair and with a scraggly appearance. He looked like he hadn't slept much lately. Come to think of it, so did the other two. But unlike Sanders, they'd had time to change clothes and eat during the day. He must have been following or looking for Curtis since last night. He greeted us with a gruff sound, nodded, and gave Olivia and me an extra glance that didn't much tell if he was happy to see us or not. I could take a guess, though, and I could understand it about an outsider like me, but Olivia was one of them. Where is he? Spiteri asked. We all stood huddled under the small shelter, so I guessed Curtis was in one of the buildings on the other side of the street. Unless he was on the ground floor, we would be hard to see. Building next to the Silby factory, left side. We all stared in unison. It looked like any other apartment building, faded blue and with darkened windows. It stood next to a gray building that was a little taller. A large sign above the wide front doors said Silby Crispy Rye, and the windows there were equally dark. The building, though, looked pristine from outside and was not abandoned like the blue one. The workers had likely gone home by now, though. Been there long? Hour and a half? Sanders shrugged. I spotted him near the river hours ago. Too many people around, though. He might have hurt someone just to get away. You followed him here? Olivia asked. Sanders shrugged. Have to admit, I was more than a little curious to see where he's been holding up. Yeah, you're not the only one. No need to hang around here, Spiteri said, as a city bus stopped next to us. We lost sight of the buildings a moment as a disgruntled bus driver glared at us for standing there and tricking him. You two. Spiteri pointed at us, not giving the driver a second glance. You take the front. We'll go in the back. I'm sure we can sniff him out. What? Olivia said, as the bus began driving again, the rumbling of the engine drowning out her words. She rolled her eyes and tried again when it was well on its way. We can't do that. That's private property. Why did you bring them again? Sanders asked, sporting an eye roll himself. Olivia scoffed at them both. You know what I... This isn't an ordinary criminal, remember? Spiteri said. His voice was low and restrained as he stared down his partner. Did you forget what I told you about his father's plans? No. And who is going to believe this craziness? Olivia sighed, but didn't flinch from his gaze. I get your point. Do you? Because this guy can harm a lot of people. I understand that, Chris. Then just go in the damn door. No one's going to notice anyway. It wasn't hard seeing that this did not sit well with her. But despite her tightly pressed lips and stiff posture, she gave a curt nod. I followed when they deemed it safe to cross unseen. It was a chance, of course, but they saw no face or movement in any window. That was about as good as that could get. We made a half-circle human wall around Spiteri as he picked the lock for us before he and Sanders continued on toward the narrow passageway between the building and the factory to find their way to the back entrance. Damn it, Olivia mumbled as she yanked open the door and we walked inside. She stepped to the side and studied a small floor plan for the building hanging by the door. A stuffy and dry smell hit us at once, and dust whirled at the motion we made. If I had to make a guess, I'd say the building's been closed down due to mold or something, Olivia said as her nose twitched. But the smell of vomit is okay? She snorted and turned toward me. It's about what you're used to. She drew her gun and began walking. Stay behind me. You keep saying that. Do you want me to shoot you in the back by mistake? Preferably not. We made our way up several stairs. There was an elevator, but it was not in use, nor would we have used it if it was. The building was quiet, the only sound our footsteps, despite our careful movements. Dust and that pungent odor were prevalent wherever we went. No wonder no one lived there. The doors to the apartments were for the most part locked, but a few were open. I followed Olivia without a word as we searched through them. Even I, new as I was to most things, realized the importance of being able to focus and listen in this situation. But nothing of interest happened. We made our way to the top floor in a systematic manner, seeing neither Curtis Hill nor the other two cops. The top floor was dominated by what seemed to be two large apartments. We couldn't get into the one facing Park Street as the door was locked, but the one facing Maple Street, where we'd entered the building, was open. A spacious loft revealed itself as we walked inside. Large windows let waning sunshine inside, and we were again met with the moldy odor and an echo caused by our own footsteps. A few forgotten pieces of furniture had been left behind, but nothing someone could sleep on. There were shelves and benches, some hard chairs, and lots of boxes. Whoever had moved out had not bothered to take everything with them. Maybe the mold had already gotten to it. From what I'd gathered outside, it was a stone building, but most of the interior structure was wood, and something smelly clearly lived in the walls. "Doesn't seem like anyone's been here in a while," Olivia said as she lowered her gun. She didn't holster it, but I figured that meant there was no threat of a sudden storm in there. She didn't speak loudly, though, of course. She never did. The sound of a door closing somewhere downstairs reached us. It made us stop a moment. "They're slow," she said. "What about this?" I noticed something on a nearby and dusty table. It was an empty food container. I picked it up and flinched at the stale smell coming from the scraps of Chinese food in it. Dr. Ogden was right about the human aversion to nasty smells as a survival technique. I put it down again. "Huh." Olivia sidled closer and nodded. "Okay, that's weird. Maybe he doesn't sleep here. Only hangs out here? Who'd want that? This cannot be a healthy place." "It isn't," she agreed as a shout sounded from outside. "What was that?" She whirled around and faced the window, gun raised again. The shouting continued, and we ran to the window to see. "What the hell?" Olivia blurted as we stared down into Maple Street. We were high up, but not so high that we couldn't recognize Detective Sanders where he stood on the sidewalk. People were shying away, but staying close enough to watch, as he had a gun pointed at a younger man who'd raised his hands. "Curtis Hill?" I said in disbelief, though I knew it had to be him. I couldn't see his face all that well from above, but the young, brown-haired man could be no other. He'd been trying to cross the street, but now stood between two parked blue cars, his back to Sanders. The detective shouted orders at him, but we couldn't hear what. It was more than clear, though, as Curtis raised his hands higher and slowly began kneeling down on the ground. And then the blast of a gun sounded, a blow that could be heard even inside the building. It made both Olivia and I jump as we twitched away from the glass only to press against it again to watch. There came screams from the street now as people ran in all directions down there. "Did he just—" I began. "Did he just shoot him?" Olivia managed, mouth open, then, "Oh no." I looked down to see Curtis still standing, his upper body twisted back to see the crumbling body of Detective Sanders as he fell to the ground. "Triplet," Olivia whispered, more to herself than me, but I saw him too. He was standing further to our right, gun in hand, the unmistakable shoulder-length hair giving him away. The chaos of running people gave Curtis the small chance he needed as he crossed the street and ran away, hidden by the surrounding panic. "Stay here," Olivia said as she turned to run. "What? No." I made to follow her. "Don't argue with me. Stay here, Ben." "Olivia, something isn't right here. Listen to me." I reached out for her, but she wouldn't hear it. "Of course something's wrong. That bastard just shot a cop." She shook my hand off, but I was distracted by something else. A small black tendril of smoke, drifting into the room along the dusty floor, the vanguard of something much worse to follow. Olivia, stop. Just stay here. Yes, Ben. A familiar voice came from the stairs. There was laughter in that voice, and not the joyous kind. Olivia froze mid-stride and looked at me. If you play nice, we'll let your friend go. The triplets, I whispered, and looked around frantically for an escape. They're lying. What? They will not spare anyone but their employer's targets. Olivia's eyes widened a moment before she swallowed and nodded. Okay, stay behind me. She made to push me behind her, but that wouldn't work. Listen to me, I said, desperate, as the fog slithered into the large apartment, encircling our feet already. The steps from down the stairs sounded like thunder in my head, and there were 2 sets of them. You have 1 gun. They have 2. You will be blind. They will not. They are not above killing. I can't sense anything yet, but we both know what will happen here. And this time I would not be able to stop them. The fact that I had a gun in my own pocket wouldn't help much either. No need to mention my illegal acquisition to Olivia, when it would be as useless as her own weapon. Olivia made a gesture with her free hand. What could we do? There's no way out of here except up. I nodded and glanced around again, seeing the darkness literally rising around us, a darkness the triplets were not blind in. Only once had I avoided detection inside it. I looked back at Olivia. I have an idea. Please trust me. Olivia exhaled and lowered her gun, realizing the futility in her stand. She nodded and took my proffered hand. Chapter 19. The collective scream of people down in the street wailed outside as I pulled Olivia with me through the open spaces of the abandoned apartment. We can call for help, she said. The triplets will hear us long before anyone comes, I argued as we entered the kitchen. Emergency exit, Olivia said as she noticed a brown wooden door in the wall not far from a silent, open, and empty refrigerator. She tried it and found it opened easily and without a sound. Where does it go? I asked. Up to the roof. It won't help? I saw the fire escape from outside. It stops midway down. I nodded. Leave it open then. They might think we've escaped that way. Ben, one of the long-haired men shouted, there's no point in hiding. The black fog had followed us into the kitchen, and I knew it would soon fill the entire apartment. I glanced around as I sought a solution. With no escape, we only had one chance. The kitchen had the most furniture left. A large table and a couple of chairs, like the ones in the living room, benches and shelves, though only open spaces where the stove and dishwasher had been. My attention fell on the shelves, made of wood, large and homemade. Someone had taken care to make them bespoke to hold whatever the owners had stored there. And there was plenty of space between the shelves. That included below them as well. They must have gone this way. Damn! Olivia said as the voice of the long-haired men's sister could be heard. I could see her contemplating taking a stand behind the refrigerator. It was the only thing in there that could provide any kind of cover. The fog whirled around us, and in seconds I would not be able to see any more. I simply grabbed Olivia and pulled her with me to the floor. What? She began, though at least she didn't struggle. I managed to maneuver myself under the section of shelves closest to the corner of the kitchen wall before reaching out and pulling Olivia in after me, her back to my chest. I couldn't see anything. The fog filled the space around us like a container filling with water, only faster. Well, this is awkward, Olivia whispered as I put my arms around her and slung a leg over hers. Be quiet, I whispered back, hardly making a sound now. I need to focus. The footsteps were coming closer as the 2 siblings walked carefully, likely expecting us to try something. I let my mind clear, didn't allow myself to concentrate on them, simply let go of everything and visualized the shade that would shroud me and conceal me from the human gaze. I hoped it could cover us both. I had no idea if it would even work. It only took a moment, though, for Olivia to utter, "It's so cold," with barely a breath to her words. I felt her whole body tense at whatever sensation she felt at being under the concealing shade. I knew we were surrounded by a film of dark gray shadows, but I couldn't see it now. Everything was pitch black. "My feet are so cold," Olivia uttered. I wouldn't have been able to hear it had I not been so close. She was having some sort of reaction to my ability, but I couldn't focus on that now. I had to keep any emotions in check, observe, and care only afterward. The footsteps entered the kitchen shortly after. I could hear them, of course, but also feel the slight vibrations in the floor. "This is the last room, right?" the woman asked, as sirens broke through the noise from outside. I remembered someone shouting Indira in the alley the night before, and assumed that to be her name. I wondered, without any real concern behind it, which one of them was making the fog. One or both. It didn't matter. It was effective regardless. Olivia and I were rendered completely blind, relying only on my ability to conceal us. But I wasn't invisible. I was hard to notice, and that was a huge difference. Unless they stared right at me and focused on seeing me, they would likely not find us. But the apartment was open and spacious. I had to hope they wouldn't scrutinize every place they could see, and I had to push that hope back until it was only a small nagging sensation in the back of my mind. If I got too emotional, I seemed to lose control of the obscuring shade. "It is," the brother answered. "They're here somewhere." "If the guy can turn invisible, then what's the point of this?" Indira asked. "He still has a body, no? He has to be blind at this point. And besides, that cop shouldn't be hard to spot." Olivia lay perfectly still. Tense, but still. If she was freezing, she wasn't shivering. That was something. The sirens outside came to a halt, but the shouting and screaming did not. I only heard muffled barks added into the mix, probably the police trying to gain some control out there. "Finally," Indira said. I heard footsteps walk past us and stop by the bench on the wall next to the shelves. What the hell was Elliot thinking? "He was doing his job, sis." "He shot a cop," she argued, "and he protected the asset." A short pause followed. Their employers were powerful if they could rely on them helping them out after shooting a policeman in broad daylight. "You realize that with all the witnesses, this puts you in danger as well? You share the same face?" "I am aware," came the dry response of Alex. Alex, who'd been the leader of the attack in my apartment. Sophie was dead because of him. I closed my eyes and focused on breathing steadily and as quiet as I could, concentrated on staying detached. "Added danger, I should say," Indira continued. "They already want you for the break-in at Reed's. We can't all be as stealthy as you, can we?" "Well, then you also know that the boss will not be providing bail money again. I'm surprised he did it for Elliot last time." "Won't be a problem. Let's just get the asset and find our invisible friend as well. Then we can get the hell out of this city." There was another pause and the sound of one of them taking a few steps on the other side of the kitchen. "Emergency exit?" Indira asked. "We must have forced them this way. The cop can't hide like him, so—" "I'll check it out," Indira said. Her footsteps walked right past us before they vanished through the door, and we heard her ascending a set of stairs. "Ugh," she exclaimed. "The mold is visible in here." That left only Alex. I could hear him moving around a little, his heavy boots revealing his presence as long as he didn't stand still. The shouting continued outside in the street. Elliot must have made a run for it, just like Curtis. The space under the shelves was not a comfortable one. My shoulder pressed into the underside of the shelf above me, and my left hip ached from the hard floor and my strained position. Another sensation became more prevalent, though, as a distinct yet weak pressure in my neck made itself known. I blinked hard in confusion, not that it mattered in the darkness. Yes, that was definitely the familiar tingling that spread up to my head, alerting me to the end of someone's life. It felt a little distant, like the volume was turned down. I realized, as sirens again blasted through the street, that Sanders must have passed in the ambulance before it even got on its way. "Ben!" Alex's voice rang through the barren apartment. Then his steps sounded again. He walked toward us, his heavy boots giving off a muted thud with each footfall. I couldn't see for certain, but I knew he'd stopped right in front of us. All he had to do was look down, to focus. "Come on, Ben, I know you're here." I half closed my eyes, focused on my breathing, slow, steady, and inaudible. Evie had said not to go with these people, that their employers were worse than the operatives they sent out. Manipulations, torture, research. The Yorov organization would stop at nothing to exploit people like the triplets. According to Evie, Yorov preferred finding them as children and raising them, if one could call it that, to become loyal tools for their gain. They had done a splendid job with the triplets in that regard. I expected Alex to bend down and see us fully. I tightened my hold on Olivia as I braced myself, trying to stay detached, readying myself to do something. I had no idea what, but I knew we likely had no more than a millisecond, when Alex's steps moved a little to my left. "Come on, Ben. Give up. We won't." His words were spoken to the air. He had no idea we were right next to his feet. He wasn't focusing, because he truly did think I was invisible. Idiot. Well, I wasn't going to change his perception of that. "We stayed away, you know," Alex went on, "because of your cop friend. But now you've meddled in our business." He tisked at that and fell silent. He was probably listening for any sign of us. So they didn't want attention drawn to themselves, but were not above eliminating threats that brought scrutiny when they felt the situation called for it. Like Elliot had with Sanders. They would need their black fog to move freely around the city now. Every cop would be looking for Elliot, and therefore both brothers. The sound of Indira's rapid and descending steps came back into the tense silence. "Nothing," she said as she re-entered the kitchen. "Where the hell did they go then?" "Don't know. Maybe they jumped over to the neighboring building?" Alex snorted. "Do you know how far that is?" "I took a peek, yes. Might work if you're desperate." Alex gave a deep exhale as he thought about this. "Fine. We need to move anyway. They'll be closing the streets as soon as they can quell the panic out there." There was still a cacophony of human noise coming from Maple Street. It wasn't long since the Grenade Man's attacks in Curie Square, and it didn't take much to scare people these days. "This is spinning out of control, Alex," Indira insisted as they began walking away from us. "Indira, you know what happened to the last crew," she said. "We happened to them." "Exactly. How long before we're replaced?" The echo of their steps and voices sounded off the walls and faded as they moved further away, as did the fog. From one moment to the next I could discern swirls of dark gray in the blackness that twisted and turned, taking over more and more. The gray faded into lighter tendrils as well until the kitchen looked like it was full of light gray smoke. Then it finally vanished, and daylight once again made it possible to see in there. For the first time since hiding under the shelf, Olivia made a slight movement, but something didn't sit right with me. I held on to her, tapping my index finger on her shoulder in a silent signal. The seconds ticked away. It must have been a minute or two, but it felt like hours. Then we could hear it. The subdued thuds of Alex's heavy boots in the living room as he was finally convinced we weren't there. This time I believed the sound faded because he left. He was right, after all. They needed to move quickly to have any chance at avoiding the police presence outside. I let the obscuring cover fade then and let go of Olivia, who inhaled deeply and rolled away from me over onto her stomach where she remained. "Are you okay?" I whispered, just in case. I had to push her away from the shelf to ease myself out from the cramped space. She didn't respond, merely lay there. "Olivia?" I managed to turn her around right as she began shivering. The sudden contact with the regular room temperature must have started off some sort of a reaction. Her usual bronzed complexion was all too pale, and her teeth began chattering. I grabbed her free hand as I noticed she still held her gun. "You're ice cold." She uttered, through the uncontrollable dance her teeth was performing. She had to clench her jaw together to say anything. "It's so cold. I could feel it spreading." Sorry, I had no idea. Can you walk? She gave me a look that told me two things. She was not permanently harmed, and I was an idiot for asking such a stupid question. She did, however, need help. Together, we got her upright, but as she leaned against me, she shivered so badly I feared she might shoot me in the foot with her gun. I gently took the weapon from her, to a half-uttered protest that didn't sound like a real word, and managed to reholster the thing while holding her. What was that? I have no answer for that. We need to go. Olivia tried saying something, but ended up pointing at the emergency exit instead. Wait it out. Up there. Right. Don't want to meet the triplets on the stairs. Sanders didn't make it, I added, as we found our way up the stairs. Indira had not been exaggerating. Thick, dark patches of mold stuck out from cracks in the old wooden staircase and the walls. The pungent smell was worse here, and I was glad the weak light from the kitchen below didn't let us see more than we could. This was not a place to be for anyone who relied on using their lungs. Olivia didn't say anything, and I couldn't see her face as she looked down. As we reached the roof, the noise from Maple Street grew louder. The sky was starting to turn pink in the west as the sun was beginning its slow descent. The smell of mold-free air was a relief. I closed the door behind us and shoved a crate filled with some heavy sandbags in front of it. It wouldn't hold forever, but I deemed it best to at least try something. When I turned, Olivia was busy doing some clumsy squats, arms out for balance. Trying to get warm, she explained at my unspoken question, and continued. I went over to the edge of the roof and looked down into the narrow passageway between the building and the factory next door. There was nothing happening down there. To my left, I could see Park Street, and to my right, I saw Maple Street, a reflection of red and blue lights on the walls a little way in. There were people running back and forth out there as well. I didn't think much more than 15 minutes had passed since Elliot had pulled the trigger. That's weird, I heard Olivia utter behind me. I turned to see that she had stopped her warm-up and was now staring at a stack of wooden planks as she made small jumps, clasping her arms around herself, rubbing her upper arms. What is? I asked, and walked closer. What are these for? I shrugged. Building something? The exterior of the building is stone and concrete. The interior is wood and plaster. Besides, if you want to use these to build something, you would cover them to protect them against rain. So you're a carpenter now? It's only common sense, Popsicle Man. Yeah, but... Wait, what? Do I look like I'm steaming in a sauna? She did not. She was still pale, and she couldn't stop the shivering. But at least she was standing and walking on her own, albeit with some jittery movements. Wouldn't that make you the popsicle? She was about to say something, and then raised her index finger instead. I'm too cold for this. Now, the planks. Yes? I dutifully looked at them. 5 or 6 in a stack next to the little structure that covered the emergency exit. They were about 10 or 11 feet long, a foot wide, and a couple of inches thick. They seemed sturdy, I guess. Yeah, she agreed, and then glanced around. Yeah, she repeated. She walked over to the roof's edge and looked down as well. I followed her, hoping her ability to explain hadn't frozen under the concealing shade. How come you're not cold? She asked instead. Don't know. That's never happened to me. Huh. Maybe because it's part of you? She shrugged, like it didn't matter if we didn't know the answer. Thank you, though. Sure. Instead of looking down, Olivia considered the roof of the factory. What if Sanders was only half right? About what? She indicated the next door roof with a sideways nod. What if Curtis uses this building as a way in there? I turned back toward the door behind us a moment. Sanders had seen him go in here. We'd found leftover food. If Curtis was hiding here, it might be a good idea not to use the front door of the building he was actually hiding in. Alex was right, though, I said as I turned back. How so? Too far to jump, right? The buildings were about the same height. The factory might have been a foot or so higher, but the space between was the real challenge here. How far is it across? And whatever speed you build up, the barrier would stop you. I knocked on the waist-high barrier in front of us to make my point. 10 feet or more. Fire trucks need to be able to pass through. Well, there you have it. Not necessarily. Olivia said, and then made a brrr noise as she shook from the cold. Sorry, residual shivers. No, you might not need to jump. How? Oh, the planks? That's my guess. You mean they're placed here for Curtis? Yes. She smiled a smile that became disconcerting due to the teeth that still chattered away. I looked at the planks, then at the factory roof, before my eyes sought out the ground down in the passageway. That's gonna hurt, I muttered, and turned to get one of the wooden planks that somehow didn't look all that sturdy any longer. Hey! Olivia's voice came behind me. At least you're not shivering as if you've been on a 3-day bender. Chapter 20. I stared at the plank with serious doubt. It lay poised between the roofs, a slight incline when walking over to the factory. One at a time, I said. I'm with you there, Olivia agreed. We're not going to get any help soon anyway, and who knows where the tuplets, what are they called when there's only 2 of them present? Anyway, let's see if we can find Curtis. Wouldn't your colleagues over there find it suspicious having people crossing between buildings like this? I mean, it's right next to the shooting of one of their own. Yes, they would. So don't be seen. I'll go first. Why? Why should I not? I don't know, I shrugged. Oh my God. Olivia smiled again, and this time her teeth kept calm. She was beginning to get some color back in her cheeks as well. You are adorably clueless, aren't you? Somehow I think that throwing an adorable in there doesn't diminish the clueless part. In this case, it does. She patted my cheek. Her fingers still felt cold, but they were not the sheet of ice they'd felt like downstairs. Okay, she added, and stepped up on the barrier. Wait, I said. No, you can go. No warnings? I shook my head. This was not going to kill her. She looked down and to the sides and then simply went on her way. The plank had been chosen for this purpose. There was some tension in the wood, and some buoyancy as well, as she bobbed up and down a little. She looked like she focused on the roof next door and walked fairly fast, arms to the sides, her posture straight, though there was no stiffness in her movements. I exhaled when she stepped onto the barrier next door and then hopped down on the roof. She waved for me to come over, which I did. I followed her method and walked at a steady speed when I saw that no one was paying any attention to the passageway. The police were probably trying to get some sort of control over the witnesses out in Maple Street. The plank held my weight, and I felt the slight buoyancy myself as I kept my eyes on the roof and Olivia. I came to the realization that I did not suffer from fear of heights, but that didn't mean a fall couldn't kill me. I drew another sigh of relief as I stepped onto the barrier as well. You know, Olivia began as she looked up at me, a mischievous smile on her lips. It dawned on me that the drop is too far to survive, but if you didn't sense either of us dying, then we would have survived a fall to become vegetables. I swallowed and jumped down from the barrier, the safe surface of the roof beneath my feet. Do you know what I appreciate about you? There must be so many things, but in this particular case, no. That you waited to say that until now. She snorted as we both began pulling the plank onto the roof. There was a stack of them on that side as well. This had been set up for Curtis to move back and forth with ease. As the end of our little makeshift bridge came over the barrier, something down in the passageway drew my eye. Wait, I said as the plank landed next to our feet. What? I began and then pointed, because if I was right, what did it matter? Is that... Olivia peered over the edge and inhaled sharply. That damn shadowy smoke. There was a black fog there, but much more concentrated than I'd seen it before. It looked like shadows in the passageway, shadows that moved a little and were big enough to conceal a couple of people. They were pitch black and contrasting to the real shadows that the waning sun still caused. Olivia stepped away from the barrier and drew her gun. We need to get the hell out of here. I was not one to argue. I had no doubt they'd seen us. And yet again, we were trapped inside a building. Hopefully, the factory had a more functioning emergency escape route in there. We barged in through an open door that led down to a messy attic. There was old furniture and old advertisement material everywhere. All of it showed crisp bread in every form imaginable, and there aren't many. Wafers and whole ones, old-timey women making them. The newer ones showed healthy young people eating them, pearly whites and sportswear in many of them. We walked through this old and new world of sales posters and pamphlets toward a door at the opposite end of the attic. "Here," Olivia said, as she grabbed hold of my arm and led me between the ads to a small open space. I stared down at a sleeping bag, some food and snacks, water bottles, a few pieces of clothing, and a tablet with a screen that was cracked in the bottom right corner. "Curtis sleeps here." I shook my head at the realization. That was sad, and desperate, too. Why is he still here? Bastards threatening to kill people with that wind thing of his, and you're looking for reason? Her comment made me realize that I was. It was why I had agreed to help her in the first place. I wanted to talk to Curtis, learn something about people like him. Sure, if some of them turned out to be helpful in settling things with Winter, then that would be a bonus. But I still wanted to know more about them. "At least we know where to find him now," Olivia said. We left his sleeping spot untouched and continued moving through the building. The upper floors consisted of offices. It was a small factory, but the production and sale of crisp bread that had been going on for decades still seemed to do well. It was presented as a more healthy alternative to bread, and honestly, after walking through endless hallways with all those photos, I began to feel hungry. It didn't help when we entered the production part of the factory and were met with various machines and the residual smell of baked bread. It still lingered in the air like a fragrance designed to torture a hungry stomach. An arm across said stomach stopped me as Olivia had heard something. There were distant clanging sounds from somewhere in the building. The noise from Maple Street was muted in the factory. The building had probably been modified to shut the noise of the machines inside, but it worked both ways. "It's them, isn't it?" Olivia whispered. I nodded. The triplets had to have seen us cross from one building to the other. We began walking again, trying to keep from making any noise. We came down one corridor decorated with old framed posters on the walls when we suddenly heard a sound behind us. We froze again, standing between old images of steam-driven and modern engine-driven barges on what had to be the Ashdale River. Boxes of crisp bread carrying the Silby name were being loaded onto every one. Another sound came from the other end of the corridor. Olivia looked back and forth and then indicated which way to run with a nod. There was no way of knowing which was better or worse. We had to chance it. At least there was no black fog blinding us yet. Our shoes smacked down on the floor, noise that resounded through the corridor as we ran, but there was nothing for it now. Large panes of glass instead of walls opened up to our left, providing a view down to the production hall as we rounded a corner. I had to jump to the side to avoid running straight into Olivia, who stopped abruptly, with a cry of shock. "What?" My jumbled mind managed as I noticed her raising her gun. It took me an extra heartbeat to notice the man standing right in front of her. Curtis Hill. He looked as shocked as Olivia as their widened eyes met. Unlike her, he also looked more beat down with crumpled clothes, a sheen of sweat on his forehead, and red, tired eyes. He stood with his hand on the banister, his right foot still on the penultimate step of a flight of stairs we needed to descend. "What?" he began, his eyes moving to me and back to Olivia and her gun. "Haven't I seen—" Then his eyes lowered to the badge on Olivia's belt. Her raised arms and subsequently raised jacket did nothing to hide it, and it might as well have glistened in the sun for the reaction it caused in Curtis. His eyes turned from widened shock to narrowed aversion and disgust in a mere millisecond. Before any of us could react, he waved a hand in front of him. We were inside a building, a closed building, and yet a gust of wind came from our left, as if it had blown straight through the large window panes next to us. He might have been aiming for Olivia's gun, but we were both caught in his compressed microstorm. I was slammed into the wall next to me, the impact making me gasp as the wind was knocked out of me. I barely managed to stay on my feet as pain soared through me, and I heard Olivia's gun clattering to the floor. She didn't hesitate, though. She didn't even care about the gun. As she staggered sideways from her encounter with the wall, she stumbled some more and then lunged at Curtis, revealing her impact not to have been too debilitating. He raised his hand again, but she swatted it away before he could summon any air current and sent a fist, her knuckles bent at the second joints, straight for the man's throat. Curtis's eyes bulged as his mouth opened. He gasped for breath as Olivia didn't allow him time to fall on his own. Instead, she twisted and kicked him sideways in his thigh, causing him to jerk and fall. Not backward and down the stairs, thankfully. His knee hit the edge of the top step, and I could see the agony in his eyes. He was not able to attack anymore, but Olivia wasn't done. Pent up with adrenaline and survival instinct, she moved with her last kick and twisted again as she raised her right arm to hit. I stepped forward and grabbed her around her waist as I pulled her back. "What the hell?" she shouted. Well, shouting for her is when the rest of us merely raise our voices. She twisted in my arms as I stepped backward, but at least she didn't send an elbow back to strike me. "Stop," I said. "Look at him." She did, and I let her go. Curtis had crumbled on the top of the stairs, striving to breathe. Olivia glared at me and then stepped over to her gun and picked it up, aiming it at Curtis. "We only want to talk to you," I said. He didn't look up, but I saw him stiffen a moment. He didn't believe me. "Sanders is dead because of this guy," Olivia said, her eyes dark and mere slits. "Elliot did that." I stepped closer to the stairs, and the poor wretch who was desperately trying to draw a lungful of air in. "Listen, Curtis, we only want to ask you something." The slam of a door somewhere behind me made me turn in time to see Spiteri sprinting down the corridor toward us. I turned back just in time to see Curtis's widened eyes at the sight. Whatever air he'd managed to breathe must have been enough, because he pushed himself up and bolted back down the stairs on shaky legs, using both hands to steady himself on the railing. "What the hell are you standing there for?" Spiteri shouted at Olivia and me, but before we managed to gather our thoughts, he pushed past us and ran down the stairs after Curtis. We barely glanced at each other before we followed. Our steps sounded like thunder as we both ran and jumped down the stairs. The stairs wound down past several floors before we reached ground level, and all the way Curtis ran like his life depended on it, lack of oxygen and all. "This way," Olivia said, as the large doors we'd seen from outside in Maple Street were as closed as before. I followed her through another corridor that led to the back of the building and glimpsed Spiteri further ahead before he vanished around a corner. We reached the back entrance in time to see the door about to slam shut and pushed through it, the light of Park Street thankfully not blinding us this late in the day. There were people and cars about, though, and we lost a couple of seconds scanning the street for the two men. "Here!" I shouted as I noticed the top of Spiteri's head bobbing up and down between people further down to my right. Olivia simply nodded and ran. People got out of the way as Curtis and Spiteri had already pushed at them. A few had even landed on the ground from being shoved out of the way. Curtis's speed amazed me after Olivia's counterattack. The man had to be scared out of his wits and desperate to no end. I saw them take a sharp left further up. The piercing blast of a car horn sounded as they crossed the street without looking. As Olivia and I reached the spot where they'd veered off to the side, we saw no more. The screeching blare of a large black car caught us off guard as it swung up on the sidewalk and skidded to a halt in front of us, blocking our way. Chapter 21. My first instinct was to stare out into the street. Had Curtis or Spiteri been hit? Had a collision caused the other cars out there to crash or swerve to avoid it? No, no such thing had happened. There was honking and braking, people shouting through open windows after the two men, but no one had been forced out of the street. Olivia and I stood still a moment, hearts racing as we stared at the car. A black town car with a driver in the front. The other windows were tinted black. "What the hell?" Olivia inhaled deeply. We were both winded from the frantic run and full of adrenaline from the near miss of the car. She raised her gun again and pointed at the driver, giving him a nod that told him to get out. I glanced around and noticed people were shying away from us, crossing to the other side of the street, though with more care than Curtis and Spiteri had. The door on the car's right-hand side opened, and Olivia pointed her gun in that direction as the driver made no move to get out. I braced myself for the sight of the damn triplets. They seemed to show up everywhere. Why not in a fancy car with a driver? But no, they wouldn't have had time for that, nor was it their style. Instead of a head of dark hair emerging, it was soft, long, and wavy auburn, gathered in a low ponytail. As Evie Moon's face rose above the car door, my pulse did a double take of relief. No more triplets, I hoped. Then I noticed the stern look on her familiar face. She pressed her lips together at the sight of the gun pointed in her direction. "Evie!" Olivia blurted and lowered the weapon. They hadn't met since the night Evie had escaped the triplets and their cohorts with a broken hand. Olivia was the one who'd driven Evie to get help. Evie eased herself around the car door and stepped closer to us. She wore a black jacket with a dark flowery tunic underneath that reached her mid-thigh over dark blue jeans. "Listen, I know this will sound urgent and out of the blue, but you need to step away from Curtis Hill." "What the what?" Olivia blurted. I gaped like a fish on land. "You heard me, right?" Evie said. "This is only some weird surprised reaction?" We stared at her in unison. "Wait," I said, attempting to gather my thoughts. "You're here because of Curtis Hill?" Evie nodded and walked all the way over to us. "I am, and that's why I'm asking you to stay away from him." "Asking?" Olivia repeated, with disbelief in her voice. "You almost hit us with your car." Evie suppressed a smile at that. Of course not. Billy would never hit a pedestrian by accident. Her comment made me glance at the middle-aged man in the driver's seat. He was checking his cell phone now while he waited. Something told me Billy the driver could hit or not hit anything he was told to. "And I am asking, by the way," Evie added. Olivia and I glanced at each other in silent agreement. This was not what it seemed, and frankly speaking, neither of us was sure what it looked like. "Have you been following us?" I asked. "I told you we have eyes on you, Ben." She gave a small smile at that, a smile of resignation. "You do?" Olivia asked. "Why? And why didn't you tell me?" She added to me. "Forgot about it," I said. It was true, for the most part. At least I hadn't thought they'd interfere in anything that didn't have something to do with Winter. Of course, I did have some reasons of my own to talk to Curtis Hill. Did they know that? "Forgot?" Olivia said, as if people watching you was not something to forget easily. She seemed to regret asking as she closed her eyes and drew a deep breath. "Never mind. What is going on? We need to find my partner and Curtis Hill." "I strongly suggest you stray from that path," Evie said. "Why?" I asked this time. "Oh dear," Olivia joined me. "You sound like you've worked for a corporation for too long already." That made Evie laugh. "Maybe," she conceded, "but you guys know what my job is about. Will you please trust me?" That shut us both up. My first instinct was to say yes, but I did not trust her employer one bit. "Your silence is overwhelmingly warming," Evie said. Then she looked around. "There was a police shooting 1 street over not half an hour ago. We should get away from here before the whole neighborhood is closed down." "How do you know?" I asked as Olivia holstered her gun. There was no need to draw any more attention from people in the street. "Police scanner, I'm sure," Olivia said. "Fine. We can't promise anything, but we'll listen." "We will?" I asked, not because Evie's request had been preposterous, but because Olivia was taking a break from running after a man who was involved, however innocently, in another cop's murder. Evie smiled at her and nodded her thanks. "Great. Get in the car." She stepped in front of me before I could take one step. "Only one thing." She put her hand in front of me, palm up. "Do you have the gun?" I blinked. Then I stared behind her at the car. I could feel my lips pressing together as a suspicious thought occurred to me. "Gun?" Olivia snorted. "Ben's not armed." She stared between Evie and me, and then grabbed my arm as I took a step toward the car. "What is she talking about?" she demanded as I turned toward her with impatience. "Ben bought a gun to shoot Ward Winter with," Evie said. It came out so matter-of-factly I had to look at her. Her face didn't follow up on her tone, though. She still seemed confused and sad at this fact. "What?" came Olivia's controlled voice. She was angry, her go-to reaction if she couldn't think of any better. "What?" I echoed in resigned frustration. "Don't you go all, 'what?' on me, Ben Reed. Damn you, why do you have a gun?" she asked, even though Evie had just told her. "Where did you even get it?" Somehow, none of this had gone the way I had expected. Curtis and Spiteri were probably across the river by now, even though they'd run in the other direction. I desperately wanted to see inside the car that stood spewing exhaust next to us, and the two women were staring expectantly at me, demanding answers, though for different reasons. Why hadn't I taken over the body of a centenarian in a wheelchair? At least then, no one would have expected or bothered with anything I said or did. "Barefoot Joe," I told Olivia. "What?" She slapped my shoulder. "Barefoot Joe? Are you insane? God damn it, I should never tell you anything ever again." "Do the two of you need a moment?" Evie asked. "It's not like we're in a hurry or anything." She looked like she was suppressing a smile again. Come to think of it, it was likely laughter. "Actually, yes we do." Olivia pulled me with her. I followed willingly as she was walking back along the car, though with a little distance to it. Evie did the same, and she stopped next to the half-open door. She did, however, not block our view. Inside the car, through the open door, we both saw Ward Winter seated, speaking on a cell phone. I saw him glance sideways, but he didn't react any further to our presence. Did I have the gun? Oh yes, I did, and I itched to use it. What the hell is going on? I blinked and looked down at Olivia. "Well," was all I had time to say. "A gun, Ben? What's the matter with you? You're trying to kill him? I thought you wanted to talk to him." I sighed. I did. Now I don't. That's not an answer. He needs to die. He's supposed to. Olivia gaped at me and then shook her head. "So was I, according to you. Are you going to shoot me as well?" "No," I exclaimed, horrified that she'd even asked such a thing. "It's not the same thing." "Isn't it?" "No." "Explain." "I can't. You'll just have to trust me. It's not the same thing." "Not good enough." Well, it is as good as it's going to get. Olivia crossed her arms over her chest. Her downright glare faded, and then she glanced over at Evie, who was looking at her wristwatch. She was right. We needed to leave. I could already see an increased police presence in Park Street. Not that they were after us, but we needed to. What did we need to? We had been trying to get to Curtis Hill, and in an instant my priorities had changed. Now I wanted to fulfill my true purpose. To end the incessant recurrence of Ward Winter's spirit. Are you really going to shoot her boss? In front of her? That's a specifically strange thing to ask. Olivia smiled, though her arms remained crossed. No, it's not. I sighed and obligingly glanced over at Evie a moment. Was I going to kill Winter in front of her? I hadn't thought that far. But no, I knew in that instant that I didn't want that. Nor did I want Olivia to see it. To be honest, I didn't truly want to do it. I knew that to be as true as the sun rising each day. But it didn't matter what I wanted. What mattered was that I was right. That I had come here for a reason. Taken over this body to do what I couldn't in my true form. And no, I did not want Evie to see that. "Let's just listen to what they have to say," Olivia went on as she saw my resolve weaken. "And keep to a truce for now." "Fine." And then she did as Evie and extended her hand, palm up. I sighed, probably a little more dramatically than I intended, but I took the gun from my jacket pocket and gave it to her. She quickly checked it and then tucked it in her waistline by the small of her back. She arched her eyebrows at Evie, who nodded her approval. Apparently, they all but decided for me. We approached the car, and I saw Winter pause his call as he looked at Evie, his index finger raised as if to pause the whole world around him. As Evie nodded, he did as well, and continued his phone call while we all climbed into the car, allowing for Billy the driver to take us away. Chapter 22. Connecting with the physical body of old Ben had let me experience a plethora of emotions and sensations in the time I'd been in Ashdale. It varied from the simplest jolt of excitement at food to anger and annoyance at not getting it. There was contentment at being around people I had made connections with, and annoyance and frustration when surrounded by strangers on a street on a too warm day. I'd felt pride and a sense of accomplishment when I'd done something right, or something for others. Uncomfortable feelings, such as guilt, had also made themselves known, though I didn't much care for that. Being chastised and called out when I sputtered nonsense was something I cared even less for, even when I knew I was in the wrong. Especially then. I guess that's where pride comes in. And I suffered from that like anyone else. Some pride is inherently necessary and good. Too much makes you step on others and disregard them. Yes, I understood how such negative and uncomfortable things as guilt and shame were evolutionary necessities for people to temper each other and get along like the flock animals they are. That didn't mean I had to like it. Which I didn't. What I experienced those minutes in the big car as it wound its way westward was new, though. Being new to human behaviors and reactions made me realize a little slower than the others, but I had ample time to get it nonetheless. Awkwardness. There was an unpleasant atmosphere in the car. No one wanted to look at each other, and no one said anything, except Winter for the first minute, though he wasn't speaking to us. Yes, let me see what I can find out. There was a pause as he listened to someone on the other end, the car's engine the only sound that could be heard. I don't know, Frank. I'll see what I can do. Can't promise more than that. He ended the call and the silence became tangible. Everyone looked in all directions, self-conscious as seating positions were corrected and thumbs twiddled. No one wanted to be the first to bring any of the unpleasantness into the open, or rather, into the cramped space we were in. Even I shuffled my feet, bumping them into Olivia's. We were seated opposite each other while Evie and Winter sat in the back seat facing forward. This unusual arrangement seemed to accommodate meeting purposes. There was even a small table that could be extended from behind the driver and between Olivia and me. The driver himself was cut off from us by a tinted partition. I sighed and saw Olivia open her mouth like she couldn't stand the silence any longer, but she closed it and shook her head at the absurdity. We all knew where we stood. I wanted Winter to die like he was supposed to. Olivia didn't trust him. Winter wanted me gone. Evie was my friend, but she worked for Winter. Frankly, the only ones who got along in there were the women, which was probably why Evie directed her question at Olivia. Why are you hunting Curtis Hill? Her voice cut through the unwanted silence, making me exhale at the relief of something other than the embarrassing silence drawing attention. Hunting? Olivia said, confusion marring her soft voice. You were chasing him, weren't you? Olivia pursed her lips a moment as she considered this. We're looking for him. There's a difference. We only want to talk to him, I added, and glanced at Evie. My gaze swept by Winter, though, meeting his cold stare. He was keeping an eye on me, that was certain. I wondered briefly if he thought I'd try and strangle him then and there. I wouldn't have much of a chance with two others there to prevent that, though, and I didn't suspect he thought me that insane. If he did, I would not be in this car, which I still didn't quite understand. Why are you after him? I asked, before Evie could question anything about what Olivia and I wanted with Curtis. Evie smiled with her lips pressed together. You know I'm not after anyone, Ben. You should know that very well. As I said, shame is not something I like very much. She was right. I knew all too well that she would not hunt anyone the way she had been hunted and imprisoned herself when we met. The back of my neck felt warm. You can't deny that you're invested, though, Olivia said. Or else, Billy here, she indicated the driver to her left with a thumb, wouldn't have missed us on purpose. True, Evie conceded with a smile. There's been a request on Mr. Hill's behalf. I met Olivia's eyes a moment. We both knew what Evie did for Winter. She had gotten Sophia Bishop's old job, part of it at least. The part that revolved around people with certain abilities. A request? Evie nodded. He needs help. You know who's after him. He can't stay here any longer. He must have finally decided to leave his girlfriend then, Olivia said, giving me a glance. We'd both heard his message to her. He'd hoped things would calm down. They hadn't. Quite the opposite, in fact. We're not sure of that, Evie said. Why, didn't he contact you? Evie was about to answer, but Olivia turned to Winter. That's why you're here, isn't it? Someone called you. Someone important, I bet. She had a point. From what I'd gathered, Evie took orders from him, but she worked alone for the most part. Winter's eyes turned from cold to blank as he focused on Olivia. I'd rather say someone with a little clout. Olivia snorted like there was no difference to her. A ripple of confusion made the blue eyes watching her crinkle. It contrasted with the immaculate, dark gray suit and blue tie. He must have come straight from the office. Why is your partner after Mr. Hill? Winter asked. Oh, so you don't know everything? Olivia mocked. Do you? She sighed as she made her damning eye roll. I had been on the other side of that numerous times. It was effective. You're the ones who stopped us and picked us up. Why don't you try sharing information instead of only obtaining what we know? There was silence again as Evie and Winter looked sideways at each other. Oh, they knew something about Curtis Hill all right. Something they were not interested in sharing. You know what? Olivia glanced out the window to orient herself and then banged on the partition between us and Billy. Screw this. Ben, let's go. She was already up and reaching for the door as the car slowed down. I did try to comply, but the damn safety belt wouldn't release me as she opened the door and left. In that moment, I noticed two things. Winter running his fingers through his sandy-colored hair in obvious frustration before unbuckling and going out after her. Then the idiotic red button allowed me to be set free. We really are trying to help him, Evie said. She was still seated to my left. I know you are. Your boss, though? I'm not so sure. Evie unbuckled her own seatbelt and scooted to the edge of her seat. She leaned forward toward me. I don't know why you hate him so much, Ben, but you strike me as a level-headed guy. Whatever your reasons are, he has his own for doing certain things too, and they have nothing to do with you. I understand that, I conceded. I did. But the mere sight of the man brought back the furious anger I'd felt that first time when I had realized how he cheated death, how he avoided all that I stood for. It wasn't right. Evie exhaled and nodded as she sat back a moment. Then she glanced out through the open car door. Come on. She moved to exit the vehicle. We're near the station, and I don't think the detective wants to be driven any further. I followed her out of the car, a pleasant floral scent leading the way. She was right about Olivia. She and Winter stood a few yards away from the car, talking together. Though their voices were low, their gestures suggested no calm. From what I could tell, Winter looked like he was trying to reason with her, and she looked only more annoyed. I glanced around and realized where we were. A back alley for sure, but a small sign high up on the beige brick wall told me the back entrance to the city morgue was to my right, past the arguing detective and the existential aberration in a suit. That meant the police station was on the other side. They'd driven us back there, far away from Curtis Hill and everyone chasing him. You really want us to stay out of this, don't you? I asked Evie. She crossed her arms over her chest and gave a light shrug. Yes. I wasn't lying when I said we only want to talk to him. Are you sure she's entirely on board with that? Evie nodded toward the other two. I was certain. Then my certainty wavered a little. Why would you say that? A cop was killed. From what I heard, it was Detective Spiteri's friend. I leaned against the side of the car and watched her. You are well informed. That's my job now. Do you like it? I don't know why I asked. It was the first time I had done so. I had been so suspicious of her boss that I had never even thought to ask before. The smile on her face gave me the answer before she uttered it. It made her eyes crinkle, the last light of the day reflecting in them. I do. I always wanted a job where I could be of use to people. To help, to give back. She shrugged again. I didn't become a social worker, and somehow I did. Just for other people, and in a different way. A sense of pride and accomplishment. Such a good feeling. She had a purpose, didn't she? I knew how that felt. But somehow I envied hers a little at that moment. Anyway, she went on, what do you think they're arguing about? As she uttered the words, Winter flung an arm in my general direction without sparing me a glance. I'm no expert, I said, but I'd say he's telling her not to trust me. Evie laughed, a short and easy laugh. I will not bet against you. Ha, she added, hiding a smile behind her hand. I think she told him to go do something unpleasant to himself. I have no trouble believing that, I said, as Olivia indicated I should get my ass over there, while Winter stomped away from her, back toward the car. Time for the prisoner of war exchange, Evie said. I hastily said goodbye and went in the opposite direction of Winter, his cold and alert stare on me as we passed each other. He's hiding something, Olivia told me through gritted teeth as I reached her. Yes, I simply said. This was not news. I mean, he's hiding something about this mess regarding Curtis Hill. Who isn't? I said. There were so many people following him, we would soon fill a parade. Olivia sighed and turned her back to the others as she got her cell phone out. Let's just get back to the station. I'll see if I can get a hold of Chris and... Her words faded to the background for me as I noticed a shape moving toward the black car. I instantly recognized the man as his dark hair billowed around his head. He moved fast and with intent straight for Winter and Evie. How did they do it? The triplets seemed to be everywhere, especially the brothers. I still couldn't tell them apart, but whichever it was, he was armed. Gun pointed at the ground as he ran. How had he found us? He couldn't have. He must have followed us, probably had a car near the factory, must have recognized one or more of us by the back door. And he sprinted from a side alley into the large open space we were in. The back of the morgue allowed for trucks to load and unload. The space provided no cover, but the long-haired man wasn't after that. Evie and Winter were busy talking as they moved to the open car door to get back in. They didn't notice the threat until it was too late. I wasn't sure if the lone triplet was after her or Winter, but Evie was closest, and he grabbed her around her neck and viciously drew her back and away from Winter, whose instinct was to try and pull her back, his face a grimace of surprise. Evie was dragged more than anything those few steps as she lost her balance, the lone triplet holding her up as he put his gun to her head. It instantly made Winter hold up his hands, palms out, so as to placate the madman. But I couldn't. I could feel all breath leave me. I couldn't draw any either. Saw Evie struggle against her captor as panic ruled her. When she realized she had a gun to her head, she stilled. But she didn't give in. At the same time, I realized that I sensed nothing. No one was in any mortal danger. There was no warning. No sensation of any presence. None of my kind there in that open back alley. Only me. When Evie reacted, so did I. I saw her reach back and touch the man's face as she focused on her ability, not the man's hold on her. A flash of long-forgotten memories crossed my mind. I saw long-forgotten visions of people handling guns, screaming as they were fired too near their heads, crumbling as they were hit. I barely blinked as that knowledge of gun use filled my brain. I put my left arm around Olivia's head and pulled her close as I drew her gun from the holster under her jacket. The lone triplet shouted in a screeching panic as he realized what Evie had just done. Her ability was torture to anyone with a smidgen of a bad conscience. I pulled Olivia's head close to my chest and covered her free ear with my arm as the lone triplet lost control of Evie. She pushed back at him and made him stumble. I saw her reach out to Winter, who pulled her toward him, and then the gun in my hand went off. It sounded like a loud pop between the buildings. There wasn't much of an echo. The long-haired man staggered backward a moment. The panic on his face was replaced with a look of confusion, and then he simply fell down, crumbled as his legs wouldn't carry him anymore. I barely glimpsed the dark little wound in the man's side before he lay on the ground. I drew breath so hard it stung my lungs. Then I felt Olivia twist out of my grip before the gun was taken from my hand. I saw Winter's shocked face when he noticed what had actually happened. and I saw Evie, hand flat below her throat, as she looked down at the long-haired man, shocked and relieved to be all right. Loose strands of her hair floated around her face, her ponytail loosened, but that was all. I exhaled in pure relief and then realized what I had done. Chapter 23. Did I mention guilt? Of course I did. There's no rhyme or reason to it. At least not always. For the most part, it's there when you have something to feel guilty about. Sometimes it rears its ugly head when you feel bad about something that might not even be your fault, or something you don't have any control over. But it'll be there, though, in the back of your mind, gnawing incessantly and drawing your attention away from anything else. It was my fault. I had shot the man. Had done it without hesitation. He'd threatened Evie with a gun to her head. I had no doubt I'd done the right thing. And yet, there was something that felt inherently wrong about it all. I had resorted to violence before, and it hadn't troubled me like this. Then again, it had not been of this magnitude either. I stared down at my hands in my lap. For some reason, I kept clenching and unclenching my fists. The swift actions of Olivia and Winter were the reason I found myself sitting on a hard plastic chair in Dr. Ogden's morgue. We'd all stood motionless for a moment, taking in the sight of the lifeless body on the ground. Then Winter had snapped into action, telling us all to help get the man into the morgue, assuming there had to be a doctor in there. Olivia had had the wherewithal to call Dr. Ogden, who'd been waiting at the back door, as we all helped carry the man inside. Somehow I got the sense that Winter only wanted to avoid being seen with a gunshot victim, more than actually help the man who'd threatened his employee. Lucky for him, for all of us, there was little blood coming from the wound in the lone triplet's side. The bullet had pierced his skin and entered by the rib cage, missing any bones. I knew that because the doctor, after chastising us for bringing her a live patient, had informed us of this while she worked to save the bastard's life. Yes, I might have felt guilty for shooting him. That did not mean I liked him. The man and his siblings were dangerous, ruthless, and fiercely loyal to their employer. An employer who sat in safety across the Atlantic, giving orders to their operatives. The guilt flared up again. What kind of person would this man have been if he and his siblings hadn't been controlled by the Yorov Corporation? I shook my head at my own sympathies, however small they were. It had to be old Ben's body. Before this whole ordeal, I had been indifferent, neither sympathetic nor unsympathetic. I looked down at my hands again, flesh covering bone and nerves, the mere wonder of the opposing thumb and index finger. I had chosen this. But it seemed I was not as neutral as I had thought. I suppose it's not beneficial for the species to go around hurting other members of it. That fundamental aversion did not discriminate even if the recipient of the violence was a threat. I sighed as Evie sat down on the vacant chair next to me. I felt the warm comfort of her hand between my shoulder blades. "Are you all right?" I shrugged. "I think so." "No!" Dr. Ogden's voice cut through the large and echoing morgue. "Hold it like this." I didn't see what they were doing, but Winter moved his hands and the doctor didn't correct him again, which meant he must have followed her order to her specification. The doctor had allowed a microsecond of surprise at seeing the head of the largest company in the city help carry a wounded man inside her morgue before turning her attention to what was urgent. Somehow, Winter and Olivia had ended up assisting Dr. Ogden in trying to save the triplet's life. Neither of them were squeamish. Winter had blood on his white shirt. Olivia had avoided that by being the one to hand the doctor her instruments. The smell of disinfectant permeated any smell of either blood or decomposition now. The doctor's usual patients were safely stored in their cold chambers, lined in the wall to our right, like they were all entombed in each their temporary metal crypts. "I wanted to say thanks," Evie continued, her voice lowered for fear of disturbing the others. "Yeah. Remember that, if you're troubled about this." I nodded, soothed by her hand stroking up and down between my shoulder blades. Her hand felt warm and comforting. It was such a contrast to anything happening around me. The lone triplet might suffer long-term injuries, but he'd held a gun to Evie's head. What if he'd shot her? That kind of damage had killed Sophie. It had been slow, but certain. "He'll live to threaten people another day," I said with confidence. I would know, wouldn't I? Except in this case, I didn't. "Check his pulse for me, dearie," Dr. Ogden told Olivia, who dutifully placed her fingers at the side of the man's neck. "I'm having trouble stopping this bleeding." Those words were the last ones I heard of the operation as I got to my feet in a daze. I remember seeing there was a lot of blood on the doctor, the patient, and the slab, a lot more than there had been when we brought him in. And then the world spun around me in a fog of pain and colors that blurred together. I vaguely saw Evie at my side, her lips moving, but no sound reached my ears. There was a pressure at the nape of my neck like I'd never felt before, and it exploded into my head. I know my vocal cords and mouth formed the words, "He's dead." I could feel it, but I didn't hear it myself. The pain blinded me, and I lost all sense of control. I felt a jolt of pain in my knees, and then in my right shoulder and side, but my head roared in agony. It felt like every little cell burst in there, and I screamed. Felt my mouth open, but knew instinctively that no sound came out. A silent scream of pure torment that did not belong in this place. Bolts of pain shot back and forth inside my head at the death on the table nearby. Something had gone horribly wrong. This was not how it was supposed to be. As I came to, my whole body hurt from the strained muscles that had resisted the inhuman agony. "Ben? Ben?" A voice came nearby. "What's wrong with his eyes?" Another voice, familiar and comforting, usually. "Never mind that," the first voice said. "Ben?" I recognized Olivia's voice then as she grabbed my shoulders and shook me. I blinked and looked up at her and Evie. Then I winced as the echo of the pain resounded in my head. "He died," I whispered. It was all the volume I could muster. I realized I was lying on the floor, the fluorescent lights from above not helping with the pain. Olivia halfway turned, and I noticed Dr. Ogden and Winter standing back a little as they watched this display of confusion with calm interest. That's all I can say to describe it. Dr. Ogden did avert her eyes a moment, though, to nod a confirmation at Olivia. The man on her slab was indeed dead. "There was too much bleeding inside," Olivia said as she turned back to me. "Do you suffer from epileptic seizures?" Dr. Ogden asked and stepped closer. "Or something else that causes convulsions?" "This isn't medical," Olivia said as I pushed myself into a seated position. Everything hurt. Not as much as a few seconds ago, but the residual pain was more than enough to maintain the shock. Just like in the alley last night. I felt my mouth open. "What?" Olivia asked. "It's like the alley. You're not making any sense." "You were supposed to die," I said, feeling a rasp of my voice come back as I grabbed hold of Olivia's arm. "What?" Winter blurted. Olivia's large eyes narrowed in confusion. "Yes, but you saved me." "What?" Winter repeated, the outrage more urgent this time. Olivia ignored him. Instead, she cast a brief glance back at the dead man. "This is different, isn't it?" "I don't know," I admitted, after a pause that felt like it went on far too long. They were all staring at me. "Something's wrong," I added. I knew that for certain, the receding thudding in my head a reminder of that. "He wasn't supposed to die." Olivia, seated on her knees next to me, suddenly seemed small as she looked around at the other three. Like me, I was sure she couldn't forget the store clerk named Dan, who died in her stead. I held my breath as I feared it happening all over again. And then a sound startled all of us. A collective gasp sounded in the large, cold hall we were in as a soft thump disturbed our confusion. As a single entity, every face turned toward the dead man. He was pale and lifeless. No movement to be seen. "He is dead," Dr. Ogden said, though even she had turned to look. The thumping noise came again. "What the hell?" Olivia said. In silent agreement, she, Evie, and I got to our feet. Finding that I could stand was a relief, though I felt like I hadn't eaten in hours, standing on shaky legs. A bang sounded, echoing through the morgue. Again, a collective behavior had overtaken us as we all startled. We turned toward the cold chambers. A drawn-out noise followed the bang, wheezing and muted, like there was no true voice behind it, only true pain. And then a bang again. Dr. Ogden finally broke free from our shocked paralysis and walked over to the storage units. More banging on the metal ensued. She went by the noise, letting it guide her until she stopped by one of the hatches on the mid-row. "It's not possible," she murmured. Without looking at any of us, she grabbed the handle and opened the hatch. "Oh!" she expressed in muted shock before she grabbed the sliding slab and pulled it out, revealing a moving figure lying on top of it. Everything happened quickly after that. What I remember best is the wheezing scream formed from decomposed vocal cords. Then there was the woman herself, naked and pale, in the process of decomposition, and with a large, closed, Y-shaped incision on her chest and belly. Long, tangled blonde hair lay orderly by her side for a short moment before she moved, scampered, to get off the slab, so Dr. Ogden had to jump back to avoid being hit by a wayward limb. The creature rolled off the slab, almost falling, knocking her ribcage back on the metal. I didn't know if she could feel pain, but she was still screaming that agonizing, high-pitched, half-muted noise. The smell of rotting flesh filled the room, but the terrorized face was the worst. There had to have been some days since she'd died. The muscles in her face reacted slowly, leaving lingering expressions, mostly screaming and terror in a horrifying mix. I, like the others, stood in a strange, paralyzing, and disturbing awe as this creature staggered on stiff legs, toe tag still on, large dark patches on the back of her legs and torso of blood that had congealed some time ago. None of us reacted as she cried out. Her faded eyes were wide open. I don't even know if she saw us. We didn't do anything as she stumbled into the large doors that led out of the morgue. Large doors that swung open, made that way to accommodate orderlies and their need to wheel bodies in and out. The door snapped shut behind her, closing our view of her. The agonizing scream that barely had a voice persisted as she stumbled down the corridor out there. I didn't know what to say. I exhaled so hard I could feel the hurt down my throat. What had I done? I saw Evie's mouth open and close repeatedly. She had no more words than I did. "Holy!" Olivia began, before she joined our muted club, and then Winter, of all people, drew us back to reality. "Doctor, who was that?" Dr. Ogden blinked several times behind her large, red-rimmed glasses. She reminded me of a fish for a moment, her lips moving, but no sound exiting. "Doctor," Winter urged. She began, and then got her body into action as she grabbed the chart from outside the hatch. "Rebecca Ranella, age 27, found dead in her home 5 days ago. No apparent sign of a crime, and there wasn't one. It was an undiagnosed heart condition. Enlarged." Dr. Ogden trailed off and looked up at us as she held the chart in a limp hand. I swear, she was dead. "Oh, we know," Winter said. "No one's accusing you of anything. Tell me, where are your staff, cameras, and where can Ms. Ranella possibly go?" I listened with half-hearted attention as the doctor recounted the whereabouts of her staff who were doing a shift change on the upper floors. I suspected Winter wanted anything caught on tape deleted. He'd done that before, hadn't he? That was how there was no trace of what had happened in Winter Fortress when Sophia had tried to kill Olivia and me. And still, at the moment, I couldn't muster even an ounce of the anger I felt at his continued existence. I stared at the dead triplet. He was not supposed to die, I muttered through the general bustling and talking by the people around me. This had all gotten out of hand. I was surprised we didn't have police officers flooding the morgue. The gunshot outside may have sounded like a backfiring car, but the building obscured by the morgue was full of policemen who knew what a gunshot sounded like. We'd been quick. The driver had even moved the car with no hesitation. Apparently, Billy the driver didn't see anything or hit pedestrians unless he was told to. I didn't know whether or not to be grateful, but I probably didn't have to be. I had heard Winter's rushed comment to Olivia regarding her gun. I had, after all, snatched a police officer's weapon. That would cause even more problems, if known. I stared down at the lifeless triplet. Alex or Elliot? I shook my head. Right now, I wished grabbing a cop's gun was the biggest problem we had. Okay, Winter said, his voice cutting through any sound the others made. You all understand what needs to happen here, right? All three women nodded. If all the doors leading to the upper floors require an access card, then we're pretty safe thinking she won't get out. He walked over to Olivia. I believe you have 2 guns on you? Olivia nodded slowly and reached around to her back and withdrew my gun. She looked from Winter to me and back again. She might not have trusted me with it, but that distrust extended to him as well. Instead of giving him the weapon so he could take advantage of the situation and aim it at me, she smiled at him and gave the gun to Evie before drawing her own. Fine, he said, the resignation clear as he sighed. As long as someone's armed. Wait, I uttered. You're going to kill her? The others looked at me like I was a child that hadn't been paying attention in class, which, it turned out, I hadn't. There's nothing to kill, Ben, Olivia said. That isn't really Ms. Ranella. But there is no blood flow. It clotted days ago. And think of the bacterial putrefaction. Her organs and flesh are decomposing. The cells are breaking down and being overtaken by bacteria, Dr. Ogden chimed in. She won't last long anyway. I can't believe she's moving at all. If she's in there, she's in a nightmare beyond our worst imaginings. I made a headshake that turned into a nod. They were right. My blame in this would not lessen by pretending that the body of Rebecca Ranella could function in any way, shape, or form. Okay, I said. I should at least clean up my mess. Let's go find her. No, not you. Olivia stopped me with a hand to my chest. What? Why? Olivia shook her head. I'm sorry, Ben, but think about it. You saved my life, and a kid nearby died. You shot Elliot or Alex, and a nearby corpse wakes up. I stared blankly at her, probably not wanting to realize her meaning. Olivia, being Olivia, she hammered it home anyway. You can't physically meddle in deaths, Ben. The cost is too high. Again, I found myself at a loss for words, mainly because she was right. Then a noise drew my attention. It was a strangled laugh, cut short and sounding more like a snort. Winter couldn't restrain his smile, though. My own face was devoid of one as the ramifications hit me as well. I could not expedite him without causing harm to someone else. Such an act would be as much of an aberration as he was. Let's go, he said, as he led the way through the large doors. I felt a sympathetic squeeze on my forearm and found Evie at my side, my now pointless gun in her hand. Be careful, I told her and Olivia. We'll have to, Olivia said, her gun pointing down at the moment. Holy hell, Ben, you made an effing zombie! Chapter 24. The silence in the morgue did nothing to ease my unrest. I heard nothing from outside, which likely meant the others had moved further into the basement on their hunt for the unfortunate Ms. Ranella. Yes, it's been slow down here so far, and I think it best to take advantage and go through the routines. Dr. Ogden's voice sounded behind me. She'd stayed behind as well, claiming that much as she preferred working with the dead, killing them was not her thing. This way, we'll be on top of things, she told whoever of her staff was on the other end of the line. I figured she was right. Best not to let anyone else see the horror that was Ms. Ranella. Keep them occupied upstairs with something more mundane and safe. I stood next to the dead triplet, trying not to think about what was going on out in the infinite corridors. I noticed the tip of a wallet sticking up from his jean pocket, and for want of anything better to do, I pulled it out. I flicked through a few IDs with varying names, not that it surprised me. One of them, though, seemed legit as it spelled out what I thought to be his real name. Elliot Robbins. At least I now knew which brother I had killed. I closed the wallet and left it on his stomach, a little to the side of all the blood. Thank you, Gail, Dr. Ogden said, and rang off. I heard her shuffling around somewhere behind me, the occasional clink and scrape as she tidied up something on her work desk. "Do you know," she said as she worked, "that zombies, as Olivia called it, are real?" "No kidding," I said, my tone void of surprise. "Ha! No, I mean, not the living corpse kind. Myths come from somewhere, you know." "What are they, then?" I asked, despite myself. It was better to have her talk to pass the time. "It's a trick from what I've read. A dangerous trick, but a trick nonetheless. In Haitian beliefs, the zombies are thought to be the victims of the great powers of the Bokors. Shamans, I suppose. But in truth, they use a powder that renders people lifeless. If I remember correctly, it's made from several plants and animals. Pufferfish as well, I believe." The noise from her work stopped before I heard her footsteps approach the slab I stood next to. "Anyway, this powder renders people in a lifeless state, extremely low pulse and all," she added, as she came into my field of vision, echoing my own words to her in Spiteri yesterday. She smiled and stood on the other side of Elliot. "I thought the point was that they were not lifeless," I said, ignoring her comment. Dr. Ogden shrugged. "They're usually buried by their families. People are often buried quicker in the southern hemisphere than we do here, you know." I nodded. I did know. Not only because I could still smell the rotting flesh that had passed through this room. As she said the words, I knew I had seen this countless times. Infinite memories tugged at the edge of my human mind. After some time, the drug wears off, and the Bokor retrieves the victim from its grave. And they believe that they are, in fact, dead. Their families believe it too. Shun them as evil spirits. If they try to go home, it is a sad fate, one of lonely servitude or merely just loneliness. "What's the point?" She shrugged, making the blood-spattered shirt she was wearing rise and fall with the movement. "Isn't it usually greed or jealousy? What better way to get rid of someone? And technically, it's not even murder." I gave a soft scoff at that and looked down at Elliot again. "What'll happen now?" "We must find a solution. Too many unexplainable things have happened in the last 30 minutes, don't you think?" More like 30 hours, I thought. At least that was what it felt like. I didn't answer her, only narrowed my eyes. I knew she took a liking to Spiteri and Olivia both, but she didn't owe them this. It wasn't my place to argue, though. Let Olivia deal with it. Instead, I asked something different. Something else that was tugging on my mind. "Did you receive a young man here last night?" Her brows furrowed a moment at the sudden change in topic, but she quickly raised them, inviting me to elaborate. 19, named Dan. I realized I didn't know his full name. "I wasn't working last night, but Dr. Stetson was here. Let me check." It didn't take her long to find out. The cold chamber in question was on the lowest level, on the other side of the room from where Elliot lay. "Daniel Tien, aged 19, as you said. Preliminary C of D unknown. Scheduled for autopsy tomorrow." I looked down at the pale and unmoving face as Dr. Ogden opened the body bag and uncovered it. A whiff of the same smell that was so common in there reached my nose. There only seemed to be varying degrees of it. "How do you know him?" she added. "I don't. Olivia and I were there when it happened." "Oh, well." "Why the autopsy?" "Standard procedure with someone so young. Like Ms. Ranelli, the young don't die of natural causes that often, but as with her, it happens. It's a precaution, really." I nodded. I knew they wouldn't find anything, but there was no point in saying that. They had to do their job regardless. "Don't care to tell me why dead bodies keep popping up, literally I might add, in your presence?" she asked. I actually managed to smile as I shook my head. Too many disturbing things were going on. She didn't need to be burdened with more that would only add to the confusion anyway. Lucky for me, her cell rang, a happy little tune cutting through the gloom. "Excuse me, that's Chris." She stepped away. I hoped she could glean some information out of the man about his whereabouts, but I doubted it. He didn't seem the cooperative type. He was worse than Olivia in that regard. I averted my eyes from the young face devoid of any life. I was certain my old and true self would have dealt with this in a more reasonable way. Indifference can be helpful. Being human, though, came with its own bags of complications, empathy being the most important. As the minutes ticked away and the doctor finished her call, a sense of dread blended into the emotional mix. The others had been gone a long time now. I checked my phone, but it had, in fact, only been 8 minutes. That's when I heard a muted, far-away thud. I knew it was a gunshot. What else could it be? "Did you hear that?" I turned abruptly, only to find Dr. Ogden right by my side, syringe in hand. She stabbed the needle into my upper arm. The second it took for that sight to manifest properly in my head was all she needed to press some substance into my bloodstream. I instinctively twisted away, but it was too late, and only caused the needle to break as the doctor held the syringe in a steel grip. The sight of half the liquid still inside the cylindrical container did nothing to abate the fact that I felt a distinct pressure in my arm where she'd injected me with something that had an immediate effect. I staggered sideways as I stared at her. "What?" I said, confusion clouding my judgment. "I don't have pufferfish powder, of course," she said, as she put the broken syringe in her pocket, "but then I don't need it." You drugged me," I said, as I half leaned against the wall of cold chambers, barely keeping on my feet as I tried walking toward the exit. "Yes, I don't think you'd work with me if not," she said, her voice eerily calm as she walked beside me. "Work we—" I was rapidly losing control. My head felt fuzzy, my body weak and uncooperative. I heard another muffled shot from somewhere and tried walking faster. The empty slab from Rebecca Ranelli's cold chamber stopped me. I remember having no idea of how to bypass the thing. It was like it was the greatest conundrum in life. The room was spinning slowly around me, any sense of control vanishing. "Here, let me help you," Dr. Ogden said as she stepped closer and moved my arm over her shoulder so I could lean against her. "We don't want you falling down, do we?" "No," I said as my sense of judgment vanished as well. "I can't lift you up if you do. Let's go over here." She led me to one of the empty slabs in the room, and for some inexplicable reason, I let her. Climbed onto the cold metal surface where I lay down on my back even, grateful for the respite as the world stopped spinning around me. "You drugged me," I repeated, my speech slurred. It seemed the only sane thought in my head, something to focus on. "I've never had access to any one of you that's breathing before," Dr. Ogden said as she vanished from my sight. One of who? Did she think I was one of the people like Evie and Curtis? I was technically people, but not one of the kind Dr. Ogden thought. "You see, I know you're out there, hiding and causing trouble at the same time." I heard something being rolled on the floor as she came back to my left side. She rummaged around on something next to the metal slab. Equipment? And then I hear of a dead body that starts breathing long after it's impossible. Nearly undetectable pulse? I think not. Tyler may be young, but he's experienced. He knows what he saw, no matter how much his brain keeps telling him otherwise. I tried to respond, but felt the pinch of her cold, latex-covered fingers around my mouth as she forced it open. She proceeded to insert a cotton swab, which she daubed against the inside of my cheek. "The others," I managed as she let go of my face, "don't fret your head about them. You already had one seizure. They won't know the difference. Just relax. You'll forget this soon." She stopped and considered me a moment. "We should remove this, I think." She walked to my right side and carefully removed the broken needle from my arm with a little pinch. She stared at it a moment and then retrieved the syringe she'd used from her pocket. Her eyes narrowed as she stared at the remaining content. "You might need a little extra in addition to my cocktail." She disappeared out of my sight, behind me. "What I can't figure out, though, is what you can do," she went on as she moved back to my left. "Jeff and Curtis Hill, I understand. There have been others as well. Very specific abilities indeed, manipulating their circumstances, both physically and mentally. But this? Waking the dead?" She was chatting along, quite content as she worked. I wasn't sure she even cared that I was still awake to listen. I hadn't gotten the full dose, but she didn't seem worried. "To get even the appropriate time to scan a brain like yours..." She cut open the left sleeve of my jacket, all the way up to the shoulder. She then did the same with my shirt. Things hazed over as the glaring fluorescent lights dimmed almost to black before I came to again. My eyes swiveled from my right shoulder as I turned my head to see her loosening the pressure on my arm as she filled a vial with my blood. The deep red liquid flowed through the needle in my arm and rose like the triplets' dark fog inside the see-through cylinder, only in miniature. "There we are," she said as she removed the vial and then the needle, pressing a piece of cotton against my skin and fastening it with medical tape. It was such an absurd gesture of patient care. I sputtered a half-choked laugh and tried to sit up. That was futile. She didn't really need to set her palm against my chest and push me back. I was on my way down again on my own. Seconds later, her gloved fingers pinched around my mouth again. "It's best if you stop trying to get up like that." She moved another syringe into my field of vision, the needle new and unbroken. "A nice dose of midazolam should do the trick, don't you think?" I watched her in a haze of outward apathy and inward panic. "Yes, a few milligrams should be sufficient. Don't worry, Mr. Reed, you'll forget about this." That was worrisome to the extreme, and somehow the panic in me won out, though only for a second. As she began the injection, I jerked my head to the side, escaping both her grip and the needle, though the latter scraped beneath my tongue. Dr. Ogden sighed as if I were a petulant child. "Let's give that a few minutes to work, shall we? Then I'll give you a larger dose." I realized that if I passed out before the others came back, they would likely believe her and let me remain in her care until I woke up. "Now let's see about your head." "No," I protested, with no real weight behind the word. I struggled to stay awake as she hovered above, right behind my head. I couldn't see what she was doing. Couldn't feel anything either, and that almost worried me more than the sensation of pain, which said something. I seemed to be exposed to it a lot and had gotten better at dealing with it, but pain was something inherently alien to me, not as easy to deal with as more comfortable sensations. The world darkened around me again, and I thought I heard another gunshot. Something, at least, made a bang. It made my body twitch. I drew my knees up a little, as if I knew I needed to run. I heard Dr. Ogden gasp somewhere near me, her steps on the floor, and then another, more strangled gasp as something hit the floor. Something soft and something hard. Her and her equipment, I thought. Rational thinking went flying a moment later as another bang made itself heard. Someone crashed into something. I heard voices nearby as well, but not in the room, shouting, frantic and loud, and the screech of the dead. That was why my body wanted to get up, regardless of the poison in my veins that prevented such a sane reaction. "Oh no," I heard Dr. Ogden utter somewhere. Unsteady footsteps came closer, and then I saw her. The wax-like flesh, the flat and faded eyes. She wasn't blind, but I didn't think she had 20/20 vision. She staggered her way toward me, the smell making way for her. It made me gag a moment. At least I had enough control to breathe through my mouth as she stomped toward me. As she was close enough to touch, she cried out again, roared at me, her dead eyes oddly focused. The choking and high-pitched wail sent shivers through me. I tried rolling over on my side, but had no chance. Dr. Ogden's drug was too potent. Cold and rotting hands fell upon me. I remember thinking they were remarkably intact, but the decomposition process had been slowed down in her lonely and cold chamber. Her face came closer, a face of nightmares. Blue lips, waxy complexion, and clumsy movements. Eyes with pupils so large they were almost black despite the bright light. She cried out, a sound not of this world, as she forced air in and out of inflated lungs, a gurgle of a voice not to be used anymore. For a moment, I thought she was about to kill me. I didn't even have time to take that thought in properly before I saw what I hadn't seen when she first woke up. She wasn't screaming in rage. Her hands clung to my jacket in desperation. The eyes, void of animated emotion, were somehow imploring. She was in pain, and her scream was the keening of someone who wanted it to end. She wanted me to stop it. The shouts of human voices neared, almost drowned out by the creature up in my face. At first, Evie appeared as a shadow right behind Rebecca, eyes wide, her need to take action rushed at the sight. "No!" she shouted. The creature that had been Rebecca 5 days ago didn't flinch, probably didn't hear her. Evie raised her hand and pointed the gun straight at Rebecca's head, only 10 inches away from it. Before she fired, her face a mask of resolve. Rebecca's cry of pain froze on her face as her head jerked with the impact, and pieces of her brain flew sideways from the opening caused by the bullet. She fell forward first, her eyes a few inches from mine before she slid off me and down on the floor, where I heard her land with a thump. I saw Olivia and Winter stand at the end of the slab, eyes wide, staring not at me. They were looking at something behind me. Olivia raised her gun in a slow motion, and I finally gave in to the doctor's drug as darkness settled over me, heavy, and with a hold I couldn't break just then. The smell of decay lingered on my way into unconsciousness, sickly sweet and unforgettable. I deserved that. Chapter 25. I had awoken with a complete sense of confusion a while after Rebecca's second death. As usual, waking up from a deep sleep left me with a sense of being in the wrong place, and it had taken me a few moments to realize where I was, not that that had been a comfort. I had awoken to a lively morgue where both the bodies of Elliot and Rebecca had been removed. The others were busy scrubbing every surface clean, while Winter was delivering a downright threat to Dr. Ogden. "I'm going to send an associate of mine to assist with this, Doctor. Now, if you try anything, know that you'll be intimately acquainted with what those with more persuasive abilities can do." In my confused state, I'd vaguely wondered if he knew someone who could perform some sort of mind control. I shook that thought away. Too troublesome. Then I'd been ushered off the slab by Evie, so she could scrub that as well. Apparently, I had been deemed useless and had staggered over to the hard plastic chair on the other side of the room where I'd begun this insane night. There I remained motionless for some time before I got my senses back. The others bustled about, effective in their cleanup, and attentive when it came to Dr. Ogden. I could see the look of hurt on Olivia's face every time she laid eyes on the older woman. They had been friends. Dr. Ogden had been one of the few people she respected, and, more importantly, trusted. The older woman had attempted her lie of me having a seizure, but Olivia had not believed her. As she'd said earlier, my case wasn't medical, and there were no more dead bodies coming to life, thankfully. But we were all at an impasse. It wasn't as if Olivia could arrest Dr. Ogden. We were all mixed up in things that would look shady, at the very least, to any other person. So, they all worked to clean up our mess, mostly my mess. According to the others, Rebecca Ranella had chased through the corridors in a frenzied panic first. After a few minutes, that had shifted. As they'd gotten closer to her and fired a few shots that did nothing to stop her, she had changed her behavior, raving forward like a boar that isn't swayed by anything in its way. It had been like she'd been searching for someone. I vaguely remembered her look and cry for help before Evie shot her and I passed out due to the drugs. She'd been looking for me. She'd recognized me and sought me out, which meant a little part of Rebecca had been in there. A horrifying nightmare indeed. "You should drink." I blinked and focused on the glass held in front of me, 2 fingers of a brown liquid. Scotch. My eyes went further up when I noticed the hand was not a female's. Winter smiled as he proffered the drink. I noticed then that Evie and Olivia were standing with each their glass as well over at Dr. Ogden's desk, going through her things. The doctor herself stood by one of the pristine slabs, eyes downcast, probably waiting for us all to leave. It was about that time, I thought. Her staff wouldn't stay away for long. "It would save so much time if you came out of that drugged stupor," Winter added. He'd put his suit jacket on again, but it didn't hide the bloodstains on his shirt. "Screw you," I said, echoing his words to me when I'd told him to stop cheating death, and took the drink. He chuckled as he walked over to the desk. I drained the glass in one go and winced at both the kick and the sting under my tongue. Still, the warm burn spread through me, a soothing sensation that oddly enough did help. "Are you okay?" Evie asked for the second time that night as she walked over, her unfinished drink in her hand. "Sure, only wondering why your boss even deigned to accompany us on this menial happening." "You mean, why is he invested in the Curtis Hill case?" "Yes," she shrugged. "He has his reasons." "I bet he does." I wasn't convinced Evie was in the loop on that, though. I raised my empty glass. "Where'd you find this?" "Dr. Ogden's desk drawer. We decided to help ourselves." Evie sat down on the chair next to me and took a sip. "Thank you, by the way." She smiled. "I kind of owed you one, didn't I?" "No, you didn't." She took another sip and then leaned back, as far as one could lean back in that chair, and crossed her legs at the ankles. "Would it be okay if I asked you something?" "Sure." I placed my empty glass on the floor, next to the chair leg. "You told me about the death warnings you get, but there's more to it than that, isn't it?" I gave a wry smile at that. "What tipped you off?" She returned my smile, though with a more upbeat version, and then she waited. I sighed and leaned forward, resting my forearms on my thighs. My left jacket and shirt sleeve hung loosely around my arm. My first instinct was to avoid her question, as I'd done with Dr. Ogden. That hadn't turned out well. But Evie was not Dr. Ogden. I turned my head and looked at her. Her hair hung loosely over her shoulders now, the thin elastic band placed on her right wrist. She looked at me with encouragement, but no sense of pressure. "You know what?" I straightened up. "Your boss knows. Have him tell you." "Why? Why not?" She pursed her pink lips as she thought about this. "He hasn't said anything so far." I glanced over at Dr. Ogden's desk where Winter and Olivia stood talking together, heads bent a little, as if they were sharing confidences. For once, her stance was not the usual cocked hip and crossed arms. I smiled. "So you've asked then?" My eyes swiveled back to Evie. She blushed a little. Her cheeks got an extra rosy tint. It suited her. "I may have." "Tell him I told you to. It's the least he can do, considering he keeps involving you in this without telling you all the facts." "But you've been... you hate him, Ben." I shrugged. "He's biased, of course, but then, so am I." She eyed me a moment as she suppressed a smile. Then she nodded. "Okay." "Okay," I echoed, wondering if this would be the last time I ever talked to her. The thought made me feel empty, but it couldn't be helped. She worked for Winter, and she trusted him. I needed to trust her as well. Evie drained what was left in her glass and got up as Olivia picked up some things from the doctor's desk while indicating me to Winter with a nod. Evie got her phone out as she headed back to her boss. I thought I heard the name Billy, so I assumed he was still around, probably working as a lookout in addition to his driving duties. Suspicious as it was, I felt oddly comforted by the fact that she at least had people to rely on in her new venture. She was, after all, helping people on the run from some ruthless persons. But as I watched her walk away, I remembered the first time I saw her, running across an explosion-riddled Curie Square, her face set in determination to escape and survive. Maybe Winter had done the smart thing by hiring her, but that didn't mean I trusted or liked her working for him. "Oh wow, you are transparent." I startled and looked up to find Olivia standing right in front of me. "What? You were totally checking her out." "What?" Olivia gave a snort and sat down in the now vacant chair. She was smiling from ear to ear. It was disconcerting. "The whole feet and up and down again look. No one ever taught you the art of subtlety, did they?" "I understand the words you're saying separately, but not what you mean," I told her. I was being honest, yet still, I felt a distinct warmth on my neck and face. It made her laugh, which in turn made the other two stop talking a second as they stared back at us. Olivia cleared her throat and lowered her voice. "You have a thing for her, Ben." "Thing? Wait. Is this the same thing as before?" "A crush, Ben," she clarified. "You know, warm, fuzzy feelings like normal people have." I opened my mouth a second, glanced at Evie, who was nodding at something Winter said. Oh. Olivia snorted again, fully entertained it seemed. Yeah, oh. Well, you're one to talk. Really? And why is that? I merely nodded in Winter's general direction. It hadn't been that hard to spot. The signs were all there, her stance around him, searching looks, dilated pupils, an annoyance that likely stemmed from confusion. And, of course, her general mistrust of him, which was more poignant because she really wanted to have faith in him. She listened to my reasoning in silence, but with a look that clearly stated I was raving mad. When did you become such an expert? She added to the mix, the sarcasm tangible. You forget I used to only observe humans. She looked straight at me as realization dawned. Oh, damn it. Yep, you're as normal, as you put it, as everyone else. She sank back on her chair, which wasn't easy due to the general uncomfortable feel of it. And I thought this was the crazy stuff of the night. You know, besides black fogs and waking up corpses. She looked down at the things in her arms. What is it? I said, mostly because the news about myself was too new to deal with, especially with Evie in the room. DNA sample, blood sample, and these brain scans. She handed me the tube, vial, and a flash drive. Keep them, destroy them. It's up to you. Brain scan? I don't really remember that. She used a handheld scanner. I guess she was in a hurry before we came back, and you're too heavy for her to carry off somewhere with more advanced equipment. Olivia looked over at Dr. Ogden, who had now sunk down on the floor and sat in silence, leaning her back against the leg of one of the slabs. I know I have trust issues, Olivia said to me, though her eyes stared out at nothing. As you pointed out, I'm not the most people-friendly person on a personal level, and this... Her eyes glanced at Dr. Ogden before she turned and saw the evidence of the older woman's betrayal. This doesn't make it easier. Fair enough. She huffed a sigh of relief, anger, both. Does she work for Yorov as well? I asked. Winter doesn't think so. According to him, you can't actually tell if people have these abilities by anything physical in their bodies, at least not yet. It's apparently genetic, but obviously there isn't much research. She would have known that if she worked for them. I nodded. The samples and scans I held would tell her nothing but the genetic code that had been old Ben and now me. She must have become aware through her job somehow then. Probably, Olivia said. I'll have a talk with her someday later. I'm just not sure I can control my temper with her right now. And anyway, we have other things to do. Like what? Olivia gave a twisted smile. Wait for Winter to make contact. He agreed to reach out to someone who might get us in touch with Curtis Hill. We're still on that, huh? Oh yes, you've seen what he can do several times now. We need to stop him. Are you sure that's what Evie and Winter want? No, but we need to find the guy to be able to do anything. Yeah. This time I huffed a sigh. I felt deflated. I had no idea what to do with myself. Why not continue our original intent? At least it would distract me. Everything had changed. I couldn't do what needed to be done about Winter, and now I was becoming more and more human. I looked over at Evie again and noticed Olivia follow my gaze. The other two were apparently done with the cleanup as they disconnected the handheld scanner and closed the lid of Dr. Ogden's laptop. As they turned to leave, they noticed us staring. Their faces turned to question marks. Do you get the feeling, Olivia said to me, that we are total suckers? I nodded. Yes. Me too. Come on, she added, and gave my shoulder a friendly slap before she stood up. Let's go find a car next door and I'll drive you home. You have brain spots on your clothes. Best not to be seen in public like that. Chapter 26. Each step seemed longer than the other, and talking on the phone at the same time as walking up the never-ending stairs had Rose out of breath and confused. You sound like a whale, Angie said in her ear. Well, you sound slurry, you drunk nard, Rose said as she finally reached the right floor and headed over to Ben's door. Did you say drunk nard? Damn it. Rose knocked on the door and wondered if she was a little more than tipsy. I I did say that. Totally on purpose, too. The door opened, and a young woman with her black hair in a messy bun, yoga pants, and an oversized sweater stood before Rose. In the midst of envying the woman, those comfortable clothes, instead of her own dress with a zipper that pinched her between her shoulder blades, it took Rose a moment to realize this was not who she was looking for. "You're not Ben?" That wasn't supposed to be a question, was it? The woman was obviously not her lifelong friend. Also, she was a she. "One floor down, hun. You okay?" "I'm peachy, thanks." Rose felt her cheeks warm and turned around to walk back down. "You are so drunk," Angie's helpful voice came through the phone. "Shut up, Angela. Did you not hit on the doorman when we left the bar? The doorman. Seriously, Lee, not the one to talk. Besides, I just walked up an extra floor for no reason. I deserve some sympathy." "You sound like my mom when you Angela me." That was the point. "Are you there yet? I think I need to lie down." "You can't lie down when you're on the phone?" "No." Rose stopped and stared at her phone a moment, puzzling at this. Then she found no reason to contradict Angie, and she made her way down the stairs without incident, putting the phone to her ear again. "I didn't force you to call me." "You left all alone. I wanted to make sure you got home safe." "I'm not home." "Yeah, I'm home too." Rose rolled her eyes and stopped in front of what was hopefully the right door this time and knocked. "No, I went to Ben's. There are no stairs up to my front door. Where do you think I was?" "I thought you had some issues with your porch." "That's 3 steps. How drunk do you think I am?" "So you're at Ben's, huh?" "Nope. I'm not listening to this again." Rose could hear a voice from inside the apartment. It wasn't a woman, at least, so that increased her chances of finding the right apartment by about 50%. The door opened a moment later to reveal Ben, also on the phone. He gave her a nod as a greeting as he was listening to whoever was talking on the other end. "Yes, she's the one who knocked." "Ooh," Angie began. "Why don't you tell Ben—" "I'm inside and safe now. Good night, drunknard." Rose hung up. At least Angie could lie down now, she thought, and stepped inside. "Yes," Ben said into his phone and then handed it to Rose. "Rose," came Walter's voice, "are you okay?" Yes." She felt a dizzy spell. She rushed past Ben and dived onto the couch. To hell with Angie's thoughts on standing and talking on the phone. The world spun, but at least she wasn't nauseous. "It's only, you texted me 2 hours ago and said you were headed home." 2 hours? Somewhere in her muddled mind, she knew that it shouldn't take more than 20 minutes. "And I couldn't reach you." "Angie called. She wanted to check that I got home safe." "Oh, okay." The living room spun a little, but she managed to form the thought that Walter sounded confused. He wasn't the only one. "Welcome to the club." "What?" Now he sounded even more confused. "I didn't mean to say that out loud. Did I say it out loud?" Could you maybe give the phone back to Ben?" Rose did. As he talked to Walter, she kicked off her shoes and sent one flying over the coffee table. The heels hadn't been an issue, but the continuous pressure on her toes had been. She vowed never to wear those shoes ever again. "It's fine," she heard Ben say. "No need. You can pick her up in the morning. I'm sure she needs to sleep it off anyway." "Sleep what off?" "I'm perfectly fine." Damn it, why were words suddenly so difficult? She hadn't drunk that much, had she? It had been a fun night out with some of the other nurses. She remembered leaving to go home, and then... "You heard her," Ben went on. "She's perfectly fine." Rose eased up on her elbows to look at him. Was he making fun of her? It had been so long. Usually she'd have a snappy comeback, but now it only made her laugh. She didn't even hear Ben finish the call. "What's so funny?" he asked. "You are, for once. You're making fun of me." She saw his brows lower at this and then noticed how tired he looked. Was it that late? She had no clue. He was wearing sweats and a t-shirt, and his hair was still damp from a shower. He didn't have shadows under his eyes, but he looked somewhat deflated. "What's that?" she asked, and specified his elbow, when he looked even more confused. There was a small cotton ball taped to the inside of his elbow. Someone had taken a blood sample. "Are you sick?" she asked, and then sat up. The world slowed down a little. "This? No." He pulled the tape and cotton off, revealing a small red dot on his skin. "It's nothing." He went into the bathroom to dispose of it. Rose had a distinct feeling the word nothing meant something in this case, but she didn't have the wherewithal to think what to ask. "I think you should eat something," Ben said as he came back. "No," she groaned. "I'll take a beer, though." "Now that is funny," he retorted in the driest voice possible. "You really should, though. Evie said eating before sleeping it off helps." "Ben, trust me when I say that I wish you only good in this world, but I have to be cruel and say that your cooking sucks. I can manage to reheat leftovers. I mean, do you remember that faux pas with the spicy chicken? It's beyond me how it came out charred on the outside and kind of rubbery on the inside. And what happened to the spice anyway? Was that the brown lump tucked in a fold? I think that whole debacle was an affront to chickens everywhere." Walter almost cried. "I said leftovers." Rose stopped talking to consider this. "Did you make it before it became leftovers? When it was pre-overs?" "I don't think that's a word." Ben stepped over to the TV and put his phone down by it. "But no, I did not make the pre-overs." "Oh, good. I mean, yes, please." At least there was a small hint of a smile on his lips. He nodded and went into the kitchen. Rose lay down again and stared at the ceiling a while. She'd helped paint it a few years back. What was the color called? Eggshell white? Something like that. She was familiar with it, at least. The same could be said about the couch. She, Walter, and Peter had taken shifts sleeping there after Ben's accident. She patted a cushion and smiled. "Hello, old friend." "Are you talking to the furniture?" "Maybe." Ben came into her field of vision with a thick blanket that he gave her. "Well, I suppose you are inebriated enough for it to talk back to you." "I'm fine," she waved him off. "I've got her thing totally under control. Damn it." "I see." There was a definite smile now. Whatever was bugging him, at least her unplanned midweek bender had helped his mood. If only she could remember why she'd come here. Ben disappeared into the kitchen again as the sound of a foghorn pierced the quiet of the living room. Rose flailed on the couch until she realized it was her phone. It had never sounded so loud before. She couldn't find it either. She recovered her purse from the floor, wondering how it had gotten there, and then found no phone in it. "I think it's coming from the couch," Ben said as he came back, drawn by the noise. Rose looked and found the thing between two cushions. How had it even gotten there in the short amount of time she'd been there? "Oh no." Rose's eyes widened at the sight of the caller ID. "What?" "It's my mom." "So?" "I may be a grown-ass adult with a job and a house, but I don't want to talk to her drunk." "Okay, so don't answer it." "I can't do that." "Can I do that?" With surprising speed, Ben snatched the phone from her. "Just send it to voicemail." He tried to do so. "Hello?" "Oh," Ben said, as the sound of her mom's voice made him realize he'd pressed the wrong button. "Rose? Hello?" "Sorry," Ben mouthed, and handed her the phone back. Rose took it and decided to answer in monosyllables. "Mom." She put the phone on speaker and put it on the coffee table. "Are you all right, dear?" her mom went on in Korean. "You sound funny." Rose put her head in her hands, then rubbed her face and decided to focus. Did the woman really pick up on it from one single word? Fine. "You don't sound fine." Rose sighed. Monosyllables were a no-go with her mom. "What time is it?" "It's the middle of the afternoon." "Not here." Her mom had a way of forgetting about time zones, thinking that if she was up, then so was the rest of the world, which, come to think of it, was a good excuse. "I'm a little, tired, that's all." Rose winced. Were L's her enemy tonight? "Well, I only called to tell you that I have rescheduled my flight." "You have?" "Yes, I'll be there on the 14th. Rose had to crank up her mental facilities to overdrive to figure out that meant 2 days earlier, which was nice. Rose missed her mom and wanted her there for her big day. Ben came into the room again, this time carrying a large glass of water, which he pointed silently at as Sun kept talking about what she had planned for them to do when she came to town. Rose nodded at him and took a sip. She might not feel like a healthcare professional at that moment, trying to hide her inebriated self from her mother, but she knew she was supposed to stay hydrated. It would help against what was coming tomorrow. Luckily, her mother's chat about things that needed to be done before the wedding, most of which had already been taken care of, only required Rose to add a yes or a here and there. It was strange how Rose didn't really need her for any of these things. She and Walter could handle anything themselves. But yes, as she thought about it, she was happy Sun was coming sooner. Rose missed her, and the child in her wanted her there. Rose glanced up then as Ben reappeared with a plate in one hand and chopsticks in the other. She probably meant to point at him, but instead managed to knock the phone on the floor. She remembered why she was here. "Rose? Rose?" Her mother's voice came from the floor. "Crap," Rose said in English, then heard a rant on the other end about proper language. She picked up the phone. "Sorry, Mom, I just remembered something important." Ben set down the plate in front of her. She assumed it to be egg noodles, chicken, and vegetables from the Thai place around the corner. He really liked that. So did she remembered, as her stomach suddenly began rumbling. The aromatic smell did nothing to help. "Are you sure you're all right?" Sun asked. "Is someone there with you?" Give it to moms to know when their kids needed something. Rose eyed Ben. Well, perhaps not everyone's moms. "I'm fine. Ben's here." "Good. He may have forgotten us all, but he was always such a good boy," Sun said, ignoring the fact that someone else might hear. Besides, Rose thought as she glanced up at Ben, that little boy had outgrown Sun vertically by the age of 14. "Have you eaten?" Sun added. Rose groaned. "Are you going to tell me to wear a jacket outside as well?" "Until my last breath, dear." Rose couldn't help but smile as she heard the mirth in her mother's voice. "I put a plate in front of her, Mrs. Klein," Ben said as he went back for his phone. "If she'll only eat it, it'll be fine." There was silence on both ends of the Pacific for a moment. Ben, ignorant and checking his phone, which was a nice change from the last few months of partially ignoring it, came back and slumped down in the couch next to Rose. He tapped his phone a few times and then seemed to notice the stunned silence as he finally looked up. "What? It's only food. I swear I didn't burn it. I'm an expert on the microwave now." Rose said, realizing she could feel her buzz wearing off. Talking to Sun seemed to have sobered her up a little. "Did Ben just speak Korean?" Sun asked on the other end. In Korean. Ben's brows crinkled a little at the question. "You just understood her," Rose said in the same language. "Oh, yeah. About that," he said, and then said nothing. "Mom, I'm going to call you back." Rose hung up before Sun could respond. She put the phone down on the table again and then turned fully toward Ben. She switched back to English. It was all too surreal. "When did you learn?" Ben, realizing he was still holding his phone up, lowered it and cleared his throat. "Not long ago." "When did you have the time?" "Yeah, so there's this syndrome thing. Ask your brother." "Peter?" "Yes." Ben went quiet again and then nodded toward the untouched plate of food, as if he thought they were done with this. Rose merely raised an eyebrow. Then she felt dizzy again and leaned back on the couch. Of course, her buzz was wearing off. She had left the bar almost 3 hours ago. "Explain." She closed her eyes a brief moment. It helped against the dizziness. "It happened after the..." "Fall off the bridge?" "Yes. Peter said I'd taken acquiring new languages to an extreme, like a sponge." "Peter knows about this?" Well, he was there when I learned Spanish." He got a pained look on his face like that had been a strenuous language lesson. "You speak Spanish?" "And German. I walked straight into a group of East Germans a few weeks back and they didn't speak much English, but they were looking for Fairview Park, which I at least know where is. Anyway, after a lot of slow wording on their part, like that ever works, I picked it up. So to conclude, I suppose it does work with me." Rose stared at him. Then she sat up and grabbed the plate, put it on her lap, and began to eat. It tasted better than leftovers were supposed to. She really was hungry. "You truly are different. she said, putting the absurd language skills at the back of her mind. No matter how inebriated she was, she knew she wouldn't forget this. "I'm sorry," he said. "No, don't be. It's not your fault." "Well, no, I remember why I came here tonight." The call with her mom had made her remember. "Oh? Yeah, I need to apologize." "No, no need." "Ben, please listen. I want to get this over with." Rose waved her chopsticks in his direction to emphasize her point. "Okay." She nodded. "I'm sorry I yelled at you for jumping off that bridge. We already went over this, and we're good." "Well, I'm not. Peter never knew this, but I did. I work at the hospital, remember? The doctors considered a danger to self-hold. In the end, your complete lack of memories and seemingly Damn it." Rose shook her head in frustration and gave Ben a side eye at his snort, seeming non-existent signs of repeating it. She took a triumphant bite of the food. She knew what Ben was like during the depressive episodes. Even now, when he looked generally down about something she couldn't see, any of the signs she'd learned to pick up on over the years. "Anyway," she went on, "they decided you weren't a danger to yourself and let you go, but I couldn't." "I know," he said. "I'd failed to see the signs once, and I didn't want to make that mistake again. But, as with my mother telling her 28-year-old daughter to put a jacket on when she goes outside, I can't really check all the time. I can only trust you." Ben didn't say anything, but he seemed to be listening. It was better that way, so she could get it over with. "And then I sprung your mom on you with no warning, because I thought you needed her like I need mine. That she could somehow fix you just because she's your mom. That was wrong too, and I'm sorry." "I understood what you were trying to do." Rose nodded at that. "Yes, I suppose you did." She couldn't help but smile. "You can't send a nosy Korean lady to voicemail, but you're not an idiot. Anyway, I shouldn't have done that, especially now that I know more about your childhood than you do." That made him wince. Did he remember something? Or feel guilty about something? Rose chewed thoughtfully on a piece of chicken. She couldn't be sure. "My mom reminded me of yours. And your mom has had issues her whole life that she's finally dealing with. And, ironically, as I was having way too many shots with my friends, I remembered that prayer they say at those meetings. Everyone's heard it." A pair of raised eyebrows told her otherwise. "Right, I forgot. That's going to happen now and then, by the way. You've forgotten. What they say is, give me the strength to accept what I cannot change. And I figured I should listen to that. I miss you. I miss the you that remembers us. But in being stubborn about that, I didn't appreciate what I do have. You're still here." Again, he didn't say anything. He shifted his position a little and didn't quite look her in the eye. Did he feel guilty about being alive? Rose frowned down at her food. He was likely one of very few who had survived that fall. "Things didn't turn out the way either of us wanted," she went on. "No," he said, sounding surprised. "They didn't. I think the best thing is to deal with it and move on, right?" "By move on, what do you mean? Find ways to deal, move around it, continue on?" "Yeah," he said, a little smile on his lips now. "Alternate solutions." Okay. Yes, sorry. Head somewhere else. It's okay though, Rose. I need to know one thing though. That gun, where is it?" It was one thing to let things be and another to enable something. "Oh, that." Evie took it. "Don't worry about it." Evie? The name rang a bell. Someone both Ben and Peter knew. Ben had mentioned her earlier too, hadn't he? Interesting. Maybe Peter was right about Ben and Olivia not being a thing. "Why are you smiling like that?" Rose shook her head. "No reason." She set her plate down on the table, the food gone with the rumbling in her stomach. "Are we good? Are you prone to perform medical experiments on me or my friends?" "What? No." That actually enlisted a genuine smile from him. "We've been good ever since you, in the most annoying fashion, stuck around after I woke up in that hospital." Rose hadn't been aware of the pent-up worry she'd been carrying before she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Ben was as much family as Peter was, and though he might not remember that, she did. She obligingly drank the water before succumbing to the long day of work and then going out. It was this conversation that left her tired and spent, though. As Ben took the plate and glass back to the kitchen, she pulled the blanket around her and tipped sideways on the couch with a smile that subsequently turned into a yawn. "Do you need anything else?" came Ben's voice from somewhere in the room. She'd closed her eyes but noticed the lights dimming through her eyelids. She knew he was probably asking about water or food or, a bucket. But only one thing came to mind. "I want to know why." There was silence a moment. When his answer finally came, it was clear he knew what she meant. "I can't answer that, Rose. I wasn't the one who jumped." "No," she mumbled. "I suppose that, in a sense, you weren't." He turned the lights off then, and she heard his steps walking away toward his bedroom. "Ben?" "Yes?" "Stop sleeping with my friends." There was a short pause again. "How'd you even know?" Rose stifled a small yawn and got comfortable. "I was wrong. You're an idiot." Chapter 27. Walter came at dawn. Actually, that may be an exaggeration, but it sure felt like it after few hours of sleep and Rose not waking up despite the knocking. After spending 10 minutes trying to rouse her, he gave up and left her some clothes he'd brought. The poor man had to get to a meeting at his new job, and tardiness is not the best impression for the new guy, and besides, she was fine, more or less. I didn't envy her the headache that was surely waiting for her. I went back to sleep myself, only to find her still sleeping later in the day, though she'd been up and changed from her dress to the more comfortable pants and sweater her fiancé had brought her. She lay halfway on top of the blanket then, but still fast asleep. Trying to sleep through the headache, perhaps? The day went on like that, and I kept mostly to the kitchen, trying to be quiet. I knew I should be happy she was done with trying to coax my memory back, or old Ben's, that was. She'd finally come to the same conclusion her brother had reached, and that I suspected Walter had been more aligned with for a longer time than both of them. They were never getting their old friend back. And instead of relief at them all finally understanding that, I felt guilt. Yes, that nasty feeling again. It was becoming an old friend at this point. But why? I knew I couldn't tell them the whole truth. They wouldn't believe it for one thing, and more importantly, it would bring them more grief. Maybe it was stupid of me, selfish, cowardly, I don't know, but I did know that I didn't want that for them. What was happening to me? Had uncovering my earthly weaknesses made me sentimental? I could not end winter myself because of the horrifying consequences. The mere thought of poor Rebecca Ranella made me physically shudder. No, I couldn't do that to anybody else. Or what had happened to Daniel Tian. It was clear I had severe limitations in this form, but I knew in my figurative gut that if I ended winter myself, he would not come back. I was sure of it. But how to proceed? Would getting someone else to do it for me count? And it would have to be someone with some extra special abilities. The man was not easy to get to. 3 short beeps from the coffee maker drew me back to the world of normal people who did not have such problems. I glanced into the living room and saw Rose still sleeping, the blanket tucked around her legs now. People had varying types of problems, didn't they? I understood her need to know why old Ben had done as he did. Beyond the turmoil in his head, I didn't think there really was a logical reason. It might have seemed like that to him, but I was fairly sure it wouldn't to her. I sipped the coffee, enjoying the dark roasted blend. Besides taking over his life, this caffeine addiction was something he'd given me. A little thing in the grand scheme of things that made me know him a little. A ping on my phone made Rose sigh and turn over. I glanced at the screen and saw a short message from Olivia. 10 minutes. Be outside. Ugh, so Winter did call someone, I muttered to my coffee cup, the only listener in the room. I didn't like us following Winter's lead. What if we ended up in his debt somehow? What if that was his plan? And if it was? Was Evie in on it? Maybe they weren't trying to help Curtis at all. Maybe if she'd asked her boss about me, she was all on board with trying to trick us. I shook my head. I didn't truly believe that about her. She might shun me now, but she wouldn't trick us, I hoped. If I ignored Olivia's text, I wouldn't have to find out. Curiosity, though, is a beast even I couldn't escape. I was, after all, only human. And as I drained my cup, I realized I could, perhaps, give Rose some answers. I wasn't sure, of course, but I could try. I went into the bedroom and opened the drawer in the nightstand where I found an envelope. It had been there since the first day I came home from the hospital. I hadn't known what to do with it, so I'd stashed it there. I straightened up and stared at it a moment. Addressed to whom it may concern, it seemed rather formal, but I guessed there was a certain logic to it. Letters like that weren't as common as people think. I knew that. I'd seen more than my fair share of these types of deaths, tragic and with too many unanswered questions in their wakes. But not old Ben, no. He'd made sure to make it as practical for those left behind, or for me who took over for him. But this letter, it was not for me. I went out into the living room. "Rose, you awake?" A muffled groan came from the cushion under her face. "I need to head out. I made some extra coffee. You probably need it." "Thanks," she muttered, and turned around to open one eye so she could see me. "How's the head?" "It could be better." I nodded, full of sympathy. Coffee in the kitchen, painkillers in the medicine cabinet, and this. I held out the letter to her. She blinked hard and then turned her head so she could see with both eyes. She squinted to be able to read in the bright light that came in through the balcony windows. Then her brows furrowed as she looked up at me. "What's this?" "It was here the day I came home from the hospital. I've never read it." There was a tiny quiver on her lips, and then her eyes became teary. "Why not?" she asked, instead of taking it. "It's not for me. In a sense, I didn't write it either." She looked at it a while. Then she eased up a little so she could reach out and take it. "No, I guess you didn't." She lay down again and pulled the envelope to her chest and held it there like she didn't dare let it go. I decided to leave her alone with it. This was between old Ben and his family. I found shoes and a jacket and, as quiet as I could, left the apartment. As I came outside, I saw the dreaded black town car parked by the curb. Obviously, Winter knew where I lived. Even if Evie hadn't known, he would have. He had people for everything, didn't he? I felt my shoulders sag and then, to my relief, noticed Olivia's gray sedan parked in the spot in front of the big company car. I walked over and got in with her. "Am I glad to see your car?" I said as I closed the door. "I noticed," she said, as she put a metal cup back in its holder, under the radio. "It's rare that people smile when cops come to pick them up." There was a distinct herbal smell in the car, and it wafted from the metal cup. "Is that tea?" "Some of us actually try more than one beverage in our lives," she said, as she started the engine. She didn't drive, though, simply waited for the black car behind us as she glanced up at the rear-view mirror. "Where are we going?" Olivia barely shook her head. "No idea. They said we're going to someone who can shed some light on this whole hill mess." Interesting promise, considering them being so cryptic. Olivia snorted and smiled as Billy the driver, I assumed, swung the black car into traffic and drove past us. Olivia followed close behind. "Anyway," she said, her eyes on the street now, "I figured that for once you and I shouldn't rely on others to drive us around." I nodded at this. We had ended up where others wanted us to go lately. Also, with the latest realizations about Evie and Winter, it might be a good idea not to get too close. I sighed and sank down in the seat as I watched the city go by. I supposed Evie had to have asked her boss by now. Unless he was an idiot, he would have filled her in. And despite hoping he was one, but knowing better, I didn't know how I felt about that. Still, the worst possible explanation could only come from Winter. It was better she knew the truth. At least I thought so. Billy navigated his way through the streets of Harrow, driving seamlessly through traffic with the large vehicle. After a while, I began paying attention as the buildings around us started to look all too familiar. When we passed the little deli where young Dan had died, I looked at Olivia. She stared straight ahead, but by the tight press of her lips, she remembered it all too well. "Why are we back here?" I mumbled. I expected no answer from Olivia, as she knew as little as I did. Billy kept driving, though, until he swung the large car into an open parking space with the ease of someone parking a Mini. We drove past the tinted windows as Olivia spotted an open space further ahead. It allowed me to see the buildings across the street. The abandoned mold building and the factory next door looked exactly the same as the day before. Any trace of the shooting of Detective Sanders was now gone. As you can imagine, Olivia said after I asked about it, the station's in a frenzy. And then we have the guys from the Fourth wanting in on the investigation. No one can blame them. She sighed and opened the car door to get out. And I even know what actually happened, and I can't say anything. You don't really have to, do you? I got out as well and closed the door shut so she could lock the car. It wasn't like there were no witnesses to the shooting. A whole street had seen Elliot murder Sanders. No one needed to know the killer could also conjure a black fog that rendered everyone but him blind. All Olivia would gain by claiming that was a loss of respect and some serious questions about her sanity. No one would take her seriously. That was, after all, why she and Spiteri had kept this whole thing to themselves. They hadn't even shared the knowledge with each other until they had to. We turned to see that Evie and Winter had exited the black car. Winter had changed into more casual clothing of blues, blacks, and gray, which made him look less like himself, less noticeable, I figured. Evie did look herself, her hair in its familiar ponytail, blue shirt, and jacket over black slacks. Olivia raised a hand in an upward motion of where to, which had Winter point at one of the two buildings we were already familiar with, the Silby factory. I suppose we're going to get to see how the crisp bread is made, Olivia said as we began to make our way across the street. Managing not to be overrun by traffic, we made it to the other side, where Winter and Evie waited for us. We might get some information in here, Winter began as a way of greeting, but let us do the talking, okay? Olivia promptly opened her mouth only to be interrupted in advance. Excepting Evie, none of us belong here. Annoying Silby won't help our cause. That's who we're here to see? Olivia asked. I glanced over at Evie, who immediately looked away. She didn't seem startled or afraid, but I knew without a doubt that she had talked to Winter. She knew, which made me wonder why she and Winter were even here. Why were they invested in this confusing hunt for Curtis Hill that Olivia had gotten me involved in? The others began walking as they'd apparently finished talking. Winter led the way inside with Evie on his heel, leaving Olivia and me to follow if we wanted to figure any of this out. What do you mean by judge? Olivia asked the others. I had clearly not paid attention. If this factory owner is a judge, shouldn't he be in court? Not that kind of judge, Evie said, her voice lowered as we entered a small reception. It was not part of the factory that we had run through trying to catch up with a terrified Curtis Hill. As the receptionist recognized Winter, though, we were swiftly guided through familiar hallways and corridors up through the various floors of the factory. With people working in the offices upstairs and workers making the actual crisp bread down on the factory floor, the whole building seemed more inviting. Of course, it helped that we hadn't broken in this time. The office we were led to was far enough away for the smell of the freshly baked bread not to reach our noses. It was a bit of a relief, as the smell made me hungry, despite having eaten recently. We remained outside the office in a small waiting area that sported a couch and some hard chairs around a table. A gray-haired and prim assistant sat at a desk by the door, overlooking us after a short greeting. Winter and Evie resigned to sit down, which struck me as odd. Somehow, I didn't peg Winter for someone people made to wait like this. I glanced at the closed office door. The sign on the door only stated that this was the office of a man named Frank Silby, who was also the CEO of the company. A tiny company compared to WGI, and yet there we stood, hats in our hands. A discreet poke on my arm made me glance at Olivia. "Look," she whispered, and indicated the direction with a nod. I did, and saw out in the corridor, further down, a man and a woman entering what had to be Silby's office via a side door. The woman, red-haired and casually dressed, looked to be in her 30s, while the man, dark-haired and wearing a shirt and tie, had to be in his early 20s. "I've arrested that guy a few times," Olivia said. "Jack, I can't remember. Well, Jack something. Maddock, violent guy. And why is he going in there? Olivia gave a shrug. No idea, but I bet we're about to be shown in. Sure enough, a couple of minutes after the man and woman entered the office, a voice on the assistant's intercom told her to send us in. Frank Silby greeted us in a spacious office colored in deep browns and greens. A massive oak desk was the center of attention in there, though impressive shelves of books lined the walls. As with most large offices, there was both a meeting table, lined with black chairs, and a couch area for more casual meetings. None of those were in use now. Everyone stood in that room, except Silby, who sat at his desk, and behind him stood the newly arrived man and woman. I had noticed as we walked in that Evie gave both of them a nod and a smile, which were returned. Somehow she knew them. How well was a bit uncertain. "Ah, Ms. Moon," Silby said. "Lovely to see you again." "Judge," she answered, and smiled. "Winter," he went on in a measured and apprehensive tone that made me like him just a little. "Judge. Usually when you show up in person, there's bad news for one of mine." Winter shrugged. A small smile added to the mix. "Yes, well, I'm hardly the cause of the bad news. Merely the messenger." Silby scoffed. "Yes, I suppose there's no point in shooting you." I was liking this guy more by the minute. His obvious distrust of Winter was right up my alley. It didn't matter much that the distrust extended to both Olivia and me as well. Silby was the oldest, bar one exception, in the room, at least physically. He looked to be in his late 50s, a few extra pounds around the waist, which also gave a round shape to his face. The gray and trimmed beard provided no sharp lines to hinder this. Bright and brown eyes studied us all in succession a moment. "You're new," he said, as his attention moved from Winter to me. Yes," I said, for lack of a non-confused response. "No." He tilted his head as he stared some more. Although he was looking at my face, he didn't look me in the eyes. His own were a little glazed a moment before he blinked and straightened up. "I mean, you're new. I've never seen anything like you before." Did the man sense people's abilities? It was unsettling. "What does that mean?" I blurted, but a snort from Olivia, hastily disguised as clearing her throat, caught the man's attention. There was no staring at her in the same way. In fact, his eyes narrowed a fraction instead. "And this is the main cause of my concern, Ward," he said, without taking his eyes off Olivia. "You brought a police officer here, into my place of business?" Winter glanced from Olivia to Silby. "Yes, well, the circumstances in this case. Seems to me there are all kinds of reasons that might be a good idea," Olivia interrupted him. "Don't you think, Jack?" "Yes, I remember you. You keep causing all kinds of havoc around the city, don't you?" Jack, to his credit, did not answer her, nor did he seem insulted or angry at the comment. Instead, he gave an almost imperceptible exhale as he rolled his eyes and looked away from her. It almost matched her own searing eye rolls. "And let's not forget the guy you've been hiding in your attic, Mr. Silby," Olivia went on. "He was involved in a police shooting yesterday, as in, a police detective was shot." Silby looked at Winter, eyebrows arched, to make his point. "All right," Winter said, voice raised a little. "It may seem we have some differing opinions on some matters," he eyed Olivia, who glared back at him, not intimidated in the least. "But we are all here because we want to help Curtis Hill." Were we? I wasn't so sure anymore. Olivia had started out wanting information. So had I. Different information, but still. Now she seemed intent on bringing him in due to the shooting. Not that he was the cause of that, but Sanders had been attempting to arrest him before Elliot stepped in. Maybe she was more interested in that than helping the man now. I understood why Evie was here. If Curtis had reached out to her, it was because he needed help to escape the Yorov operatives, and WGI was known for helping with that. But I still didn't know what interest Winter had in this besides the general help he extended to people like Curtis. He had people to do that for him. "He reached out to us," Winter went on. "You know Yorov's had more of a presence in the city lately. The boy needs help." Silby nodded at this. He had been helping Curtis after all, helped him hide, but it was clear, even to me, that he needed to get out of the city. Alex and the others, wouldn't quit. They had orders to get him, and failing seemed to have horrifying consequences to any Yorov operative. I suspected that was why they hadn't really pursued me after trying to take me from my apartment the night they shot Sophie. They had never told their employer about me. I was only a bonus, in case they got a hold of me. If not, no one would hold anything about me against them. He does, but that does not mean I'm comfortable with cops involved in this. You know what they do. And what exactly is that? Olivia asked, arms crossed. Because no one has told me what it is that I will do with this. I'd love to be enlightened. I understand, Winter said, before anyone could answer her. I suspected the answer would not have been to her liking. There seemed to be some trust issues going around. We just want help finding Curtis, Evie said. She stepped closer to the desk, preparing to reason with the man they all called Judge. He sent me a message through... She stopped herself and pointedly didn't look at us. Well, he contacted me, asking for help. I can't do that without knowing where he is. You're the one that's been hiding him. So I need you to help me help him. Silby pursed his lips sideways a moment as he considered. Winter had not been wrong outside. Out of the four of us, Evie was the only one he seemed to harbor no distrust against, and that was despite who she worked for. She was one of them, though, wasn't she? It didn't matter that she worked for Winter. Silby worked with both of them, trusted both, it seemed. But she was the only one of them that had a true in with these people. Her people. Here's the thing, Ms. Moon, I don't know them. He waved a hand in Olivia and my general direction. Jack and Mercy don't know them. He made a tutting noise with his tongue. But I do, Judge. Besides, we've had them followed. What? Olivia burst out. And they are not the ones trying to hurt Curtis. I genuinely think they want to help. I know you want to be nice to them. With all due respect, I don't, Evie interrupted him, gripping the edge of the desk as she bent forward a little. I know what Curtis is going through, remember? I wouldn't risk aiding him by bringing outsiders and cops. She put enough emphasis on the last word to make me realize these people distrusted the police more than people who didn't know anything about them. How I wished I knew more about these folks. I had no idea of what they could do. But as I glanced at Jack and Mercy, Silby's two guards, I wondered if there was help somewhere there in regard to the whole situation with Winter. They seemed somewhat apprehensive around him. Like me, he wasn't one of them, was he? Maybe I could talk to them at a later time. Neither Ben nor Olivia are here to cause harm. I'll vouch for them if my word is worth anything to you. Evie's honest tone jolted me back. She wouldn't even look at me after learning about me, but she would do this? I didn't know what to think of that. Of course it is. Silby sat back in his chair, which squeaked at the movement. Mercy? He looked up to his left where the red-haired woman stood close by. You're leaving it up to me? Yes. The woman sighed and shook her head. Silby had made up his mind, that was clear. Only this woman could sway him. Evie, you know you're asking a lot, right? Mm-hmm. Evie nodded. Mercy's green eyes rested on me a second before she eyed Olivia. I remembered Evie's refusal of help from the police when she had been on the run from the triplets and their predecessors herself, but the atmosphere in this office was far beyond that. Whatever experience these guys had with cops, it wasn't good. I could see Jack pressing his lips together. His opinion was clear, but not wanted, and he respected that. Do we need them? Mercy asked. No, Evie conceded, but my guess is they're going to find a way to show up anyway. They've been close on Curtis's tail this whole time. Mercy nodded slowly after a moment of consideration. I suppose the damage is already done. That was true. We had, after all, seen their faces and knew their names. If Olivia wanted to cause trouble, she could do so without Curtis Hill in sight. Excellent, Winter smiled at Evie as he nodded her way. Can we then please get on with it? Yes, Silby said, but just so we're clear, what do you want with him? The man directed that question at Olivia and me. We, I began, because I honestly didn't know what Olivia wanted anymore, only want to talk to him. We want the truth about what happened to him and his father. And of course, if there was any way for me to get an advantage over Winter, but that sounded too ominous for this company. Sylvie nodded and stood. All right then, we'll help you. You'll get us in touch with Hill? Olivia asked, doubt permeating her voice. Better yet, detective, I'll take you to him. Chapter 28. I didn't get a word in with Evie after we left Sylvie's office. She'd helped us, but been brutally honest in her answers. They didn't need us. We'd only be in the way if left to our own devices. A small part of me regretted telling her to ask Winter about me. I knew it was for the best, and I knew this had been the likely outcome. But I have to admit, it stung a little how she always looked away every time I glanced in her direction. Yet again, I found myself thankful for the peace and quiet in Olivia's car. The others had crammed into the town car, no one stating it out loud, but still conveying the horror of being seen by anyone in a police car, plain or not, without handcuffs. That would apparently be embarrassing. I eased the seat back a little and stared blindly out the window as we found ourselves following the black car again. The Ashdale River wound its way slowly under Cathedral Bridge as we crossed it. We moved faster than the masses of murky water down there, though I knew it held deeper, stronger, and more treacherous currents than the early rush hour traffic did. You know, Olivia said, breaking the silence as we drove off the bridge and entered Curtin Fields on the north side of the city, we arrested 5 men last week. We were actually only after one of them, for murder. Anyway, as we came into his house, there was an insane amount of illegal firearms, so we got the other 4 guys in there as well. They sure were running a profitable business. I took my eyes off the sea of residential houses around us and looked at her. Though she didn't mind sharing stories from her job, this seemed a little off topic. Okay? After threatening to murder us and our kids, and then our dogs, the murder suspect decided it was a good idea to ask me out on a date. I couldn't help but smile. Seems he had figured out his priorities. Right? Anyway, that guy was more polite than these folks. At least he made no fuss about what to expect from us. Ah. How did they get such a twisted view of us? Experience? Hey, you tried to arrest me. Might I point out that that was before I knew about this stuff going on. She indicated me with a crazy hand gesture as she made a sharp left turn, following Billy the driver. Besides, you're not one of them, as this judge so clearly pointed out. Fair enough. Oh, come on, Ben. No one knows about them. That is a deep distrust in a large group of people. Evie has it too, and she didn't grow up here, so it extends beyond the state. That kind of thing develops over time. Like a kind of culture? Exactly. Well, either way, you're going to have to live with it, I said, as I noticed the houses around us changing colors from white to ochre yellow. Unless they all get injured enough for you to help them out, like you did Evie. I noticed Billy slowing down further ahead, which in turn made Olivia do the same. Isn't this the neighborhood where Jeff Hill lived? Yes. I had thought I recognized it. The yellow houses made it a little difficult to navigate, but Billy drove on with confidence in front of us, making Olivia's GPS redundant this time. Not that we had known where we were going. It didn't take long before we were all standing by the late Jeff Hill's front door. The last time I had been there, that was as far as Olivia and I had gotten. Sylvie, on the other hand, got his cell and made a call. Whoever picked up on the other end did so with little hesitation. It's Frank. I'm outside. Don't be alarmed. There are quite a few of us. A short pause, and then, yes, that's the idea. Are you coming? For some reason, Sylvie nodded to whatever was said on the other end, and then hung up. You're using this house as a safe house? Olivia asked, disbelief in her voice. It's been a while since you guys last checked it out. It's actually pretty undisturbed now, Jack said, a smidgen of a smirk on his lips. It took less than a minute from the end of the phone call until we heard the locks on the inside turn. I can't believe after all this that Curtis went back home, Olivia said low enough only for me to hear as I was standing next to her. But as the door slowly opened, that turned out not to be the case. At first, there was only a narrow gap as the resident of the house peered out and took us all in. As much as that was possible, at least, with 7 people huddled on a doorstep. He must have recognized Silby and his guards, though, because the door opened and they started walking in. Finally, I thought, as we sidled in after the others. Even if I couldn't get Curtis to give some information, I now knew of others who could. If we could only end this chase of the man, and I could get a quiet word with one of them. But it wasn't Curtis Hill who looked back at us when we entered the house. It was surely the same features, especially the eyes. The same build even, though this one was less lanky, had the meager beginnings of a protruding belly, as well as gray, receding hair and a beard. No, the occupant of the house wasn't Curtis, it was Jeff, owner of said house, and most definitely not dead. I stared. I stared until Evie bumped an elbow into me. She was already looking ahead when I halfway turned toward her. Judging by the shocked faces in the room, Winter began, not shocked at all by the looks of him, I suggest you tell us what happened here. Silby shared some pointed looks with Jack and Mercy, but no one said anything. I'm sure you understand, Mr. Hill, Winter went on, that we were under the impression that your body, dead body, was stolen from the morgue. Frank, Jeff said, looking to the judge for help. What's happening here? They're here to help your son, Jeff, and you as well, now that they know about you. Jeff's eyebrows went as low as possible as he took us in while he listened to Silby's short explanation. I noticed he left both Olivia and me out of it as much as possible. We didn't belong there. That was clear. The house smelled a little dry and shut in, like no one had lived there in a while. Which was mostly true. Jeff Hill was wearing worn gray pants, blue shirt, and brown slippers. His hair and beard looked unkempt, but only due to lack of company and caring more than anything else. Though we were standing right inside the front door, we could see that the ground floor was open with white walls that made everything seem larger and brighter than it probably was. The house was modern, as far as I could see. Simple colors, nothing too bright, straight lines, everything neatly placed to fit the order of a house with no children. It struck me as oddly tidy, though, considering there was someone living there. There wasn't even a newspaper out on a table. The answer to that was staring me in the face. Behind Jeff, almost on the other side of the house really, stood an open door, narrow and with a bright yellow light coming out of it. The man had been living in the basement so as not to be discovered by any curious neighbor. I also noticed the man wasn't as lanky as I'd first thought. His posture changed a little as he moved and talked. He was injured. They did shoot you then? I asked, interrupting something Winter said. Jeff looked at me in surprise and then shrugged, careful in all his movements. Yes, of course, they thought I was dead. And so you were brought to the morgue. Let me guess, Olivia chimed in. Extremely low pulse? I could feel the side-eye, but also saw a suppressed smile on her face. No, Jeff said, serious and unaware of our little joke. I was dead, or very close to it. As far as I can understand, at least, somehow I came back. Might have been a jolt or the like, but something got my heart beating again. Well, Silby began, there are cases of... You weren't there, were you? Olivia asked me under her breath. No. Imagine waking up in a morgue. Not my most pleasant moment. Jeff went on and then stopped talking. I apologize, he said. I need to sit. He shuffled over to the nearest recliner and half sat, half leaned against the back of the thing. It seemed to ease his pain somewhat. Anyway, at least they hadn't put me in one of those holes in the wall yet. Must be like a coffin. I could see both Evie and Olivia shuffling their feet at this thought. Oh yes, we had an inkling about that kind of fright. Anyway, I was alone, so I had a moment to think. They'd already shot me, and I didn't want to give them a second chance. I found a key card on a desk, and I took it. I used the office phone there, called Mercy, and did as told. I went back to the bag. Jeff visibly shivered at the thought, and waited until I heard the noise. Then I made sure I was alone before I used the key card until I met you guys. He finished by nodding at Jack and Mercy. The doors were broken down by force, I said in Mercy and Jack's general direction. That had to have been the noise Jeff was referring to. I only got a coy smile in return. So much for all the answers. See, I don't understand how you survived being shot, misdiagnosed death notwithstanding, Olivia pressed. Well, as far as I can tell, Jeff began, it was probably my... He trailed off and stared down himself while subconsciously touching the side of his midriff. What we think is that his ability to manipulate air currents might have slowed down the bullet somewhat, Sylvie explained. The bullet did not go deep. The doctor hypothesized he had a heart attack due to the stress, and that this caused the lack of vital signs, as it were. There was a moment's silence before Olivia couldn't help herself. What doctor? To his credit, Sylvie merely smiled at her curiosity. Whatever doctor they had on board would not be revealed to her. What matters now is providing transport and papers for the two of you to leave the city, Evie said to Jeff. Curtis is coming here? Sylvie nodded. Yes, I sent him a message. He should be on his way. The discussion veered off into what practical measures needed to be taken. I lost interest at that point. It seemed I would not get a chance at getting any useful information from Curtis Hill. That required some time alone without his rescue party. I now also saw said rescue party as the best solution anyway. I would need to get a word in with either Jack or Mercy at another time. I found myself wandering away from the rest of the group. A small compulsion steered me toward the stairs, a bulky and brown construction that was a clear remnant of the previous style inside the house. Parts of it was sanded down as Jeff had plans to remodel the thing I figured. Being shot had put a stop to such normal endeavors. I went upstairs and found myself in a long hallway, the floor covered by a dark green wall-to-wall carpet. The first room I peeked into struck me as an oddity as it clashed with anything else in the house. It was a sewing room. Lots of pink and peach decor, lots of unfinished pieces of clothing and fabrics laying about. There was also what seemed to be knitting equipment on a small salmon-colored two-seater in one corner. Somehow I didn't picture Jeff in there, and the room had the air of being untouched bar the most necessary cleaning. I remembered his neighbor, Mrs. Mackenzie, mentioning a wife. Lucinda? Had this been hers? Had he left it like this for all these years? The little compulsion at the back of my head spurred me on, and I walked further, carefully pushing open the next door. They were all open with a gap. My guess was that Jeff had done that to keep air moving in the house he couldn't use now. It was a bedroom. Nothing special about it, as such. A large double bed, cream-colored covers, an adjoining door in the wall that I figured was a closet, a painting of a floral garden on the wall, a wedding photo, and several photos of a young brown-haired boy. A perfectly normal and happy family. The odd little disturbance in the back of my head persisted, and I gave in and focused on it. It was like a tug on my memory. Something buried deep that wanted out because of where I was. A residual echo resounding between the walls of the bedroom. I saw them then, the two figures. A little blurry at first, but clear enough as my eyes got used to it. Jeff Hill sat on the bed, younger, less gray in his hair. He was thinner too, not due to being younger, I thought, but due to lack of care. Next to him lay a lifeless woman, pale and sickly thin, a bright pink scarf covering her head like a small turban. There was medical equipment in the room, but not anything that could help Lucinda. It could be no one else. Jeff held her hands to his eyes as he cried, not noticing the nurse that came walking into the room behind him and right past me. There was no hurry in her steps. There had been nothing to do. I sighed and moved my neck and shoulders, almost like shucking a coat. The room before me was empty. The echo still there, I was sure, but it would fade with more time. I walked on and came to a different bedroom, a boy's room judging by the single bed, car toys on some shelves, old school books, and worn-out shoes on the floor. Seemed Jeff had a penchant for keeping things the way they had been. Curtis was very much alive, though he didn't live there anymore. I walked in and sat on a large wooden chest which was sturdy and painted dark brown. My gaze wandered around the room, taking in all the paraphernalia gathered through years of a boy's life. Movies, books, music, toys lined the window, or action figures, as Peter insisted on calling them. There were even some simple rocks on the desk. They must have had some meaning at some point. The one thing that both stayed the same and changed for Curtis through the years were the pictures of Jenny from next door. There were many of them, the majority with the both of them together, all lined up, against, or taped on the wall behind the desk. The smiles had become more shy as they grew older. Jeff seems to have a sentimental side. I turned to see Evie standing in the doorway, a hand on the frame as she took in the room. It's like parts of the house is frozen in time. She nodded and came in, pointed at the chest I sat on. May I? I scooted over a little as she sat down next to me. So, I began. So, she echoed, and then stifled a laugh at the awkward situation. You talked to your boss then? I did. Yeah? He actually gave some answers for once. Yep. She rubbed the flat of her hands against her thighs a moment. I thought the amnesia thing was a bit weird, you know. I gave a soft scoff at that. It's not something you hear of people actually having, at least not a complete loss of memory. She sighed and paused, stared at a poster opposite us of some football team. I do, actually. Do what? Have trouble with my memories. It's a disoriented mess in here. I knocked my knuckles against my head for emphasis. Huh. Yeah, so... The drone of the people talking downstairs was the only audible sign of life in the quiet house at the moment. I'm sorry if it freaks you out, I began, borrowing the expression from Peter. What? That's not my intention, I went on as I felt her hand placed on my cheek, turning my head slightly before she leaned in and kissed me. It was sweet, warm, and short, mainly because I startled enough to pull back. Yes, not my finest moment. Oh, I'm so sorry, she began as she covered her face. I totally misread the... The rest came out muffled behind her hands. What? No, I protested, trying to guide her hands away from her face. You were avoiding me all day, so I thought... Avoiding you? She widened the gaps between her fingers and peeked out at me. Yes, I thought that after he told you... That I freaked out? I nodded, and she lowered her hands. Oh, God. I suppose it's fitting we're in a teenager's room because we're about on their level right now. I wouldn't know. I've never been one. You are so lucky. I mean, you've missed out too, but we need to talk about that, by the way. She sighed, and her shoulders visibly lowered. Her cheeks were flushed from her imagined transgression. No, she said, shaking her head. I wasn't avoiding you. I was trying not to stare. She laughed then, the smile causing tiny crinkles at the corners of her eyes. Because you look exactly the same. You're still the same. I felt an overwhelming alleviation of fears I didn't know I'd had at her words. It left me speechless a moment. I realized I was staring, though she gave a small smile in return. Then I became aware of how close we were. This time I did not pull away. As my lips met hers, I felt an odd sensation in my chest, an urgent feeling of joy, relief, and affection that caused the kind of pressure you just have to go with. And it's all from this simple joining of lips, this caress that says it all. See, I said, brushing a few loose strands of her hair behind her ear, you didn't misread. I suppose I didn't. She deepened the kiss, a tiny, sweet sound escaping her. The noise from downstairs drowned out in our own private moment. Not that the world owes anyone any breaks. The intrusion came as a shout first. Then something broke, the shattering noise reaching us upstairs. Evie gave me a puzzled look before we both leaped for the door, scrambled down the hallway, and jumped several steps at a time to get down the stairs as fast as possible. We were met by a full-heated argument between Jeff and Olivia, while the others attempted to calm the situation. What the hell is your problem? Olivia shouted at the man who, despite his injury, seemed fairly animate as he attempted to get to her. It's not what you think, Winter argued. Really? So that's not a badge under her jacket there? They were all moving away from the front door. Further into the house, Jeff grabbing a vase in his anger, smashing the thing on the floor. Shards of the first one already lay scattered about them. There was a gnashing sound as the others stepped on broken glass, not caring to step around. Neither did Evie or I, and I was thankful the soles under my shoes were thick enough to spare me any cuts. Seriously, what is it with you people? Olivia said, her voice strained as she tried to pinpoint Jeff's whereabouts on the other side of the four people attempting to separate them. You shot me, Jeff shouted. Now, Jeff, calm down, Sylvie said. His hand was placed on the other man's shoulder, trying to get him to stand still. No, I didn't. Come on, Jeff, Jack implored. Calm down. They followed me for no reason and shot me, and you let one of them in here? For crying out loud, Mr. Hill, that was my partner, not me. What? That was the wrong thing to admit, and I could see on Olivia's face that she realized it too late. Jeff, no, Sylvie shouted. It was all he had time for. Olivia and I had already experienced this with the man's son. That didn't make it any easier to prepare for. As the older Hill waved his hands in front of him, I felt a gust of movement in the room. It made it feel like I was running into a sudden storm as an invisible and cold barrier slowed me down. It was more controlled than it felt, though, as I saw Winter, Sylvie, Mercy, and Jack flung to the sides as if they weighed nothing. They all landed on the floor, confused and out of Jeff's way. There was nothing between him and Olivia, which made her do the only sensible thing she could. She drew her gun. It made the man take a step back, but a shout from the floor made them both glance at Mercy. No! She repeated, through the gusts of remaining winds in the room. She reached for Olivia, who stood 9 or 10 feet from her. It was probably why Olivia didn't react to the movement. But her gun did. The weapon vibrated a moment, making Olivia loosen her grip in the confusion, right before the firearm cracked into hundreds of dark shards that burst from her hand. She didn't look hurt, only shocked, as the solid weapon fell to the floor, scattering around her feet. She then stared at Mercy, who still lay on the floor. No one paid any attention to Jeff, except me. In the confusion, I saw him pick up something from a nearby sideboard before he went for Olivia. There was a smile on the man's face, wide and manic, as his eyes conveyed the anger he felt at this betrayal by people he trusted. As the wind faded, I leaped forward to intercept him, hearing Evie yell something unintelligible behind me. That was when I saw the knife in the man's hand, long and narrow, more than sharp enough for Jeff's purpose. I reached out to grab hold of his hand, but instead felt something crashing into me. Not a person, no, something unseen and moving. I was sent soaring past Jeff on the blast of wind he hit me with. It twisted me around, sending me straight for the door to the basement. I grabbed wildly for something to hold on to, knowing there was a staircase there somewhere. A searing pain shot up my back as I hit the top of the stairs, and then I felt my left hand grab something by reflex before I flailed at the same thing with my right arm, twisting it between the wooden banister beside me. I could feel myself falling backward, the pull of gravity showing no mercy. At the same time, I saw the scene in the living room before me. Jeff's path was clear. Olivia had barely recovered from the shock of seeing the gun obliterated like that. She hardly had time to make a stance to defend herself as the raging man attacked. And the all-too-familiar sensation at the nape of my neck reared its head as it moved into mine with a roar. "No!" I shouted as I knew what was happening. Was she marked again? Olivia managed to deflect Jeff's hand as he struck toward her chest, the knife in his drawn-back hand. And then Winter shot up from the floor. He had time for 2 steps before he slammed into Jeff, and they both barreled for the basement door. Jeff cried out and grabbed for the doorknob, which made him drag it shut with an odd squeaky and dry bang as they flew over me. I mostly let go of the banister and fell back to avoid them hitting me, which meant landing fully on the hard edges of the steps. Ending up in the awkward upside-down position left me blind to the others, but I heard them crashing down the stairs behind me, noise that took some time to cease. Chapter 29. The stinging pressure in my head subsided. There was no more familiar presence around me. What was decided was done. I groaned in pain as I tried getting up. It was easier to roll around and gather my limbs under me from there. I was vaguely aware of shouting from outside the door. Someone had grabbed the doorknob and was shaking it. But my attention was focused on the floor below. With careful steps, I walked down half the staircase as I took them in. The throbbing pain in my back didn't even faze me, which was strange enough, but since I was walking, there was no immediate damage. They lay motionless on the dark gray concrete floor. A lamp hung over me, casting a yellow shine on the scene. Winter on his back, lifeless, one arm under his back, the knife sticking out of his left rib cage. It had burrowed so deep, part of the handle was inside the wound. He must have landed on it after being stabbed and thereby pushed it in further. Jeff had landed halfway on top of him, and he looked as lifeless as the seemingly younger man. The shouting behind me persisted. The door must have been skewered by the motion of the two men's fall. The rattling stopped as a loud, but to me muffled voice shouted an order up there. I didn't care. I took another step as I scrutinized the grisly scene. Then Winter drew breath, audible, despite the noise behind me. To me it sounded like a roar of defiance. He didn't even open his eyes as his free hand went to the knife and yanked it out. A part of me, oddly detached from my anger, noticed it wasn't a knife, but a letter opener. Winter's body went limp again, and he dropped the letter opener. The clang as it hit the floor might as well have been a bell tolling right next to my ear. Then Winter groaned in pain and resolved to push Jeff off of him. He breathed deep gulps of air as he came to his senses and then noticed me standing on the stairs. His eyes widened at the sight. He didn't reach for the letter opener. It was like he didn't know what to expect if I made good on my promise. I eyed the flimsy, yet obviously lethal weapon Jeff had chosen to attack Olivia with. What would happen if I used it? I knew my options were limited. The nearest dead body was Jeff. Unlike the poor Rebecca Ranella, his body could function if awoken, couldn't it? I noticed the bloodstains on the man's shirt. His gunshot wound must have torn open on the way down, but the wound had had ample time to heal beyond mortal danger. Winter for Jeff Hill. I took another step. An unfamiliar cracking noise sounded behind me, and the voices of the others shot through the cool and dim space. "Oh my God! Are you guys all right?" It was a female voice, but in my state of rage, I didn't recognize it. Instead, I took another step as Winter raised himself up on his elbows. As his eyes sought out the people behind me, he drew breath and scrambled to get up, shoving the bloody letter opener into his jacket pocket. How easy would it be to get hold of it in an inattentive moment? "The wrong path, Ben." The familiar voice with the overdone accent came clear as day. "It will end badly." I turned to my left, expecting to see the bright red garments on Sophie, but she wasn't there anymore. It was merely an echo, wasn't it? "Are you okay?" I blinked in confusion and found Evie by my side instead. She looked like she'd frozen mid-stride on her way down the narrow and steep stairs. I began shaking my head and turned it into a nod. "Yeah, sorry, let me get out of your way." I stepped back toward the banister and let go of the thing at the same time. The others filed past me as they went all the way down to check on Winter and Jeff. I absent-mindedly glanced at the palm of my right hand, deep marks furrowed into the skin from gripping the banister. The others bustled about down there. "Oh my God, you're hurt!" "No," Winter said as he took a step back from Olivia, pulling at his jacket to cover the deep red stain on his light blue shirt. "It's not mine," he added, and nodded toward Jeff. Apparently, she found it believable that their tumble down the stairs had done that. Why would she guess at the actual cause? I felt my lips pressing together, eyes narrowed. I clenched my fists and felt the pressure of tense muscles in my neck and shoulder. Winter shouldn't be doing this. How was he doing it? No one had the right to challenge the finality of what I was part of. "He's alive, guys!" Jack's voice broke through the general bustle. I gasped as the words hit me, not loud, only a small intake of breath that still managed to burn on the way in. "Here, get this under his head." Mercy took her jacket off, rolled it up, and handed it to Sylvie, who sat by Jeff's head. Alive? I felt all my pent-up anger leave me as shock hit me instead. Jeff was alive? What if I had acted on my impulse to end Winter once and for all? Suddenly, the pain in my back washed over me, the sting in my hand prodding its message through. I tried thinking where the nearest dead body would be. Who would have suffered the same fate as Rebecca Ranella if I had, in fact, stepped down from the staircase and done what I wanted? And why hadn't I? No! Came a protesting, half-choked cry from below. She's with them! Jeff Hill had awoken. He looked banged up in addition to the reopened wound. His eyes seemed dazed, but he managed to focus them on Olivia anyway. For crying out loud, she was exasperated and annoyed at the continued distrust from the man. Detective Jones, Sylvie implored her, would you mind stepping back a little? He has been through rather a lot. Let's get him some help first. Fine. She backed away. Come on, I told her, and indicated the floor above us, with a backward nod. Let's get some air. We left the others to tend to Jeff. The basement door lay scattered, like Olivia's gun, on the floor. She stopped a moment as she inspected her weapon. Even the bullets had cracked into jagged shards. She didn't say anything, simply shook her head and walked on with me, out of the house, to take a break. I sat down on Jeff's porch and took a deep breath. Thanks, Olivia said as she remained standing. She leaned against a yellow beam that supported a tiny balcony above the front door. For what? Helping with Hill. By being thrown through the air, you mean? I winced at the pain and twisted my shoulder tentatively. I didn't need to be a doctor to know I'd live. The pain was throbbing and needed to be waited out. I hated that. That's not the point, she said. What happened? He saw my badge. She barely had to push her short leather jacket to the side to illustrate it for me. Yes, and so did the others. They didn't attack you. He was already agitated. Why? His son called, didn't you? I went upstairs. His son called Sylvie. It was brief. Said he couldn't make it. I think he might have been cut off. And so Jeff thought you were involved? Seems like it. Doesn't that strike you as a little strange? Olivia scoffed and crossed her arms. When I asked him about what he might be planning to do with this ability of his, well, he didn't take it too kindly. You asked that? I think you're forgetting what my job is, Ben. It does involve stopping people from hurting others, whether it be with grenades or... She shook her head and raked her fingers through her hair. I can't believe I'm saying this. Or with conjuring storms. Or turning guns into breadcrumbs. She gave a resigned smile and shook her head. And that. At least she didn't steal it. Hey! Fine. Borrow it? It's weird, though, I went on after a brief moment. The street before us was quiet. A few people were out, walking or cycling. Jeff doesn't strike me as a particularly violent man. Everyone has their breaking point. Sure, I said, knowing full well I'd been close only minutes ago. But he's in his late 50s. Shouldn't it have come sooner? I don't think there's any rule for that. Chris once arrested a guy who began his burglary career in his 70s. No one suspected or noticed the old guy lurking nearby. I think the most harrowing thing to happen to Jeff, excluding the last few days, happened years ago. His wife died at home upstairs. How would you know where? Oh. He's kept things from her life. He's kept Curtis's childhood bedroom the way it was when he left. He doesn't strike me as vengeful or stuck in the past. He treasures his good memories, yet he's been changing the downstairs of the house. Tell me, does that seem like someone who's about to go on a killing spree? I could see her doubt, lips pursed, as she thought about it. You have no idea of how many people think they can outsmart everyone around them. And I've no doubt you meet more than your fair share of them, but this does not add up. Curtis appeared on the triplets' radar after his father got shot. He wasn't doing anything wrong that we know of, at least. He's been running. That's suspicious. Not when you see how wary these people are of the police in general, I pointed out and indicated the house behind me with a gesture. Or me in particular, today. I nodded. There was no sugarcoating that. I mean, Jeff and Curtis are practically the same person, separated by a generation. Olivia lowered her eyebrows as she eyed me. How so? Curtis has the same sentimental disposition. There are plenty of pictures of Jenny, his girlfriend, in his bedroom, and that only covered their childhood. I was about to say more when Olivia turned her eyes from me and stared into nothing. There is one thing I haven't understood about Curtis this whole time, she said after a while. Then she grew quiet again. Yes? Well, she veered off into her own thoughts once more. Remember how we talked about sharing information? No, I don't remember that at all, she said, though there was a definite, suppressed smile on her lips. You need to learn how to play with other children. Ha! Fine. It's only that. I don't understand why he hasn't left the city. From what I could gather in there before Jeff lost his marbles, Curtis doesn't know his dad is alive. They didn't tell him because they didn't want him to either come running and reveal Jeff's breathing status, or they didn't want it to hold him back. I'm not quite sure about that one. Regardless, the way I see it, he must have had a damn good reason to stick around with both cops and the triplets on his heels. There are so many reasons in my long and vast experience that make humans do stupid things, so stupid, in fact, that they require my presence. And one of those reasons, though I was beginning to see the appeal of it, lived across the street. It's the girlfriend, isn't it? He's not just dating her, he's in love. Spot on, Sherlock. Now you're making up words. I glanced toward the corner of Jenny's house, which was visible above some bushes in Jeff's garden. You think he's hiding there? No clue, but we're going to find out. Of course we are, I sighed, and then groaned as I got to my feet. Oh, come on. Last time I checked, you're 28, not 88. Are you sure? Doesn't feel that way. That made her laugh. Apparently, falling downstairs doesn't kill people. At least not today. Let's go before the others notice. I'm in no mood for more hostility. As we came out onto the street, we saw Billy the driver leaning back on the hood of the car while scrolling on his phone. He gave us a nod as he noticed us, and then went back to it. He must have heard nothing of the noise from inside the house. Okay, Olivia began as we crossed the trafficless street. So I can't just go... She stopped and began laughing again. You can't what? I asked and noticed her looking at me. Then I became aware that I was subconsciously attempting to flatten my hair. I stopped and pointedly did not look over at Mrs. Mackenzie's house. You have too much in common with her, I said as I let my hands drop. I wish. Of course you do. You want to be like her when you grow old, don't you? I asked as we resumed walking. Not giving a hoot or taking crap from rude young gentlemen? Duh. Somehow I feel I'll still take the brunt of it, I responded, and then halted in my steps. What had I just said? I glanced back at Jeff Hill's house, further down the street. What kind of connections was I making? I had one purpose. It was the only reason I was in this body. Granted, I didn't quite know if I could leave it now as I hadn't tried, but I was supposed to leave, wasn't I? What was I doing making human connections beyond old Ben's world? I couldn't take any of them with me. Didn't want to. They belonged here. Evie belonged here. Evie who was different from the others. Different for me. Somehow I knew that was important. I glanced over at Olivia as she stepped up on the sidewalk. Her dark hair wouldn't turn white in decades yet, and I was throwing out offhanded comments about still being here for that. What was happening to me? And why hadn't I tried leaving the body since fully merging with it? Hey, Ben? Olivia said as she turned back toward me. Yes? Unless you get a move on, she glanced up and down the street, you might get hit by a car in an hour or so. Right. Coming? Yes. I told you last time, I don't know where he is. Jenny's annoyance was clear in her voice. She went to pick up a small plate with nothing but crumbs on it, as well as an empty tea mug from the overcrowded kitchen table. She'd let us in, though barely. It had mostly been to avoid any curious stares from passers-by outside, not that there were many of them. Why do you keep persisting? She went on as the plate and mug landed in the sink with a clang. You stood here yourself, claiming that you only wanted to talk to him. I do, Olivia said, eyeing the papers and photographs strewn on the table. But he is involved in the shooting of a policeman, an assault, and a break-in. I thought that last one was a stretch, considering the owner of the factory had not only let him enter the attic to stay there, but provided him with the unusual rooftop entry as well. Jenny's mouth turned into a momentary pout. My guess is that the only common denominator to those things is you guys. The police, you mean? Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of that today. Their words drifted into the background as I glanced inside the living room and sidled in there instead. I'd heard it all before anyway, and despite Olivia's attempt at swaying Jenny in any other direction with her answer, I didn't see it happening. Jenny's attachment to Curtis was too strong, judging by the years their relationship had lasted, despite their young age. The living room looked the same as the last time we were there. The dated decor of her grandmother Deirdre still mixed with the numerous brown cardboard boxes that contained Jenny's stuff. It didn't look like she'd unpacked anything. Strange, I mumbled as I stood in the middle of the mess and glanced around. I noted one box that was open, her work clothes spilling out over the edges of it. So she went to work, at least. "Are you insane?" came Jenny's raised voice from the kitchen. "Have you by any chance heard of the laws of nature?" I snorted and smiled as I continued my walk between box after box of Jenny's life in the city. So Olivia had broached that part of Curtis's life. I had no doubt Jenny knew about his ability. She'd known him since they were children. A large black bag drew my attention, rendering the women's voices a muffled noise in the background. Unlike everything else in the house, it was neat, closed, and set aside by the stairs. It was also full, judging by the taut synthetic fabric that stretched around its contents. I stared for a moment, then I shrugged. It wasn't technically polite to snoop through people's things, but since the discussion in the kitchen made them forget me, and we were trying to find out everything we could about Curtis's whereabouts. I stepped closer. The bag looked so out of place. We hadn't seen it coming in, as Jenny had led us into the kitchen through the living room, and not via the narrow hallway that ran next to the stairs that led upstairs. The bag stood ready for anyone needing to leave in a hurry. I bent and opened the zipper. Clothes, toiletries, and a wallet full of cash appeared. I was about to check what kind of clothes when the emergence of 2 passports fell out from a folded black sweater and saved me the trouble. A quick flip of the pages showed me the passports belonged to Jenny and Curtis. Olivia was right. Curtis had no intention of leaving his girlfriend behind when leaving the city. Nor did he seem to have any plans of leaving Ashdale in any manner that could be tracked electronically, I noticed, as I pulled a piece of paper out from his passport. I glanced at the hastily written scrawl and got my phone out. The camera was a double press on the lower button, wasn't it? Apparently not. I fumbled and managed to take a screen grab of my apps instead. Stupid thumbs. At least that opened the camera, and I snapped a pic of the note before I put it back. The discussion in the kitchen was pointless now. I hurried down the narrow hallway to get Olivia. If Jenny didn't know about my snooping, we could follow them when Curtis showed up to get her. "Seriously, detective, you sound crazy." "Stop it, Jenny. I've had too much of the Hill hostility today. Did you know that Jeff is alive?" "What?" "You heard me. He attempted to kill me not half an hour ago." "You're lying." "I wish I was. It wasn't pleasant." "Even if he was alive, he wouldn't do that." A scraping sound behind me made me stop before I entered the kitchen. I turned, but saw nothing. "He is alive, all right. Seems this judge fellow sent people to retrieve him from the morgue." A soft thump sounded this time, and I halted again. I walked back toward the noise, down another hallway at the back of the house. It led past some doors on my left and into a small Spartan bedroom with a narrow bed onto one side. The floral bedspread seemed to mesh with the floral wallpaper, making the room seem smaller than it was. Deirdre must have chosen to sleep downstairs in the last years of her life. A small nightstand next to the bed had a stack of books on them, one laying open on top of the others, as if she would simply pick it up and keep reading. There was no trace of anyone else using the room lately, except the man climbing in through the window that was. As I stepped fully inside the room, I saw him clear as day as he stared back at me, eyes round as saucers. He was already inside, bar his right leg, which he was pulling through as he held on to the windowsill. "Curtis," I blurted in surprise, automatically raising my hands in a placating manner. That was all he gave me a chance to do. Next thing I knew, I was slammed back into the wall behind me, It made my surroundings turn white a moment as the back of my head smacked into the hard surface as well. I was brutally brought back, though, as Curtis manipulated the air currents around him, sending what felt like a wall of wind straight at me. The lack of air from all of it being pushed right into me had me gaping in shock as I couldn't breathe. It felt like I had stepped into a hurricane as the merciless wind slammed into me again and again, never giving me a break to draw breath. I could see the bedding and books fly around and the wallpaper to my sides tearing due to the strength of the wind. I couldn't even get my hands off the wall to signal my need for air as I saw Curtis standing a few feet from me. His hand was outstretched, and he moved it faintly, as if directing where he wanted his air currents to go. A noise broke through the hiss of the wind around me, but I couldn't hear what was said. A moment later, I was released as Curtis's attention was drawn away from me. My body drew breath instantly, without asking me, as I stumbled forward, hands to my throat. "Ben?" I heard from the hallway as steps drew closer. "Curtis, watch out!" Jenny had to be close on Olivia's heels. "She's a cop!" In my dazed state, coughing through burning and oxygen-deprived lungs, I stumbled forward, toward Curtis, my arm extended. I tried shouting for him not to attack Olivia, but couldn't get the words out. "Curtis!" Jenny yelled, and he halted, lowering his hands as he didn't know which woman would enter first, which was what allowed Olivia to enter the room fully without being attacked. What she saw was me trying to reach Curtis, and instead of covering, she did the opposite. "Ben, no." The word "what" formed on my lips, but I didn't have the breath to voice it, nor was I given the chance. Olivia changed directions so abruptly, both Curtis and I froze in confusion. She charged me so fast I never had time to react. She crashed into me, and despite being smaller than me, pulled me with her to the floor. The collision with the hard surface did nothing to ease my lack of breathing, and for a moment I saw nothing as Olivia's hair was in my eyes. "Curtis, are you okay?" Jenny's voice came high-pitched and worried from somewhere above. I didn't make out his answer as Olivia moved. "I couldn't let you harm him," she said as she made to move away. As a painful, burning breath of air finally made its way down to my lungs, I saw him step closer, looming over us. "Want to help?" I wheezed up at him. Olivia snapped her head around as she realized she'd let him out of her sight. It was too late. He didn't even move his hand. I didn't think he truly needed to, beyond a sense of feeling more in control. Before either Olivia or I could react, the sough of powerful winds soared through the little bedroom. It pushed us across the floor before we crashed into the opposite wall, landing in a heap and losing all sense of awareness as pain took over. Chapter 30. I didn't pass out altogether. My vision was blurred and my hearing subdued. I heard voices, stressed and loud, but I couldn't make out any words. I felt a sense of relief at breathing, and a sense of pain just about everywhere. Being dragged by my arms across the floor didn't help. Part of me knew I needed to resist, but another part kept drowning that out with a fuzzy sense of, well, everything. I felt a pressure tighten around my hands and then my ankles, before being pushed again. Loud bangs sounded nearby. The startling noise made me wince, a sense of urgency telling me to open my eyes regardless of having been physically thrown around. I had no idea how much time had passed before I came to myself, but it couldn't have been long. I could still hear the stressed voices of Jenny and Curtis. They were somewhere in the house. So was I, but it took me a moment to realize where. As I opened my eyes and my brain stopped confusing me, I saw I was in a tight space. There was a door to my left and some shelves. I tried turning to see and realized I was lying on the floor on my stomach. My hands were tied behind me at the wrists, and they were fastened to my equally tied-up ankles. Great. As if my head wasn't hurting enough. And my back, and my shoulders. Stupid body. Why wasn't it constructed to handle crashing into things better? Then I realized I was leaning into something as I attempted to look up. I turned my face away from the door and found Olivia tied up in the same manner as myself. The rope they'd tied our wrists with went down to our ankles, keeping our knees bent up. As intended, it made it hard to move. Olivia? She was lifeless, her long locks splayed over her face so I couldn't see her eyes. I repeated her name and attempted to nudge her with my head. One of the two must have worked as she twitched, a quick draw of breath as she came to. "Wishappen?" she mumbled. "They knocked us out and tied us up." "Ben?" "Yes." She made what could only be a sideways nod in her current position and seemed calmer when she knew it was me. Then she began moving her head before resorting to blowing air to remove her hair from her eyes. In the end, one amber eye peeked out at me. "Are we seriously tied up together again?" "Seems like it. We need to find new things to do." Agreed. She tried to move and reached the same conclusion about that as me. At least they left us light and food. Food? "I believe we're in the pantry." I resumed my initial study of my surroundings and saw that we were surrounded by shelves stacked with dry goods, pickled, and canned food. Anything that didn't need refrigerating was stocked in there. A few shouts from elsewhere in the house drew our attention. "They're getting ready to leave," I said. "I was coming to find you when I heard him come in. Jenny had a bag with their stuff ready to go." "Okay," Olivia said, before she closed her eyes a moment. "God, my head hurts. Crashing into floors and walls will do that." "Okay," she repeated. "Let's see, they obviously don't want us dead. No point in this if they did." "Of course they don't," I said. "They're just normal people, caught up in a less than normal situation." I wouldn't exactly call Curtis's ability normal. Or did you miss the storm inside the house, in a tiny bedroom? I did not, thank you. My voice came out more indignant than I had planned, but I was now wrapping my head around everything that had happened. "Here," Olivia said. "Lean your back this way. Let's see if we can get out of these binds." I sighed and turned my face back toward the door as I tipped over, my back toward her while she did the same. Some uncomfortable and difficult scooting later, we managed to reach each other's wrist to search for the knots. Curtis must have known we'd do this, but they only had to buy themselves some time so they could get out of the house without us following. "Why did you tackle me?" I asked, as I located the knot on her bindings. I didn't understand what had happened. Curtis had attacked me, and I remembered wanting to stop him from doing the same to Olivia as she came into the room. But then she dropped me like a football player. I felt her fingers stiffen a moment. "I'm sorry, Ben. I couldn't let you kill him. You know what would happen." "Kill him?" I blurted, my voice filling the little pantry. "You thought I was going to—" I stared in disbelief at the door. The bright light that entered under it became a focal point a short moment. A moment where neither of us moved to untie any knots. When she sighed, it might as well have been thunder for the noise it made in the tight space. "Ben," she began, measuring her words, "you know you can't do that. For more than normal moral reasons, I mean. God knows who you would awaken." "I know, but I wasn't going to kill Curtis." I heard another sigh. "Okay, I'm sorry. I saw you headed for him, and I guess I acted without thinking." "Yes, my ribcage thanks you for that." Come on. She had no problem picking up on my sarcasm, at least. "No, just because I want to see your boyfriend dead doesn't mean I want everyone else to be." "Yeah, so he's not my boyfriend, and regardless, that only makes you sound like an angry old father." "You know what I mean?" "Yes and no. I still don't know why you want Winter dead." I should have told her the whole truth about that a long time ago. I knew that. But my anger at her thinking me capable of killing random people had me on edge. Then, as I continued glaring into the bright underdoor light, I realized she was right. A poor woman had been brought back to life in a horrifying state because of my actions. Of course, Olivia feared that happening again. I feared that happening again. "He's supposed to be dead," was all I said. There was a moment's silence before I felt her fingers seeking out mine behind me. So am I, she said, her voice unusually soft. It's not the same. How can it not be? He cheated the system. You didn't. Ben, I'm sorry. I've never experienced anyone dying on me before. I think I understand what Rose is so worried about now. When Sophie passed, it dawned on me, no matter how much it's part of everything, that I'll never see her again. I didn't want that to happen to you as well. And so you saved my life. Well, I wasn't analyzing it at the time, but essentially, yes. Okay, she said, her voice all soft again as she gave the 3 fingers she'd reached a gentle squeeze. From now on, I believe you when you say you're not going to kill anyone. You're being nice. Yes, I thought the moment called for it. It's unnerving. I don't like change. I heard her strangle her laughter into a snort. Come on, let's get these knots loosened. It was easier said than done, especially since our drawn-up feet got in the way. After a few minutes of struggling with the knots, though, I finally managed to untie Olivia's wrists. She gave up on mine then and wriggled her hands free from the rope before she rolled around and sat up so she could untie her ankles. Good to know that old Grandma Deirdre had rope in case of intruders, she said, as she freed herself from her bonds and went to work on me. I'm not sure I'm overly fond of old grandmothers. They seem more unnerving than you. That drew an actual chuckle out of her. Yes, it was strange behavior on her part. With my hands and legs free, I could finally stretch out and stand up. I grabbed the doorknob, but it was too much to hope that the door would be unlocked. What do we do now? I couldn't hide the exasperation in my voice. Eat pickles? I turned to find Olivia staring at a row of jars with the green vegetables in them. She realized I was staring. Sorry, I'm hungry. Try to force it open. She glanced at me again. I forgot who I was talking to. We need to break down the door. Okay? You're bigger than me, more shouldery. Go ahead. She gave a wave with her hand to get me going. Did you just roll your eyes at me? No, I'd never do such a rude thing. Not only had I been thrown around, crashing into floors, walls, and stairs the last hour, now I found myself slamming my own side into the damn door. At the first attempt, it didn't budge. The noise made the shouting elsewhere in the house more agitated, judging by volume and speed. They knew we were free from our bonds, at least. Put your back into it, Olivia said as she stood leisurely and watched with a smirk. I gave her what I hoped was a menacing glare, but it only made her smile wider. When I slammed into the door again, it gave way. There was a crack as it was forced open, and then a bang as it hit something outside that barred it. I stared in silence a moment at the narrow opening. It was no more than 1.5 inches wide. That's it? They must have blocked it from outside, Olivia volunteered. I did remember some loud noises after being tied up. Blocking the door must have been what caused it. Curtis, hurry! They're getting out! Jenny shouted from somewhere nearby. Her voice wasn't muffled now that the door was technically open. Just a sec. It will hold, came his answer from further away. Upstairs, maybe? I tried breaking the door open one more time, but the thing wouldn't budge. Pickles, then, Olivia said, as she grabbed a jar and simply sat down on the floor. Ooh, can you check if there's peanut butter? I grimaced at the combination, but looked around nonetheless. No peanut butter in sight, I concluded, before noticing a jar of instant coffee. Not my favorite, but it smelled right. If only I'd had access to boiled water in there. I sighed and sat down on the floor as well, leaning my back against the door. So, Olivia said after she chewed off a piece of her pickle, are you and Rose still not talking? No. There's talking, I said. So much talking. Drunk and slurred talking. Why do you ask? I added. You said you understood how she feels. Oh. So? Well, she figured out what old Ben did. I saw Olivia wince at the name I had given him to distinguish him from myself, but didn't stop to let her comment on it. Why are you asking anyway? Olivia shrugged and swallowed. It's what people do. Ask each other about what's going on in their lives. Okay. So what's going on in your... I'm stuck in a pantry with you, eating pickles. That's what. Stop trying to turn it back on me. I'm the one with a backstabbing, crazy friend. You're the one with someone normal in your life. The tiny crack in her voice at the word friend made even me realize I shouldn't push it. She was more hurt by Dr. Ogden's actions than she let on. And she hardly let on. She looked as normal as anyone trapped in a pantry could. Fine. When I woke up at the hospital after old Ben's jump. Yes, yes. Rose was there? That's nice, isn't it? It must have been somewhat confusing for you? I scoffed. I really, really, really wanted her to go away so I could leave. Leave? Never mind, she stuck around. Even after understanding, she'll never have anything but a shell of her friend back. Literally. Olivia chewed around her food a moment. Does she know? I shook my head. No. She thinks I'm the boy she used to play with as a child. Are you gonna... I believe Rose and old Ben were friends since they were old enough to walk into each other's yards. I think that for nearly 3 decades, they, along with Peter, were... Family? I nodded. Ben was never supposed to come back, you know. And you prevented that part of his plan. Yes, I think I owe him to... Look after them? I nodded again. I suppose so. I gave a soft scoff. I found them all so irritating at first. Always there. Always up in my business. Then I got used to them. And now, I guess I care for them? It's unnerving when you finish my sentences. Do you do that during interrogations as well? Olivia smiled. That wouldn't really hold up. You're right, though, I suppose. Of course I am. When am I ever wrong? I was about to answer when a shout of, "Curtis, come on!" resounded through the house. Jenny had to be in the kitchen. You know, Olivia said, holding a small piece of her pickle, I always thought Ben suffered badly to walk onto that bridge. In retrospect, the signs were there. She would have seen it, wouldn't she? She had, after all, investigated him, me, after the Okanov murder. Old Ben had struggled against his own mind, a struggle that is hard to win, especially since that particular enemy knows all the right buttons to push. Do you, she began, do you have the same issues? I shook my head. No depression. When I woke up and you so kindly greeted me, welcome to your crime scene, everything healed. Any illness would be new, I think. Ben, not 3 minutes ago you were sniffing a jar of instant coffee. That is not healthy. Fair enough. Since my memories were jumbled and non-existent in some cases, I had no idea what was supposed to have happened. Still, I didn't think inheriting old Ben's coffee addiction had been part of my original plan. I wasn't sure I had planned all that much. A crash sounded from the kitchen as something breakable hit the floor. Damn, Jenny exclaimed. Nerves, Olivia said. I'd be jittery too if I had stuffed someone in here. It could technically be construed as kidnapping. I rested my thumping head back against the door. Hungry, were you? I added, after Olivia had chomped down the rest of her pickle and started on a new one. Some of us have to go to work before running after malicious vigilantes, you know, she said, and then seemed to remember her manners as she grabbed the lip of the jar and proffered it. Want one? I would rather have eaten the crisp bread, I think. The first time I'd ever tasted a hamburger had me spitting the piece out at the tart and unexpectedly crunchy texture. After that, I always picked the sliced pickles out beforehand. In fact, I hadn't much developed a taste for anything pickled, really, which only made me assume old Ben hadn't cared much for it either. Also, I don't think he's a vigilante, I added. Vigilante? Schmigilante? Olivia shrugged and ate the last piece before she put the lid back on the jar. What now? Olivia sighed. Likely the party across the street will come looking for us soon. We've been gone a while. That made me smile. Don't want a certain someone to find you locked in a pantry? Shut up, Ben. I'm just saying you're one to talk about being transparent. She gave a snort of the derisive sort and added a side eye for good measure. Then she put the pickle jar to the side as she noticed something between the shelves. Think that's a way out? I leaned forward and glanced in the indicated direction, seeing a small grate in the wall. It was half hidden by one of the shelves. If it did lead out of the pantry, then it led into one of the other rooms along the hallway out there. I remembered having passed a few doors on my way to the small bedroom. "You might fit," I said as I crept closer. Yes, that was definitely a grate, a metal grate painted black. It was decorated with a wrought iron pattern of flowers and was hollow to let air flow through, which made sense for the pantry. Nobody wanted to store food in a moist environment. I got up and started pulling the shelf out of the way. The jars on it rattled, but remained safely in place. "Yes," I said as the whole thing came into view. "You should fit." I wouldn't be able to get my shoulders through, but Olivia would. "Okay then, we need something to remove the screws with." "A coin?" "Yeah, good." I fished one out of my wallet and handed it to her. When the screws first loosened from the paint, it was easy enough to unscrew them. All in all, I didn't think we used more than 5 minutes to get the grate off the wall. "All right," Olivia said as she sat back a moment. She twirled her long hair into a bun that she secured with an elastic band she retrieved from her wrist. Then she lay down on her back, grabbed hold on the other side of the opening, and began pulling herself through. "It's a closet," she said, when her head and shoulders were on the other side. "I think I found Grandma Deirdre's winter wardrobe. Smells like mothballs among all these heavy coats. What was that?" I'd heard it too, a door slamming. I stood up and went over to the pantry door, but all I heard from the house was silence. I believe they left. Whatever Olivia said next, I couldn't decipher. Only her tone suggested the words were something that would have made Peter proud. I turned in time to see her feet disappear through the opening. "Oh, it's a chair," she said as I heard her opening the closet door. "Clever Curtis. He put a chair under the doorknob, and then he brazed a sideboard between it and the wall. And here's our phones." I heard her push one of the two away out there. "Doesn't that kind of prove that he isn't trying to murder people?" I asked, as I could finally open the pantry door and walk out. I didn't care about the information Spiteri and Sanders claimed to have. Curtis did not fit into that mold. "Maybe," Olivia conceded, lips pursed sideways. "But unless you've forgotten, I certainly haven't. His dad tried to stab me to death." I was about to protest that Jeff's rash action was not the same as threatening countless people like the grenade man had. I kept it to myself, though. She was entitled to her rage at nearly being killed. "Come on." She began walking down the hallway toward the kitchen. "Maybe we can catch up to them." I stepped over the overturned sideboard and remembered the picture I had taken of the note in the couple's travel bag. We didn't have to catch up if I had understood it right. A door left ajar near the kitchen caught my attention, and I opened it to find a cramped little bathroom, complete with floral wallpaper. The house might have belonged to Jenny, but Deirdre's touch was still everywhere. "What are you doing?" came Olivia's voice as her steps came back toward me. I walked into the bathroom and opened the medicine cabinet. It didn't take me long to find what I wanted. "Painkillers?" Olivia asked as she stopped in the doorway. "You're not the only one with a headache." I pocketed the little bottle. "Huh, not a bad idea. There's water in the car. Let's go." I followed her back into the hallway. "Don't sound so surprised." "Your last great idea, snooping around, landed us hog-tied in a pantry. You know, My words disappeared as a knock sounded from the front door. We both stopped in our tracks and stared at each other. "Must be the guys from Jeff's house," Olivia said. In silent agreement, we changed directions from the kitchen and headed to the front door, which, when opened, revealed the stony look of Detective Spiteri. "Chris," Olivia blurted as his face turned into a mirror reflection of her own surprised grimace. "Olivia?" He took a step closer. "No pulse guy," he added, in my general direction, as his eyes moved from her to take in the interior of the house behind us. "What are you doing here?" Olivia stepped aside to let him pass, forcing me to do the same. He walked into the living room, scanning the numerous moving boxes with those calculating eyes. "I came to see if Hill is here," he said after a moment. "His girlfriend, actually. He's nowhere else." I was about to ask if he'd been searching this whole time. His friend had been shot dead after all, but Olivia beat me to it. "They just left." "What?" both Spiteri and I uttered, though with different tones. Why would she say that to him? It was obvious Curtis was only trying to get out of town. Should he not be allowed to do that? The car's in the driveway. Spiteri nodded toward the door. We both peeked outside. Sure enough, Jenny's battered old Fiat was still there, next to Spiteri's gray car. They must have taken a back door, Olivia said. Or window, I muttered. But Spiteri didn't stay to hear that. Before we could say anything else, he sprinted through the hallway and disappeared from sight in the back of the house. Olivia made a move to follow him. Maybe Curtis has a car in the next street over. It doesn't matter. I grabbed her shoulder to stop her following her partner. I think I know where he's going. You do? Are you psychic now as well? No. I held up my phone with the picture of Curtis's shaky writing on the note. I know how to read. Chapter 31. How long does it take for these pills to have any effect anyway? I asked. Olivia was behind the wheel as she drove south, back toward the river. We'd hurried to get her car and not seen anyone but Billy as we did so, which likely meant the others knew by now that we'd left in a hurry. 30 to 60 minutes? No longer, I hope. Olivia squinted, but didn't slow down. Should you be driving? How else are we going to catch up? I glanced down at the phone. Cathedral Wharf 34, Manny's Shark, AP. Ask for EH. The handwriting was uneven and looked to be hastily scrawled, probably against a thigh while on the phone. I figured Curtis had something as important as a way out of the city memorized by now. A way out that the triplets and their backers couldn't track. I understood he was planning to leave on a boat, but not the rest of the plan. AP and EH? Any clue? Not about the last one. Olivia glanced at the GPS, which was guiding her toward the correct wharf by the river. But my guess is he's heading for Ashport. It makes sense. The town's by the coast. They have some issues with smugglers using their harbor now and then. EH might be a name of a contact? Does it matter if they get away? I asked, as curtain fields flew by outside the car. Ben, you know what Chris said? Yes, and it doesn't make sense. Curtis locked us up so we could get out. Not as fast as we did. Okay, but still. He didn't want us dead, and according to Spiteri, might be that he's smarter than the triplets and decided not to kill a cop. Isn't it part of your job to be able to read people? What's your point, Ben? Maybe there's a reason Frank Silby and his friends don't trust the police. Maybe there's a reason Dr. Ogden wanted to scan my head to figure me out. They're friends, aren't they? Olivia didn't answer at first, but I saw her glaring sideways. Let's just see what's what, shall we? That didn't sound ominous at all, I commented, as the GPS voice told Olivia to take a right, which she promptly did. As we neared the river, the residential houses were replaced by apartment buildings, which were again replaced with industrial buildings as the site of the old trading way of the city emerged between them. Both sides of the river were dominated by old warehouses and wharves up to Cathedral Bridge, and though replaced by more modern buildings like hotels and bars, some of the old working environments still remained all the way up to Central Bridge. As roads and trains had become more available, the old waterway had become more, albeit not completely, redundant. Cathedral Wharf turned out to be an old wooden wharf that had probably been bigger at some point. It now stretched no more than 4 properties. Number 34 lay almost at the end. We found 2 cars there, one blue sedan that Curtis had likely had ready near Jenny's house, and an older SUV that I guessed Spiteri had stolen to be able to follow them. Olivia kept oddly quiet about it. As we left her car behind the warehouses, we heard shouting. The dark brown wood of the wharf contrasted with the light gray and white warehouses. These were tall, worn, and seemingly abandoned buildings that loomed over the wharf, which stretched down all the way to number 35, where it abruptly ended. Even from afar, we could see that there were no structures that far out in the river. They had to continue on further in. Another sharp shout had Olivia on edge. "What is that?" she mumbled, and then started running. I saw her reach for her gun and then curse as she realized it wasn't in her holster anymore but scattered to pieces on Jeff Hill's living room floor. As I followed her, I could see a hunched figure at the end of the wharf, but the shout didn't come from there. As we ran, the wooden wharf creaking under our feet, there came another shout, muffled, but sounding like it was crying for help. It came from a fishing boat that lay tied to the wharf. Only part of the forecastle was visible above the edge of the wharf as the river ran low due to lack of rain lately. There was a general raw quality to the air, so close to the water that stretched and burrowed its way through the city, making Fairview with the hospital on the other side seem tiny. Olivia ran over and glanced down without stopping, and I did the same, seeing Jenny staring back in despair. How had she ended up on the deck of the boat? There didn't seem to be a way for her to climb out. Like Olivia, I didn't stop to chat. Jenny was fine, so she could wait. Curtis, on the other hand, was not. "Chris?" She slowed down as she neared her partner and an unconscious Curtis. We were at the end of the wharf now, right outside the warehouse at number 35. As we came closer, the detective jerked back as if he hadn't heard us. It wasn't like we'd been attempting to be quiet, and the water lapping around the support beams under the wharf, paired with the cries of the occasional bird, couldn't have masked anything. "What are you doing here?" he asked as he half turned around to face us. We knew where he was going. Olivia leaned to the side to get a better look at Curtis, who lay on his back, legs bent, one arm under him. To my eye, he appeared unusually pale. Olivia looked at me, but I could only shake my head in the negative. If he was dead, it had happened while I was too far away to tell. "Bastard tried to kill me." Spiteri turned so we could see a bloody gash in his forehead. It went from his hairline and almost to his temple. Blood had oozed down into his eye, a red streak marking where he'd wiped it away. "How did you—" Olivia waved a hand toward the unconscious younger man. We had all experienced the forces Curtis could throw at someone. Spiteri must have gotten lucky. I noticed a battered cell phone a few feet away. The screen cracked. He must have thrown it at Curtis and hit him by chance. "He's a menace, Olivia. You've seen what he's capable of, what he's willing to do." I did not like the nod she gave her partner at that, nor did I like his tone. There was something imploring in it. I glanced at Curtis again. Was he breathing? A subtle movement of his chest confirmed it, but he was still quiet and pale, except for... I stepped closer and bent down on the other side of him. His face might have been pale, but he was oddly red around the mouth and nose, almost like someone had been clamping a hand down on them. Imagine that. That phone throw had given Spiteri a good chance at more than subduing Curtis. "Okay, Chris," Olivia went on as the two faced each other. "You got him now. His dad's alive, too." I snapped my head around so fast my neck hurt. "Olivia?" I blurted, angry she'd shared that information. "What?" Spiteri said. "Olivia," I repeated, and downright pointed at the marks on Curtis's face. "Don't trust him," I mouthed. Still, it only took Spiteri a split second to react. His head whipped around, taking in what I alluded to before he stood up, gun out and pointing at Olivia before either of us could say anything more. "Give me your gun," he said. Olivia stepped back, automatically raising her hands as her eyes widened in shock. "Chris? What the hell? Your gun!" She slowly eased her jacket aside so he could see the empty holster. "What are you doing, Chris?" He stepped closer to her, and she subsequently took a step back. "They bloody killed Sanders and you're wondering what's going on?" Curtis didn't. "They're all the same," Spiteri shouted. I got to my feet, careful not to draw his attention. We had likely startled him out of a focused state when he was trying to smother Curtis. Now he was letting anger take over. Anger at us for stopping him from committing murder. As long as Curtis was awake, there was really no stopping him, was there? "They?" Olivia prompted as she glanced behind her, careful to stay away from the edge of the wharf. "You claimed you knew so much," her partner went on, "but you don't see the danger, do you?" "What danger?" "I told you. You think Gil Barber was bad? Those grenades were nothing. Think of the damage that can be done, untraceable damage that will lead to countless deaths." "By gifted people?" "Gifted!" Spittle flew from Spiteri's mouth at the word. "These freaks aren't gifted. It's a curse, and we're the cursed ones. Cursed with them." The man was actually waving the gun to emphasize his point, causing Olivia to tense. I didn't know what to do. Didn't think much about it. I simply let all emotion and fear for Olivia's life go. Felt the darkened shade settle around me as I stepped forward, saw Olivia's brows lower as she resolutely looked away from me. It wasn't bright outside, the last afternoon sunlight had vanished, but it wasn't dark either. That didn't matter, though. I only needed him to not pay attention to me for a second. Spiteri didn't even hear my last footfall as I came close. Without hesitating, I threw my arm around his neck and pulled him back. The shade around me snaked around his head and shoulders the moment I touched him, causing him to freeze. His surprised, "Hey!" turned into a strangled noise as the cold shocked him to numbness. He made no resistance as Olivia ran forward and knocked the hand holding the gun to the side. She grabbed his arm and twisted his thumb back so he dropped the weapon on the ground. That was when he got his bearings. He slammed his free elbow back, hitting me in the ribs. I lost control over the blurry shade then as I staggered back, shocked from the pain. I barely registered him pushing Olivia away before he sent a sweeping kick my way. The bolt of lightning in my knee was worse than the impact with the ground. I landed hard on my back and saw only the sky above a moment. Then I heard the sound of scuffling feet from the other two. "What the hell are you doing, Chris?" I twisted around and saw them close by. Spiteri gained on Olivia. Her whole demeanor told me she didn't want to hurt him. He was her partner, after all. Someone to trust. "You should have stayed out of it, but no, you had to insert yourself into our case, didn't you?" I hastily got to my feet with no clue as to what to do, and hardly any balance. I staggered the first few steps toward them. I saw Spiteri try to grab her, but she avoided his hands, twisting away until she was too close to the edge of the wharf. She had no way to go but sideways, but Spiteri was too quick. Olivia never tried to block him. She was trying to get away. His fist struck her so hard, her head whipped to the side as she stumbled back and tripped over the ridiculously low edge. I ran to try and help her, saw her flailing to grab hold of something as her partner made no move to prevent her fall, and then she disappeared over the edge. A fist that did not feel human at the moment struck me in my abdomen the next second and made me fall flat on my stomach. I didn't even care. As I groaned in pain, I tried crawling my way to the edge. Just as I managed to peek over it and see nothing but ripples where she'd landed in the water, I felt a painful pressure against the small of my back. I cried out in pain and had no time for anything else as the knee in my back pressed harder. An arm snaked around my neck, tightening its grip into a vice of unrelenting pressure. "I knew you were one of them. Ogden said so, and she was right, wasn't she?" Spiteri's angered voice came close by my ear. He used both arms now and pulled my upper body back while keeping me in place with his knee. The strain on my back made it impossible to get free. I couldn't move, nor could I breathe. As that realization set in, I tried to fight him, but I couldn't shake his balance an iota, even though my arms were free. "You people are everywhere, always causing harm to others. What the hell are you anyway?" Even if I'd been able to respond to that, I doubted he wanted an actual answer. My lungs were beginning to crave air, my mouth gaping on its own accord. Not that I was in disagreement with my body, but it was fighting in desperation to stay alive. "Ogden really wants to know. Maybe she should get a proper lab rat." I knew, even as my eyes blurred and rational thoughts became more difficult, that I did not want that to happen. If Dr. Ogden had all the time she wanted, well, she had already proven herself capable of breaking the rules of her profession. "Or maybe," Spiteri went on, focused against my struggles, and beyond any reasoning, "I'll just snuff you out, and then send Hill on the same trip." I could barely see over the edge where the water splashed back and forth after Olivia's plunge. I stopped fighting him then. My body wasn't panicking anymore. I merely concentrated on the ripples, the tiny splashes of foam that broke the large, murky surface of the river. Focused on nothing, let the shade come again. This part of me that didn't belong with the human body, but that protected it nonetheless. In an awkward motion, I reached my arms back and grabbed hold of Spiteri. I didn't know if it was his arms or shoulders, and I didn't care. Neither did he, as he likely thought it a last desperate attempt to get free. which it was. As the film of obscuring darkness surrounded me anew, it hit him as well. I heard his sharp intake of breath as the cold overtook him. An icy, dead cold I couldn't feel myself. The shade wasn't for others. Not for long, at least. For a moment, I felt him tighten his grip, but the added pain couldn't cause more panic, as I was barely conscious. Then I felt him lose his balance before he lost the grip and his weight vanished. I didn't gasp for air, didn't even draw it in as far as I noticed. I only turned over and watched as my would-be strangler had fallen on his ass, staring at me, eyes wide and mouth gaping. He was shivering and failing to get to his feet as he pushed backward on the dark wood, back and away from me. I must have drawn air into my lungs then, but the normal gasp from oxygen-deprived lungs didn't come. I got up and walked toward him, not conscious of my concealed, and to him, blurry and dark form. Which was probably why it stuck. "Get away from me," Spiteri wheezed as he managed no more than scooting back a little. It was like he couldn't move as he didn't dare take his attention off me. I bent down toward him. "Get the fuck—" I grabbed his throat, choking the words away. His skin felt like ice, and my hand likely didn't make it any better. "You will stay away from her," I said, noticing in some distant part of myself that my voice sounded alien even to me. I could only imagine, judging by the terrified man's eyes, what my face looked like in that moment. "And you will stay away from them." I gave a tiny nod in the direction of Curtis and Jenny. "If not, I swear I'll deal with you sooner than your allotted time. Consequences be damned." In that moment, I meant it, and as I let him go, he flailed back, recognition in his eyes, though he didn't understand it. "What the hell are you?" His voice came as a raspy squeak. "Guess," I said, and smiled. No one would like to see what should, in fact, be the end of their lives smiling at them. Even at the correct time, that would be horrifying, let alone in the middle of life. Spiteri gathered his shivering limbs under him and fled. I didn't take my eyes off him until I saw his shaky, panicking form disappear through the narrow gap between the two closest storage buildings. I was almost impressed by the fact that he could run. How had Olivia managed the shock of the cold when we'd been hiding from the triplets anyway? The thought of Olivia sent a momentary panic through me, and I lost control of the concealing shade at once, which meant the aches of the day returned in a blinding resurgence of pain. My knee was still reeling from Spiteri's kick, and I limped back to the edge of the wharf, out of breath and full of dread. "Olivia!" I bellowed. I stumbled and fell on my knees, grunting in forgotten pain, right in front of the edge. As I leaned out, I saw a small part of the surface moving upward, a thin membrane of it that burst a fraction of a second later as Olivia broke through. Her dark hair clung to her head and face, and I saw her open mouth gasping for what air it could get before she went under again. Then her arms broke the surface, flailing and pushing her upward, as she, to my intense relief, broke the surface again, a little longer this time. She coughed and gasped, trying to avoid intake of water and get air instead as she got her bearings. She looked around a moment, like a skittish cat, before she seemed to remember where she was. Spiteri's punch must have knocked her out. The lack of oxygen had likely forced her awake. "Olivia, are you all right?" I shouted. She looked up, but didn't answer me at first. Then she glanced around and swam a couple of strokes toward one of the beams under the wharf. I couldn't see what exactly, but she found something to hold on to, so treading water became less strenuous, and she could breathe more easily. I think so," she finally managed to communicate. "I bloody hate rivers." "Okay, I'm coming down." "No," she shouted, and then went into a coughing fit due to the sharp sound. "Ben, can you swim?" Fair point. "I don't know," I admitted. "I've never tried it." Being taken by a current and washing up on a crime scene on the riverbank didn't quite count, as I'd not been, well, honestly, alive at the time. "Now's not the time to learn," Olivia said. "Is there a ladder somewhere?" I glanced both ways and saw nothing. I did find one around the corner at the end of the wharf, though it was broken, and all that remained was a few rungs at the top. "A rope, then," Olivia suggested, treading water and generally getting her breath back. She couldn't start swimming far out from the relative safe confounds of the wharves. The Ashdale River was known for treacherous underwater currents. Sure. I stepped back from the edge. Then I looked around the empty wharf. The warehouses were likely locked, but I could break a window. There were plenty of them. Some were boarded up, and all were darkened due to a lack of lights inside. Then I remembered the fishing boat and Jenny. I jogged over, wincing as my knee protested. Like my back, it wasn't severely damaged. It was only a waiting game to see when the pain would ease. "Jenny!" I peered down to see her pacing back and forth on the deck, a slight limp to her step now as well. Spiteri must have pushed her over. Or I reconsidered, as I saw the name of the boat on its rust-sprinkled side. Manny's Shark. Curtis might have helped her down, and then she'd fallen. Either way, Curtis hadn't made it into the boat before Spiteri had attacked him. There was no ladder here either, so Jenny wasn't going anywhere unless she decided to drive the boat. How on earth did the owner of the boat get out? It had to require some impressive climbing, or a removable ladder to avoid theft. "Hey!" she said when she saw me. She stopped pacing and limped to the boat's railing. "What's happening? Where's Curtis?" I automatically turned to see her boyfriend still lying on the ground. That wasn't good. But he was alive at least. I'd know if he wasn't. "Curtis is fine." "Fine?" "A little indisposed." "Is she all right?" Jenny nodded in Olivia's direction. We could hardly see her from here, but Jenny must have seen her fall in. "I hope so. Do you have any rope?" "I'm sure I do. It's a boat after all." Sure enough, it didn't take her long to find a coil of green rope, which she threw up for me. "Hey!" she shouted as I promptly turned and left. "You're next, I promise," I shouted over my shoulder as I ran back to Olivia. She seemed calmer now and swam with steady strokes as she rounded the corner of the wharf. Best to climb out where even the few rungs of an older ladder could help. Even at about a head shorter than me and 50 pounds lighter, it felt like trying to haul a whale up. I sat down and braced my feet against the 5-inch edge and pulled as she climbed from her end. When she reached the bottom of the broken ladder, it got easier. And then, finally, she reached the top. I grabbed her arm to help her up, and exhausted or shocked or both, she sank down on the safe top of the wharf, dragging me with her, so I ended up seated again. She was soaking, water dripping off her, and her hair had come loose from the knot. "Damn it, Ben," she said, shaking her head. "Damn it, Ben." "I'm sorry?" She looked up at me then. "What? No, She faltered and leaned her forehead on her hands a moment, still shaking her head. The skin around her left eye looked sore and red. Likely a nasty bruise would come from Spiteri's fist. "He wants them dead." "Oh, right. Yes." "I can't believe he—" She looked up, the abrupt motion causing water to spray onto my face. It was cold. I supposed I shouldn't be one to complain about that. "He's my partner." Olivia's voice almost cracked with despair. "And he's just like Dr. Ogden. Worse." "I'm sorry," I repeated. This time I knew what I was sorry about, though. She had trusted him completely, and as, with Dr. Ogden, that trust had been wasted by a cruelty Olivia could never condone. At a loss of what to do, I had, after all, never experienced such a betrayal. I put a hand on her shoulder for comfort. That's when the most baffling thing happened. She slapped my hand away and then leaned forward, embracing me instead. The ice-cold shock of the soaked hug made me freeze a moment before I put my arms around her. Even that made water seep through my jacket and shirt sleeves, but I didn't mind. If anything, my spontaneous threat to Spiteri now made me realize that when it came to this blunt and cranky woman, I liked, worried, and rooted for her, as if I didn't have enough problems. I knew the people in my life were making it harder and harder to do what I was supposed to, and ultimately, to leave it all behind. That was still my plan, wasn't it? "I can't do anything," Olivia spoke into my chest. "Do what?" "I can't report him. I have no evidence of anything." "Do you want to?" Curtis obviously wasn't his first. "No, they shot Jeff on purpose. His anger might have been somewhat justified." "Damn it." "Yes." "Who the hell is going to believe any of this?" Olivia sighed and straightened up. Then her face turned into a frown. I wondered a moment if she'd been crying, but there was no way to tell from the water running off her. Oh no. I realized she was staring past me, and I turned to see Evie, Winter, Silby, and his minions on the other side of the wharf. Jutting out from the corner of the warehouse furthest away from us was the hood of Winter's car. Apparently, Billy had parked closer than Olivia dared in this old and upkeep-lacking area. "How did they find us?" I asked as we stood up. "My guess is Billy followed us and then went back." Olivia glanced down a moment and then went, "Oh yeah," as she remembered why she was standing there in her socks. She had kicked her shoes off in the river. "You go talk to them. I'll check on Curtis." As I walked over to the unconscious man, I noticed Mercy and Jack veering off toward the fishing boat and Jenny. Olivia walked toward the others, back straight and determined now. All her anger toward Spiteri and Dr. Ogden tucked away and hidden. I reached Curtis as she neared Winter, who came walking at a brisk pace. The look on his face surprised me so much I froze mid-crouch, Curtis forgotten for a moment. There was a deep worry on Winter's face as he leaned a little sideways and looked like he was trying to make eye contact with her. I couldn't hear what was being said, but it elicited a single nod from Olivia. The man looked like he was restraining himself from touching her, like he wanted to lift her up and carry her off. She'd have kicked him had he tried. That thought made the corners of my mouth turn up, but the sight had me worried. Winter's concern for her seemed more than cordial. I'd never seen him fidgeting with his hands like he didn't know what to do with them. Olivia's attraction to him was one thing, but if it went the other way as well, it might develop, and that complicated everything for me. Yes, I know, how selfish and egotistical of me. I should be happy for my friend, right? It would have been easier if she'd set her eyes on someone not on my list. And it wasn't like my list was long, it had one freaking name on it. Damn humans and their unpredictable love lives. I stopped what I was doing, and then realized I'd moved Curtis into the recovery position like an automaton performing a mundane task. I knew it well enough. Sadly, many people die like that when they can't be saved despite people's best efforts. Curtis, though, was breathing more steadily and visibly. Likely he would wake up soon. Is everything all right? I jerked back and almost fell on my ass before I looked up and saw Evie. I hadn't heard her come up to me. I held up a finger and managed to get up on my feet without making a complete fool of myself. "It's all good. He's breathing." "What happened?" I relayed Spiteri's attempt to kill Curtis as quick as I could, tired of the thought of the man. "Well, I'm glad you found him." Evie sat down next to him, feeling his skin and pulse. "I'm not sure how seaworthy that rust bucket is." She had a point. Manny's shark did look a little worse for wear, but Curtis had been desperate. "Curtis!" came a shout. I looked up to see Jenny running away from Jack and Mercy and straight for us. As she threw herself down beside her boyfriend, his eyes opened, and he groaned in pain. He seemed to have some issues swallowing as well. Hopefully, his throat would heal soon. "Is he all right?" Jenny implored of Evie and me as if we were experts on strangulation cases. "He'll be fine," Evie said, as she backed off and got up. She went over and stood beside me, her hand finding mine, fingers entwined. This tiny gesture of affection suddenly made me want to repeat the kiss from earlier. "That bastard tried to kill me!" Okay, so that wasn't the moment for such amorous thoughts. Stupid humans and their unpredictable love lives indeed. "Just relax, baby," Jenny said, stroking Curtis's hair and stopping him from getting up. "Damn it, the police are here too," he said, as he managed to focus his eyes enough to take in Evie and me properly. "Curtis, no, it's me, Evie Moon. You reached out to me for help." Curtis's eyes rested on me then, and it made me laugh. "Oh, I'm going to tell Olivia there's one person in this city who'll believe I'm a cop." "You're not?" I shook my head. "I've been trying to talk to you, but you kept running away." "About what?" Now was my chance, of course, but with Evie there, I couldn't go asking for the best way to enlist his help, or someone like him, in putting an end to her boss. "It can wait." I glanced over to see Olivia still talking to the man. It dawned on me then why he'd taken an interest in Curtis's case. It wasn't because of Curtis, was it? He trusts you to handle these things, doesn't he? Evie followed my line of sight and turned to see her boss and Olivia talking as the latter made a decisive and curt hand gesture, effectively cutting the conversation short. Yes, I believe he does. Evie gave my hand a gentle squeeze for comfort and turned back to me. I think he's a bit protective of her. That was putting it mildly, I thought, but a small smile on Evie's lips confirmed for me there was more to it than that. I sighed and mentally shook it off for now. It was out of my control anyway, but somehow I knew it would complicate everything. Chapter 32. I don't understand the premise, I said, as Walter looked at me with amusement. If the word safety is in the title, why is the song about dancing regardless of the consequences? I don't know, man. My uncle wanted to hear it. Walter straightened up and waved. It took me a moment to notice Rose in the crowd, which was impressive, considering she was the only one there wearing white. Judging by the frantic dancing on the dance floor, Walter's uncle wasn't alone in his request. People were having fun. Besides, Walter added, as Rose managed to push a path between the guests, it beats the chicken dance. I opened my mouth to ask, but was abruptly stopped. Just be grateful that you don't know. The song ended as Rose reached us and changed into a slower one, which also made it easier to hear what others said. Rose had removed her veil by now, but wore a flowing dress that she still managed to move around in with ease. Like her new husband, she looked happy, flushed, and tired all at the same time. "Hello, Mrs. Walter," he said, as she leaned in for a quick kiss. "Hello, Mr. Rose," she laughed. "What?" I blurted, and must have looked like my eyebrows couldn't get any lower. "Oh my God, Walter," Rose said as she turned to me. "He hasn't seen that episode." "Well, since he doesn't remember anything, I guess he hasn't seen any series, ever," Walter pointed out. "That's right. Isn't it?" Rose was actually looking a little too enthusiastic about that. "We need to establish movie nights." "Nights?" I interrupted. "Plural? As in more than one?" "Sure. It's not like you don't have every movie and series ever made to catch up with." 2 nights a week," she said, as if I hadn't opened my mouth. "We're never going to catch up." "Hey, isn't that your mom dancing with your dad?" I said, to hopefully make her forget this plan to get me caught up with popular culture. "What?" she blurted and turned to scan the crowd. "Wow, it is." In the midst of the dancers, Son was indeed dancing with Mr. Klein, an older and grayer version of Peter, really. They looked fairly cordial as well. "I guess weddings bring out the best in people," Walter said, as he put an arm around Rose's waist. She automatically leaned into him. There was no thought to the movements, like it was second nature. Something was definitely not what it was supposed to be with me, because I knew as I saw the gesture that I didn't think it seemed too bad. People and their sometimes uncomplicated lives. Ugh. "Or it's a matter of principle," Rose said. I could see her shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. "I'm betting my mom decided she wanted this the day I was born, and divorce or no divorce, she was going to dance." "Wow. Is that Dad dancing with Son?" came Peter's voice behind us. "I know, right?" Rose said as we all turned toward him. He was wearing the exact same suit as Walter and me because of some inexplicable reason that escaped me. Every groomsman had to look like they were in the same suit army. "Where's George?" Rose added. "Not sure. Hope she's not throwing up again." Peter glanced around as if he expected to find her doing that in the dance hall. "Can you guys believe my little brother's gonna have a kid?" "No," Walter and I said at the same time. "Well, boo." "To you, sirs," Peter said with mock hurt. "Boo. To you." It lasted for all of 2 seconds. "Anyway," he went on and raised his hand. He held a bottle I hadn't noticed before. "Ben, this is called Jägermeister. Let me—" "No." "But just no." I backed away from him. "No more of that. My head won't survive another hangover like that." "Oh, come on." Go away, I said, ignoring the laughter from the other two before I followed my own order and disappeared from their view into the crowd. I was bumped into from all sides as I made my way through the dancers, which was impressive given the slow dance they were occupied in. I was not falling into Peter's trap again, and I managed to reach the exit when I thought I saw someone familiar. I stopped dead in my tracks. It was one of the waiters. Female, young, dark hair. Indira? I only saw her face a second as she carried a tray of empty glasses. Why would that triplet be here? I could feel my pulse quickening and sped up to follow her, but as I came into the foyer I saw several waiters among the guests out there. People waited in line for the restrooms, some went in and out to get some air or a smoke, others simply needed a break from the loud music, and the waiters crossed through there to reach the back rooms. I saw several of them among the guests, easily recognizable in their white shirts and black slacks. There were even 3 women with dark hair in ponytails. A quick walk through the high-ceilinged space showed them not to be Indira. I drew breath and felt my heart rate slow down. I had to be seeing things. Why would she follow me to a wedding anyway? That was ridiculous. I wandered back toward the doors leading into the dancing, but found myself deflated. An empty table stood close to the wardrobe, and I went and sat on top of it, as there were no vacant chairs to be seen. The party wouldn't end before a few hours yet, and I saw the coat check guy across from me behind his counter reading a book. Benjamin? The reader didn't stir, and it took me a moment to react to the name. No one called me that. I looked to my side and saw an older woman standing there. Blonde hair, slightly slanted blue eyes, and a face with more wrinkles and lines than it should have. It took me a moment to remember her. Sheila Reed. She wore a dark blue, long-sleeved dress and a black purse that hung over her right shoulder. She was clasping the strap with fidgety hands, and though she looked at me, her face was turned down. I didn't think nervous could even begin to describe what she felt. Sheila, I said. It was impossible for me to call her anything else. This woman was not my mother. She didn't take any offense, though, only nodded and conjured an insecure smile. I don't mean to bother you, but Rose invited me to the party. I nodded. Yes, she did mention that. She was unsure if you'd come. I hadn't even thought much of it, thinking I had likely scared her off the first time we met. I'd also had a funeral to go to the day after Rose had asked me if it was okay to invite Sheila. At the time, I had thought more about Sophie than a woman I'd only met once. So was I, to be honest. She stopped talking, but kept fidgeting. She looked around a moment, but her eyes went back to me again. It was good of you to come. You've known Rose her whole life, too, right? Sheila nodded. She was such a beautiful girl, always ready with a smile, sometimes up to mischief, the last with a certain partner. Sheila allowed a more prominent smile at that. I'm so glad to see her doing so well. I never expected anything else. She let go of the strap then and opened her purse. I brought her and Walter a gift. She retrieved a small square present wrapped in white paper with a red floral pattern and tied with a bow of a darker red. There's a gift table in the next room. I made a backward nod to the wall and dance hall behind me. Actually, do you mind taking it in for me? I didn't know if it was all the people, the alcohol, or both, but I didn't ask. Sure, no problem. She handed me the gift and thanked me. I think I should apologize, I said, before she could make a move to leave or say something. The comment made her stop fidgeting. What? Why? What could you possibly have to apologize for? I wasn't exactly courteous when we last met. If Rose had taught me anything lately, it was that owning up to your own faults and messes was better for everyone involved. It made it easier to move on and coexist. I understand. No, you don't. I was rude to you, and you didn't deserve that, especially when I don't. I'm sorry about this. When I don't even know you. She winced, but it needed to be said. I had no clue what old Ben's childhood had been like, but I could guess from what little I knew. And a friend of mine had died, and I'd witnessed another death that night. Best not to say caused, I thought. That would only lead to more confusion. I'm sorry about your friend. I nodded and looked past the wardrobe area, where a large mirror hung on the wall. I saw myself reflected there, seated on the table, dressed in a dark gray suit with the plum red color schemes that matched the bride's bouquet. My facial features somewhat resembled the woman standing next to me. But what was I looking at? Old Ben? Or me? It didn't startle me to see this image anymore. It was me as much as it had been old Ben. And like him, like the loud buzzing crowd around me, I was confused and at a loss as to what to do with this life. Old Ben had never asked for this, though. He'd had other plans. Tragic plans, but plans nonetheless. They hadn't involved me for more than a split second, but my decision to take over had consequences. I turned away from the mirror. So am I responded to Sheila's condolence and indicated the available space next to me on the table. She pressed her lips together and nodded, trying to control her joy at this. I supposed she was working hard not to scare me off by overdoing any emotions. That doesn't justify my behavior, though, I said as she sat up on the table surface next to me. I shouldn't have snapped at you, or Rose. It's okay, Ben. She put her purse next to her and clasped her nervous hands on her lap, not able to keep them quite still. Do you think, perhaps, that we can spend some time together later, maybe? Rose had told me there were steps in her program she needed to go through, and that I was no doubt part of some of them. I suspected there was more to it, though. She wanted to repair the fractured relationship with her child, which I couldn't help her with. Sure, I said. If nothing, I owed it to her son to try. But you need to understand that I am not the Ben you knew. I will never remember any of that. I only know what I've been told. Trying to bring back the past won't work. Sheila, to her credit, didn't agree at once to placate me. Instead, she considered me a while before she began nodding slowly. I can live with that. I had not been raised by this woman, had never needed her, and to be truthful, not given her much thought. The people who had taken care of me weren't blood relatives. No, I didn't need her. But I did see that she might need me. Good. I smiled and saw her hands relax for the first time since she'd taken up the courage to talk to me that night. I knew she might very well get her chance to make amends. I wasn't going anywhere yet, was I? At a complete loss at what to do with Winter, I needed to consider any options carefully. Any death happens when it's supposed to, and I knew of only one person who had found a way around that. There was always some way to catch cheaters. Patience was one way to go. And though my human form lacked in that regard, my true self had an abundance of it. After all, I knew better than anyone that death wasn't to be rushed. Epilogue. The incessant squeak under Rose's shoes gave an annoying alert with each step she took down the linoleum-covered floors. It had only been a small water spill that she'd cleaned up quick enough, but her shoes were still wet underneath. The all-familiar smell of disinfectants roamed the halls, but that was about it. It was the middle of the night, but it wasn't usually this quiet. She headed for the break room and found no one. Half-empty coffee cups stood on the table, and the news was still on, though the TV was muted. Rose glanced up to see the repeating newsreel of the new mayor giving his victory speech while presenting his campaign manager. She'd seen the clip several times that day already, and didn't need the sound to know that Strand claimed he couldn't have done it without the support of his wife or the tireless efforts of Aidan Bard. To give her an extra reminder, the bright yellow crawl at the bottom of the screen kept rolling the messages around and around. This was the worst about watching TV at night. Few things happened that were deemed newsworthy until morning, so old news went on repeat. Rose sighed and headed out of the break room to the front desk, where she found a stressed Elsbeth. The young woman jerked upright when Rose said hi, a hairbrush in her hand, as she was combing her short, pixie-cut hair. Geez, Rose, you startled me. Everything all right? Yeah, I just got in. How was I supposed to know there'd be a victory party blocking several streets in Charton? Oh, you met the new mayor's supporters, huh? You'd think they'd move out of the way since I voted for the guy, but no. Elsbeth gave her hair a few hard brushes before she stuffed the hairbrush back in her backpack and shoved it under the desk. Anyway, welcome back. How was the honeymoon? 3 weeks in Hawaii beats the rain we came back to. I bet. Hey, I heard Lydia got a promotion to some administrative position. Elsbeth didn't even hide the hint in her smile as she leaned her arms on the desktop. Yeah, I heard that too. Oh, come on, Rose. Don't keep me guessing. I've been promised her position here on a permanent basis. Hey, that's great! Elsbeth straightened up and grabbed a battered cell phone from behind the desk as it gave a small ping. Yeah, I'm happy about it. By the way, do you know where everyone else is? Ms. Dunning's room. She didn't make it. That's too bad, Rose said. I think I'll go see them. Yeah, this is from Dr. Stevens. I better call and see what he wants, but can't be bothered to check personally. Rose snorted at the comment. They all knew Dr. Stevens loved the confines of his office. Rose again took to the corridors, the squeaking under her shoes thankfully giving way as the water dried off. It was sad about Ms. Dunning, but not surprising. She was one of their youngest coma patients, but her health had been deteriorating the last couple of months. Moments later, Rose opened the door to the room they kept her in. She was one of the few with a single room, for no other reason that no other, and awake patient, had demanded some privacy. The other 2 nurses on the night shift were there with Dr. Madrigal, but they were finishing up. They'd even disconnected the young woman from the equipment that had kept her alive these last couple of months. She was 20 years old, but had been in the hospital for 19 months after being hit by a drunk driver. Hey guys, Rose said, her voice hushed like they always talked around the recently dead. I'm sorry. Yeah, she's so young, Lydia said. I was hoping she'd pull through. Lydia had 15 years behind her as a nurse. If she'd have thought the girl would have made it, then Rose would have believed her. Things didn't always work out that way, though. Miss Dunning lay on her back, covered by nothing but the hospital gown. Her legs and arms were thin and pale, like her face. No movement for months on end didn't strengthen any muscles. The blue tint to her lips was new, though, but she looked more peaceful than she had, Rose thought. Her hair lay around her head like a dry and brittle, dark crown. It was tidy, as it always was, since the nurses took care to brush it for her. It didn't matter that she didn't get visitors anymore. They still did it for her. I'll notify her next of kin, Dr. Madrigal said. If I can find any? Jocelyn nodded. It's unusually quiet tonight. We'll start with Ms. Dunning right away. What was it that did it? Rose asked Lydia. She'd worked mostly in the ER after her wedding, and then a month later they'd left on their honeymoon, so she wasn't caught up with the young woman's latest history. Pneumonia. It happened kind of fast, all in all. It often does, Rose commented, as the door shut quietly behind Dr. Madrigal. Okay, Jocelyn said as she came back. I think it's best that... A sharp intake of breath had all 3 nurses stop and stare at each other. Did someone see a spider? Jocelyn asked, eyes darting sideways. Then it came again. Louder this time. Rose and the others turned toward the bed. Ms. Dunning's eyes opened as she gasped for air, her upper body almost going into a bridge at the effort. Then she flopped to her side, eyes shut tight now, as she was clearly in pain. A wheeze of a scream escaped her as she writhed on the bed, arms and legs flailing. She hit herself on the side rests, but it didn't stop the frantic movements and gasps for air. What's happening? Rose yelled, but no one answered her. Ms. Dunning cried out in pain or shock or both as her upper body moved. She got up on her knees, facing them, and before she fell forward, Rose screamed as she saw the pure black of the woman's eyes. There was nothing but bottomless darkness. Ms. Dunning crashed face first into the mattress and stopped moving. Rose and the other 2 grabbed hold of each other without letting the patient go with their eyes. They saw her positioned like that a moment, her ass up and face pressed into the covers that had been pulled off her earlier. Her shoulders heaved as she breathed in and out, groaning from a pain they couldn't identify. "We need to get the doc," Rose whispered, trying to control the hysteric tilt to her voice. "We need to get the doctor," she managed to finish. It wasn't even the violent waking up that had her on edge. She'd seen all kinds of things in the ER. It was the eyes and the limbs that she could now see looked healthy and strong, How was that possible? Rose had to force herself to breathe steadily as her hands squeezed Lydia's and Jocelyn's on either side of her. Then the young patient looked up, her face oddly round and healthy, rather than gaunt and pale. Her hair had a glossy shine to it, and her eyes were a normal light brown, warm and non-threatening. She glanced up at them, eyes flickering with uncertainty before she settled on Rose, though not her face, but her belly. "Oh!" She peered up to meet Rose's eyes. Her voice came out as a raspy bark, but smoothed a little once she said her next words. "There's new life in you." She smiled at Rose, a genuine smile through her pain, and then her eyes closed and she tipped sideways, before passing out. This has been Dance of Death, Book 3 in the Ashdale Reaper series, written by G.K. Lund. Copyright 2019 by G.K. Lund. Audiobook production, copyright 2025 by G.K. Lund. If you want to be notified of other audiobooks by G.K. Lund, remember to click subscribe. That way, you won't miss new additions to this YouTube catalog.